how the ministry as well as Prime Minister, the PMO, will then keenly start on working on two things. First, to make sure that from 5G...
Be with us, Aishwarya, for our viewers. Yeah. We're telling them live pictures coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now. These are pictures coming in from Pragati Maidan, where the 5G services are being launched in the country. Also, on your screens, Mukesh Ambani, Kumar Mangalam Birla, as well as Sunil Bharti Mittal, all of them, Akash Ambani as well, all of them joining in and kick-starting 5G services in the country, where Airtel and Jio have said that these services will be extended to 7 countries, 7 states, I beg your pardon, cities, I beg your pardon, 7 cities to begin with, and then eventually be rolled out in the next 2 years across the country. How affordable is it going to be for you then? The pricing plans will be out as well in a couple of months. So we don't really have an idea about the cost just yet. What we know is that it is going to be obviously a little expensive to begin with. The full rollout expected sometime towards the end of 2023. Reliance Jio, Vodafone Idea have said that it's going to be first rolled out in 7 cities.
कि बीते दिनों आईटी मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव ने ये कहा था कि देश में 5G को धीरे धीरे अलग अलग फेज में लॉन्च किया जाएगा। पहले फेज के लिए कुछ शहरों का चयन किया गया है, जहां सबसे पहले 5G सर्विस लॉन्च होगा। और प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त जो टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर्स हैं उनके साथ बातचीत करते हुए उनसे वो जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किस तरह से उन ऑपरेटर्स के जरिए 5G सर्विस की शुरुआत होगी। और जैसा कि हमने कहा कि बीते दिनों ही केंद्रीय मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव ने यह कहा था कि पहले फेज में देश के 13 शहर जहां की 5G कनेक्टिविटी की शुरुआत की जाएगी, उन 13 शहरों हम आपको जानकारी दे दें, अहमदाबाद, बेंगलुरु, चंडीगढ़, चेन्नई, दिल्ली।
Aishwarya is with us for more details on that story. Aishwarya, for our viewers, do tell them the rollout of 5G will be changing our experience altogether. Talk to us about the benefits of it.
Well, one of the things that this will do, Sneha, is the fact that there will be a lot of economic progress that we will see taking place. Because the Prime Minister has time and again been talking about the fact that we need technology, we need to become the technology hub of the world. And this has been doing rounds since way back in 2014, since Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister. He's been focusing on the fact that for India to become the global leader, the one thing, the one sphere where we really need to work upon is the technology part. We also saw how last year, Prime Minister, in a series of meetings, had been time and again pointing out towards the fact that there are many parts of the country where we don't have good network, and 5G is the solution, which is how we are seeing the ministry now working on it. And on one hand, today we will see the 5G, the PM will launch the 5G, and on the other hand, we will see that work on 6G will also begin. So this shows you how keen the Prime Minister is on making sure that the country becomes the hub for technology. And not just that, we understand that the Prime Minister will also be speaking with all the corporates and asking them to pitch it. Prime Minister has time and again also been speaking about the fact that globally...
Be with us, Aishwarya. I'll just come back to you for more on that. We're going across to these pictures. Listen in.
117 करोड़ से अधिक दूरसंचार उपयोगकर्ता उपभोक्ता और हमारे देश में 82 करोड़ से अधिक इंटरनेट के जो कंज्यूमर हैं, जो ग्राहक हैं, उनके साथ भारत डिजिटल उपभोक्ताओं के लिए सबसे अधिक तीव्र गति से वृद्धि करते हुए वैश्विक बाजारों में से एक है। यहां पे हमने जैसे बताया आपको 117 करोड़ से अधिक दूरसंचार उपयोगकर्ता हैं और 82 करोड़ से अधिक इंटरनेट ग्राहकों के साथ वैश्विक बाजार में सबसे तीव्र गति से आगे बढ़ने वाला, वृद्धि करने वाला भारत एक है। और एक संस्था है मैकेन्से, उन्होंने 2019 में एक अध्ययन किया था और उसके मुताबिक भारत दूसरी सबसे अधिक तीव्र गति से डिजिटलीकरण करने वाली इकोनॉमी है, अर्थव्यवस्था है। आज इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस की भी शुरुआत हो चुकी है और इसी कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री 5G सर्विस की भी शुरुआत करने वाले हैं। 5G 5वीं पीढ़ी का एक मोबाइल नेटवर्क है और जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि देश में 1G, फिर 2G, फिर 3G और 4G नेटवर्क के बाद एक नया वैश्विक वायरलेस एक मानक है 5G। 5G के जो हाई बैंड स्पेक्ट्रम है उसमें जो इंटरनेट की जो स्पीड है उसकी गति का परीक्षण 20 गीगाबाइट प्रति सेकंड के रूप में किया गया। आप समझ सकते हैं कितने स्पीड इसकी गति होगी। 5G में 20 Gbps के रूप में इसका परीक्षण किया गया है। अगर इसी के मुकाबले 4G सर्विस की बात करें तो अधिकांश मामलों में 4G में जो अधिकतम इंटरनेट की डेटा की स्पीड है वो 1 Gbps दर्ज की गई है। तो 4G में हम और आप इन दिनों 1 Gbps की स्पीड को एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, लेकिन 5G सर्विस के आ जाने के बाद से हम 20 गुना ज्यादा स्पीड को एक्सपीरियंस कर पाएंगे। 20 Gbps गीगाबाइट प्रति सेकंड के स्पीड में हमें वो सुविधा मिल पाएगी। दूरसंचार क्रांति के लिहाज से आज का दिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, और न सिर्फ दूरसंचार के लिहाज से बल्कि इसके और क्या कुछ यूजेस हैं। हम जानते हैं कि इन दिनों इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन 4.0 का जमाना है, चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति चल रही है और इस क्रांति में इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, क्लाउड, बिग डेटा, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और एज कंप्यूटिंग के साथ साथ ये जो 5G तकनीक है, प्रधानमंत्री इसका एक्सपीरियंस करते हुए इस सर्विस का, 5G सर्विस का और इनका प्रयोग इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स की बात की जाए या फिर क्लाउड की बात की जाए, बिग डेटा, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एज कंप्यूटिंग के साथ 5G चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण प्रवर्तक हो सकता है। अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में इस 5G सर्विस का उपयोग किया जाएगा, फिर चाहे वो हेल्थ सेक्टर की बात हो, मोबाइल बैंकिंग की बात हो, इन तमाम क्षेत्रों में डिफेंस की बात हो, फिनटेक कंपनियों की बात हो, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट की बात हो, इन तमाम क्षेत्रों में 5G सर्विस का डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। और सबसे पहले जो हमारे उद्योग जगत हैं वो इस एक्सपीरियंस को महसूस करेंगे और उसके बाद आम जनता के लिए इस सर्विस की शुरुआत की जाएगी। कहा जा रहा है कि इसका जो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट होगा इस 5G सर्विस का, गवर्नमेंट द्वारा ही एक पैनल नियुक्त किया गया था और उस 2018 की बात है ये, और उस पैनल ने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की और इस रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 5G सर्विस से साल 2035 तक भारत में 1 ट्रिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर का जो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट है वो पैदा होने की संभावना है। ये उम्मीद जाहिर की गई है इस रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक। आज का दिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, हम 5G सर्विस की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पहली पीढ़ी से 1G से लेकर 5वीं पीढ़ी तक का विकास भी अपने आप में काफी महत्वपूर्ण रहा। 1G सर्विस की बात की जाए तो 1G सर्विस साल 1980 के दशक में इसे लॉन्च किया गया था और ये एनालॉग रेडियो सिग्नल पर काम करता था और केवल वॉइस कॉल को ही समर्थन करता था। फिर 90 के दशक में 2G सर्विस को लॉन्च किया गया, जो डिजिटल रेडियो सिग्नल का उपयोग करता है और 64 kbps के बैंडविड्थ के साथ वॉइस को भी और डेटा को भी ट्रांसमिट करने में ये इसको सपोर्ट करता है 2G सर्विस। फिर जमाना आया 3G सर्विस का। 2000 के दशक में 1 Mbps से 2 Mbps की गति के साथ इसे लॉन्च किया गया था और इसमें डिजिटल वॉइस की बात हो, वीडियो कॉल की बात हो, कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग की बात हो, इन तमाम क्षमताओं के साथ 3G सर्विस की शुरुआत हुई थी। फिर साल 2009 में 100 Mbps से 1 Gbps की जो एक पीक स्पीड हम कहें, उस पीक स्पीड के साथ 4G सर्विस को लॉन्च किया गया था और इसकी तमाम खूबियों के साथ साथ 4G सर्विस में, जिसका कि हम और आप इन दिनों इसका उपयोग कर रहे हैं, ये 3D वर्चुअल रियलिटी को भी सक्षम बनाता है।
Aishwarya is getting us more details on that story. Continues to be with us from Pragati Maidan in Delhi, where this event is taking place. It's a big day for the country. This, Aishwarya, undoubtedly will be changing the face of India's telecom sector altogether.
Well, this definitely is also a step to pick up the $5 trillion economy. That is what the Prime Minister has been emphasizing on, Sneha, for the past many years. And what we are seeing today is step one. Step two will be to make sure that the country in the next 2 years gets a cheap and very good internet connection. And step three will be to make sure that all the corporates use the 5G and then they help push the economy to the $5 trillion dream that the Prime Minister has. And what we are seeing today is just step one. We will also, Sneha, see that on one side today we will see the Prime Minister launching the 5G. The ministry, in fact, has already started working on 6G. So that is also something that will happen in the next couple of years. Prime Minister has time and again been talking about the fact that for India to make that giant leap, for us to be equal amongst every other country in the world, what we need is to master technology. And he's been given time and again the examples of the state, of other states, of how they are making sure that they take the leap forward. So this is also something which we will see happen in the next couple of years. But Sneha, it's good news for the consumers, for you and I, because
yes,
there are many places when we go, we feel that, the calls drop. You must have also seen it. So those things will be ironed out. Those wrinkles will be ironed out in the next couple of years. Sneha.
Be with us, Aishwarya. I'll come back to you in a moment from now. Executive Editor Shiv Arora is also now joining us. Shiv, the fact is that this is a great day. Like I said, this will change the face of the Indian telecom sector, but the wait is going to be long, isn't it? Sometime by the end of 2023, will we actually get to enjoy the benefits of these services?
That's right. It's going to be a rollout, but today is the big bang day, Sneha, when the services begin to kick into effect in different parts of the country. Initially, it will be just a handful of towns and cities, and then there will be that big national rollout. But what the Prime Minister is doing today, very interesting pictures live from Pragati Maidan, because he just got that introduction to Jio's 5G services personally from Akash Ambani, the son of Mukesh Ambani, the chiefs of the three big mobile services companies, Jio, Airtel and Vodafone, all there with him, Kumar Mangalam Birla, Sunil Bharti Mittal, as well as Mukesh Ambani himself, all there personally to, guide the Prime Minister through the technologies that are going to be rolled out. It's a very big day. The combined net worth inside Pragati Maidan right now is going to be a record of some kind. But I think what most people, must know, and I think it's very important to know, is the technologies that the Prime Minister is being shown as we speak inside Pragati Maidan right now is going to change all of our lives in the next, 9, 10, 11, 12 months, Sneha, because the rollout is going to be very rapid. We do know that the Prime Minister and the government have placed great onus on rapid 5G rollout. Remember, countries like China and other parts of the world already have full 5G effective, across services, not just for mobile telephony, but also for, education, healthcare, things like that. And therefore, the imperative that the 5G rollout is not only smooth, but effective, covers large parts of the country as quickly as possible, especially those that need it the most, is going to be something that is going to be a priority area for this government. And I think that's the reason why the Prime Minister is personally there. That's why the chiefs of these companies are personally there. We understand that there are going to be 3 very interesting demonstrations by each of the 3 companies in just a short while from now. They're going to link, students to teachers. There's going to be a healthcare demonstration. There's going to be a village demonstration as well to demonstrate connectivity. I mean, just imagine super clear, glitch-free, a live video streaming, the ability for telemedicine, the distance education that covers a large part of the country without compromising on quality. The opportunities and the abilities through 5G are going to be literally endless. And for a country like ours that's looking at that, elusive faraway castle of a $5 trillion economy, 5G is going to be a huge booster rocket for that, Sneha.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. And the kind of benefits that you're talking about essentially will also mean that initially, to begin with, at least the tariff is going to be high. Also, smartphones, how many of them are really 5G compliant? That too is going to be a bit of a challenge there, isn't it? Currently, I understand just about 10% of the phones are 5G compliant.
Remember that the leap from 4G to 5G in terms of change, in terms of capability differences, in terms of the, how much further it takes you from, one regime to another, it's the longest, it's the biggest leap between anything. The leap between, 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G was significant, but 4G to 5G is an exponentially bigger leap in every possible way. So obviously there will be some, there will be some transitory issues, Sneha, like there were between 3G and 4G as well, in terms of mobile phone compatibility, in terms of, all sorts of things. Even in terms of the technical rollout, there will be teething troubles, and that's only to be expected, especially in a country as large as India. And you've got 3 big mobile operators who will be rolling it out. But I don't foresee a great crunch or a problem because India has been looking at 5G for a while now. The companies that are doing the rollout are companies that have, been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. So it's something to look forward to.
Be with us, Shiv. Coming back to you in a few moments. Ayush, our tech editor, is also now joining us. Ayush, I'm going to put that question to you that I did to Shiv as well. Let's talk about the telephones, the smartphones, which are not 5G compliant just yet. Talk to us a little about whether 4G SIM cards are going to really work. How are they going to then upgrade to 5G? How is that really going to move eventually when the services are rolled out to more than 7 cities?
Absolutely, Sneha. Some of the points that Shiv made were very pertinent. And to answer your question, when we're talking about 4G SIM cards and devices from the previous generation, look, it's interesting. When you speak to chip makers all over the country, this is one of the first times when even much before the technology was launched, we've already seen how most of the new smartphone launches for the last six months or maybe 12 months have already been 5G capable. So I think that's been a conscious move by smartphone manufacturers. Of course, when it comes to switching over to a 5G SIM, we've seen how easy number portability was over the past couple of years, especially since 2016, since the geo effect, so to speak, and when data costs became so cheap and everything became so accessible. But coming back to the India Mobile Congress, Sneha, it's a momentous, massive occasion in the world of technology. We'll be covering it at Business Today. In fact, there's a panel a little later today which talks about from telcos to tech. And I think the real moniker or the nomenclature really explains so much, because at the end of the day, telecom companies have an incredible opportunity to shape the digital transformation journey of India.
Be with us, Ayush. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now because we're going to talk to you in greater detail about how this will change the experience of the consumers who will eventually start to use 5G in a few months from now, even if not immediately. Karishma is also now joining us for more details on that. Karishma, the experience clearly will change for the consumers in terms of connectivity, in terms of the speed. Tell us, how is it going to be not just above the 4G network?
Well, I think it's one step up towards innovation and technology that India is currently looking at. And let's not forget that these efforts are not just of last few days, but last few years. In fact, Telecom Minister currently, I must tell you, Sneha, the on-ground picture at Pragati Maidan is he's going through the Geo Pavilion, looking at the different kind of experiential stalls that are put. In fact, on record, Reliance Jio and Bharti Airtel have given a word that around closer to Diwali, there's going to be a big 5G dhamaka. The announcements are going to be out there. And early 2023 and 2024, we could see a full rollout plan of 5G for the Indian consumers. Like Ayush also mentioned that a lot of telecom companies are currently in the process of trying and redevising their phones in a way that it could be 5G compliant, especially when it comes to the mega launches of big players like that of Apple and Samsung. It's going to be a task ahead for them, but also an opportunity that lies with the Indian audience.
Yes, be with us, Karishma. An opportunity, undoubtedly. Ayush is also with us. Ayush, the first things, about how the experience of the consumer will change. Buffering is something that's going to be done away with. That's such a relief. Also, how this is going to move in terms of our use of gadgets that we do. That experience will change altogether as well.
Absolutely, Sneha. There's a larger use case, of course, with it, so to speak, the user experience gets better. But obviously over here, we're talking theoretically of speeds 10 times more. It's going to get better exponentially. But just talking about some of the larger use cases. Look, when it was about 4G, we were talking about smart cities, IoT, connected devices. And it became a sort of a content revolution here in India, especially when data got so much cheaper. But now when we're talking about 5G, there's a much larger picture story out there. Just think about what 5G, low latency networks, high quality, high speed networks mean for telesurgery, telemedicine, right? The use cases are endless. The metaverse will only, if it's to go by, and if it's supposed to be successful the way Mr. Zuckerberg and Microsoft and other top tech companies are looking at it, will only be as successful as envisaged if 5G really takes off. And I think that's a massive opportunity. Some of the other use cases that you were talking about, you talk about drone-based farming, high security routers, smart ambulances, AR, VR, right? There's just several use cases of 5G which can really take the user experience to the next level. Yes, and of course, like you said, buffering should be of days of the past, but it's really important in terms of how the spectrum allocation happens, that we might see parts of India connected like we had never seen before. And another use case, when we're talking about industrial use cases and how this might change India's entire enterprise story as well, it really happens to be what 5G is going to do with private 5G networks as well, because we've seen how private 5G is being really projected all over the world, and maybe top corporates in India will be able to snap it up and do all sorts of things on low latency.
Ayush, apart from that, when you talk about the benefits, some of it fairly convenient, for us, wireless connectivity, that's going to be great. Also improving performance of how quickly our apps really work, isn't it, when it comes to high-speed data?
Absolutely, Sneha. Like you said, the user experience changes, but just think about India being such a massive agricultural nation. For us, precision agriculture, right? It really minimizes the role of human intervention in so many things. Look, 5G is going to be transformational globally, right? And for tech geeks and tech enthusiasts, I think the big question really is what it does for the metaverse, like I said earlier, because in the metaverse, within all sorts of concepts, which you'll see at India Mobile Congress and report through the course of the next few days. There'll be digital twins. The fact that an architect sitting in London and an engineer sitting in Mumbai can work on a project in the middle of sub-Saharan Africa, that can all be done using 5G networks. That can be done using the industrial metaverse. And I think these are things we should look forward to, the much larger digital transformation journey and the potential that 5G brings.
Undoubtedly. Karishma, also at this meeting today where the Prime Minister is in the launch, there are going to be presentations, I understand, from each of these companies who are present there today. Tell us a little more about these presentations as well.
Well, Sneha, I think the highlight of today has to be the kind of sectors that various companies are looking at. What we're picking up is at that Bharti Airtel stall, which is conducting its experiential site at the Geo Pavilion, in fact, has its major focus on 5G in the agriculture sector. And past few days, we've been learning that how government is trying to make these telecom developments in order to, of course, upscale their work towards the health, education, farming and transport. Now let's think that how probably with the help of a 5G sensor in a rural area, the economy could be pulled to a scale that would ideally take about 5 to 6 years. So if we're talking about a 5 trillion economy by 2026, then this 5G is going to stand a very, very important leading partner towards the economic growth. Besides this, we know that Vodafone Idea and Reliance Jio have also set up their stalls. The current situation is that Prime Minister Modi, of course, is visiting all the various stalls. A couple of my colleagues who are on ground are sharing that Airtel champ, that is Sunil Bharti Mittal, has also joined Prime Minister Modi at the company's 5G pavilion. And we also have various other startups and telecom startups along with the telecom minister who are doing quite a recce around what they have best to offer. Throughout the day, we are going to not only see a lot of new announcements, but most important, we are going to see that this schedule that government has kind of focused on, the timeline that they've put towards 5G, it's actually going to take a confirmed shape throughout the events today.
Once again, for our viewers, let's talk about the rollout. And I'm going to bring in Ayush for that. Ayush, eventually the rollout is going to happen to all cities, probably by the end of 2023. But as far as the initial beneficiaries of this will be, these are 7 cities, includes Delhi, Mumbai. Tell us more about that also.
Cities that you mentioned. And like I was mentioning earlier, in terms of the use cases in these cities, we're going to see how different cities will and different rural areas will benefit differently from the rollout of 5G. You also asked earlier about 4G devices and whether they'll be compatible. Look, on the infrastructure side, it's a small tweak in terms of making it work for these telecom companies. For the users, what's very interesting is in the next few weeks and even in rural India, in the next few months, we'll see inexpensive 5G smartphones being launched. That's something which is really interesting. Just think about the potential, Sneha, also with autonomous cars and what this can really do. You know, we were at the India Mobile Congress a few years ago, and I remember there were 5G providers who were talking about the potential of it just 2 or 3 years ago, and we've already come to the launch of 5G in October 2022. The demonstrations, which will be several today as well and tomorrow, and quite fascinating for most tech enthusiasts, were actually, making you do things like sitting in a remote location and driving an F1 car on an F1 track, maybe somewhere in the middle of Monaco. Or even when we're talking about autonomous cars, think about the launch. We've spoken about it extensively here on India Today and Business Today. The launch perhaps of companies like Tesla in India. This week was a landmark week for electric vehicles. We saw the Tata Tiago EV launch. We also saw the Mercedes Made in India EQS launch. The next leap for them necessarily could be autonomous cars. And that is only enabled if we have strong networks with low latency. When I say low latency, very simply for our audience, it essentially means that if something happens now, the lag or the delay that you see, and earlier you mentioned buffering, would be minimized or mitigated to a large extent. So something happens in location A using a 5G low latency, high quality network. In location B, in a matter of a few milliseconds, you'd be able to see that change. Maybe to the human eye, you wouldn't be able to perceive that there was a delay in both locations. So, if we're talking about being at 2 places at the same time, I think 5G really changes that in the coming years.
All right, Ayush, I'm thanking you for the moment. You mentioned this point about buffering, and I think that's what really concerns me the most, and that's the reason why I'm extremely delighted about the fact that from here on, if you're trying to access YouTube and also OTT platforms, and buffering is something that's going to be a thing of the past. And I'm going to now go across to Karishma also, who's joining us for more on that. Karishma, at the end of the day, this is also about the economy and the manner in which the economy is expected to grow by leaps and bounds. The estimate is that $450 billion is going to be gained by the economy owing to these services, and this actually is a direct result of the 5G services.
Yes, and that's a very important part of the 5 trillion economy that the government is targeting. I mean, let us keep aside all the kind of geopolitical factors that have impacted the current Indian economy situation. In fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has repeatedly said that despite the existing factors, India's economy is doing really well, and telecom has been India's strong point. Look at what we were probably 30 decades before, when we just had to rely on Tata Communications or BSNL, and right now we have major private players ruling the abode. Now, talking a bit about the 5G timelines, Neha, that you also mentioned about, it was in the month of August that all the telecom players were, of course, a part of the spectrum auction, and though a lot has been revealed out of it, which likely is going to happen today, it looks like Reliance Jio and Airtel are going to be the front runners when it comes to taking 5G across. In fact, these companies will also launch 5G in cities like, majorly, of course, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Ahmedabad. They're going to start off with the metro cities, and of course, since most of them also have their focus on the rural and agriculture economy, they're going to try and expand as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we're not going to see a rollout of 5G in terms of utilization this very year, but early 2023 is the word that major telecom companies are giving us in terms of getting users' hands on it. In fact, the giants have not yet revealed the 5G tariff plans, but maybe we could find surprises in the next 3 days with companies, because this is going to be also a very competitive process, and the bidding process towards the spectrum is also very competitive. So it could be a brilliant platform for companies to pitch in the best offer that they have for the consumers.
Right, Karishma, be with us. Coming back to you again in a moment from now. Anju Agarwal, I beg your pardon, cybersecurity expert, is also now joining us. Thank you for your time. Do talk to us a little about how the experience vis-a-vis cybersecurity is going to improve significantly with the rollout of 5G services in the country.
Yeah, with the advent of 5G and the kind of speed we are going to see, the artificial intelligence-based cybersecurity systems are definitely going to improve, and they will be effective. So far, what is happening that, the kind of malware and the threat actors which are entering into the system, because of the limited speed and the bandwidth, the artificial intelligence-based heuristics are not able to really counter them effectively, and they are able to roam around the network and do the damage. With the advent of 5G, we can expect the speed and the bandwidth both to increase dramatically, and the effectiveness of all these systems which are based on the artificial intelligence to counter the increasing threats of ransomware and the other malware which are roaming around in the system. So I think there is going to be an improved cybersecurity environment after the advent of 5G.
But there are concerns about low latency networks as well. How is that going to be addressed?
No, the latency will be actually better than what we are seeing today. It will be improved significantly, because it is not only the speed which is going to increase, it is the overall bandwidth. We can very simply understand it is going to be a 10-lane or a 20-lane highway, while today we are having 2-lane or a 4-lane highway. So it is not only that the speed will increase, it is the availability of the overall space will increase. So latency will actually improve. It will not go down.
Right. Also, Karishma, we're talking about the various kind of services apart from improved speeds that we are looking at and we are hoping for with the eventual rollout of 5G services. Talk to us about the new things to expect vis-a-vis metaverse. That's something that Ayush touched upon as well. Also, on the manner in which connectivity essentially is going to improve.
Well, right. The growing momentum in 5G innovation is based on its major potential to serve diverse users cases through the kind of different arenas that have been explained, be it edge computing, network slicing, inherent security. But what will 5G bring to India is the big question that we're asking. And while we're talking about economic growth and we're talking about good internet connectivity as the 5th generation internet connectivity, what most importantly it's going to bring is a vision to digital India, which I think Prime Minister Modi and Telecom Minister has been quite stressing about. It's not like that India is still trying to get there to the spot of being a digital economy. We're already kind of leading when it comes to dealing our finances digitally, be it the UPI interface, which is doing brilliantly well, the Bharat QR code that government had introduced. The 5G is just going to add that little touch to the already successful digital economy that the government is talking about. And going further, this is only going to expand the whole arena of startups and companies that have come up. Look at the kind of unicorns we have, and this will just edge the whole game of transactions when it comes to the Indian economy.
You know, Anuj Agarwal, given that a lot of the country is going to be connected, and that's what we are expecting in days and months and years to come, does this really not then demand our cybersecurity systems to be more robust than what they are today?
Now, with the advent of 5G, the IoT will proliferate. So every household, today we have connectivity in offices to a larger extent, but now it will proliferate to the households and it will go to the smaller cities in a big way. Your TV, your fridge, your oven, everything, washing machine will be connected through the internet. The requirement of cybersecurity, it will dramatically change, because so far we had been more or less dealing with the educated office workers. Now we will be dealing with every kind of a person utilizing 5G and 5G enabled IoT devices, and almost every device will be IoT enabled. So the dimension of cybersecurity will definitely be totally different than what we are seeing. And if not handled carefully and immediately, the cybercrime will definitely go up. Right now itself, the scenario is not great. As far as the cybercrime is concerned, it is increasing day by day. And with the advent of 5G and proliferation of IoT with every household, this is definitely going to be a risk area. And I think the government and every other stakeholders, the telecom companies and the ecosystem around the e-commerce and everything else, they will have to seriously think and invest heavily into this. Otherwise, the public at large may think otherwise about adoption of 5G in their day-to-day life.
And also help us in many other directions as well. In healthcare, for example, Karishma, where critical services such as telesurgery is now going to be delivered with 5G services getting rolled out. Amongst the others, autonomous cars also, for example, something that we can look forward to.
Yes, absolutely. If we talk about healthcare, I think one of the biggest lessons we've learned through the pandemic is the kind of infrastructure and resource building that every country has to do, be it developed or developing. I think introduction of 5G will definitely provide that essential level of connectivity to enable a new health ecosystem, one that can help a patient meet its doctor or provider needs accurately and also conveniently, cost effectively and quickly. And it's not just healthcare we are talking about, but any kind of sector that we big bet on. The connectivity and a better approach with a stronger network will definitely help in making life easier. And what better than turning it all around towards the Make in India and Atmanirbhar concept. Well, who thought that in the 76th year of independence we would be at a stage where we are able to upgrade to such new fifth generation metaverses so quickly. So I think, as I said, land of opportunities with the best platform to offer. I think it's a great platform for companies in India, for startups in India, for the telecom sector in India to upscale and match the global competition. Also interesting is that because of the recent geopolitical issues, a lot has been impacted when it comes to chip manufacturing, semiconductors, or even if we talk about certain other technology dependencies that we have to do. So somewhere this new 5G connectivity, this new self-dependence on a new innovation will help us kind of pave a way towards solving all these problems quickly.
Well, absolutely. I'm also now bringing in once again my colleague Aishwarya, who is at this event at Pragati Maidan in Delhi. Pictures of which we are putting out for our viewers on our screens right now. These are live pictures of the Prime Minister right now. Aishwarya, just take us to what next in terms of the demonstrations. There's also going to be a demonstration by each of these companies present there. What to expect in the next couple of minutes or so?
Well, we will expect the PM to officially inaugurate the 5G. What the Prime Minister at the moment is doing, and this is something, Sneha, which he has been doing for quite some time now. He understands what exactly is happening. He also wants the corporates to tell him the benefits of 5G. In fact, we are also seeing the Minister along with the Prime Minister, both of them, going stall by stall and understanding how exactly the economy will grow and what are the changes that will happen. In fact, from what I am understanding, Prime Minister has also been talking about some of the problems that the Indians are facing and speaking to the corporates about those problems and giving them advice on what they can do with this new rollout. Now, on one hand, we are seeing that the 5G will be rolled out today. The work on 6G, Sneha, let me tell you, has already started. And we could see 6G also being rolled out in the next couple of years. This also will be beneficial for the security. For our, PM has been talking about the fact that we do need high-speed internet. Security is also something that the Prime Minister has been speaking with these corporates. So we can expect the Prime Minister to roll out 5G in just a couple of minutes from now. In fact, the interaction that we are seeing play out stall by stall, Prime Minister and the IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav going and speaking with the corporates, understanding how 5G will change the landscape of the country. Sneha.
Undoubtedly change the landscape of the country and touch every aspect of our lives, isn't it, Karishma? Because the more I read about it, the more, it just gives us an idea of how things are going to change for every single thing that we do. For example, it says that there is going to be real-time monitoring of disasters, all the more important for a country like India, where climate change is a reality, and not just India, outside as well, more so for us, isn't it? Where we see so many disasters related to climate change.
Well, Sneha, primarily how will it change the whole landscape is that I will try and focus on the E letter, which is efficiency. We are going to be looking at energy efficiency, spectrum efficiency, and network efficiency. The whole agenda behind these kind of introductions and developments that government is doing is to try and make life easier for many people. We always wonder that why do we look at first world countries doing better in terms of managing a disaster, or why do we look at them trying and following all the SDG 30 goals on time, and why is that we always wonder that in India we are looking at a slow pace? Well, that is the kind of common perception that comes, but I think the bigger goal that the government is looking at here is to try and make things more efficient, things more streamlined. Aishwarya did mention about the 6G connectivity, and that's a great point to pick up, because Prime Minister Modi, in his last address, when he was mentioning about the 5G connectivity, also said that government is looking also to introduce 6G by next decade, and that is not far. That is just 10 years down the line, where we are also looking to cross the 5 trillion economy, and we are going to be looking at the next milestone. So it will not be surprising. It will not be something unusual if we say that India could actually try and compete with the first world countries by the next year. Because if you look at the economic growth, and if you look at the kind of development that the country is doing in terms of its manufacturing, in terms of its self-reliant goal that it has held, we are quite in the competitive league now. And with 5G, what also will make us strong is to come out as one of the strongly emergent countries in Asia. While we talk about network connectivity and ease of access in countries like that of South Korea, we're looking at Japan, of course, China. Now we see that India will also be considered among the big leagues when it comes to its telecom power.
Undoubtedly. Karishma, be with us. Siddharth Zarabi, also managing editor of Business Today, is now joining us. Thank you, Siddharth, for joining us this morning. We've spoken at length about the kind of benefits really that the 5G services will offer once the eventual rollout across the country happens sometime towards the end of 2023. But I wanted to talk about that one big highlight that you are looking at from the rollout of 5G services, that's supposed to happen any moment now, actually?
Well, the biggest thing really in terms of the benefit for data hungry and data using Indians is speed. Let me give you and our viewers a comparison. The best speed that you can get on the best possible tariff plan on 5G today is 10 gigabits per second. 5G will take that 10 times up, which means you will get 100 gigabits per second. That is speed. India is a nation of downloads. We download everything, plus we share everything. The propensity of Indians on a train to talk, the propensity of Indians to talk even during a plane ride when you have nothing else to do, has also reflected on the massive amounts of talk time that Indian networks are known for globally. And we are also a nation of WhatsApp forwards. When you put that all together, plus you look at the consumption of video for personal entertainment, for communication, for specific high-end applications that can range from medicine to education to disaster relief, many of the points that you and your earlier guests were talking about, you therefore come to the basic need, a network that can support and deliver that kind of traffic. It's like the busiest road in Delhi. It's like the road from Mumbai to Thane. It is the road that connects Chennai with some of its big suburbs. It's the road that connects Bengaluru with its Silicon hub. And that road needs much higher capacity, much higher throughput, and the ability to provide safe, uninterrupted point-to-point travel. The same point-to-point communication principle will apply in 5G. While Indians do so much of talking, sharing, data consumption, network quality becomes an issue. Call drops. जरा बाहर आके फोन लगाना, आवाज नहीं आ रही है, व्हाट्सएप पे कॉल करो, यार कुछ तुमसे सुनाई नहीं पड़ रहा है, कौन सा फोन लेके बैठे हुए हो, सिम कार्ड बदलो. All of that should disappear because 5G network quality allows for most of that to happen. But it's not going to be cheap or easy. And the biggest thing is that today, India is now, just like it is amongst those select nations which have space capabilities, India is now a true 5G nation. Day one will not mean that every Indian has access to 5G.
Yes.
It's a rollout. It will move from the most premium customer and the easiest place where networks can be available, ultimately in a few years down the line, to the smallest cities and towns and villages across India. And that will empower us and put us head and shoulder, in fact, leagues above. There is no comparison, right with China and 3-4 other countries in the world. We will be sent out from this South Asian neighborhood that we have, which is full of economic problems.
You know, Siddharth, you did mention, and you know, I at the risk of sounding like a party pooper, have been saying this, that even though it might be rolled out by the end of 2023, you know, great case scenario where many cities have it, most cities of the country have it. But the fact is that right now only 10% of phones are 5G compliant. What is the upgrade going to look like from 4G phones to 5G phones? That too is going to be a tall order. Then again, the cost factor of it, this really isn't going to be cheap, isn't it?
That's a wonderful question because we are focused on the consumer, and ultimately, while the companies have paid massive amounts of money, including just one operator paid just under 90,000 crore for getting the spectrum. So let's leave that math and the big numbers aside. You have asked a very pertinent question. Network aa gaya, sadak ban gayi, gaadi kiske paas hai? And it's absolutely correct. The gaadi, the car, the handset has to be owned by the individual subscriber. A quick comparison, 25 years ago when mobility started taking off in India, once in 1999, with the new telecom policy in 2003, when for the first time Indians did not have to pay to receive a mobile phone call, things started changing. And as we are on the cusp of 2023, and if you look at it from the Hindu calendar, somewhat 2079, the key point is handset cost and the monthly tariff. On handsets, Since networks do not bundle handsets in India, unlike many evolved markets, including the Western countries, Europe and America, for example, people bear the cost of handsets. Now, at the high end, all the recent launches, and by the way, I just want to give one statistic that should answer part of the question that you perhaps left unsaid. In the last few weeks, Samsung launched a very high-end, very expensive cell phone, of which advertising is still going around. I wonder how many of our viewers would know that within a matter of days, actually, more than 100,000 of those phones were booked. And these are phones that are well upwards of 6-digit figures in cost terms. So there is one India, upper crust India, that can easily afford. Then there is a middle India, which is conscious, perhaps has a little marginal money to spend. And then there are those Indians who need our support. In terms of the handset offerings, I believe that today India is one of the most diverse and democratic markets when it comes to handset availability. Unlike in certain other models where you are, tied to the network operator, here our customers have different capabilities. Make in India has led to the development of cheap, affordable smartphones in the country, and the cost to switch over to 5G for the handset makers is not too much. There has been a small hitch, which is the availability of chipsets, a global semiconductor shortage. But I believe that within the next 3 to 6 months, by next year, March, April, you will see a profusion of models. Currently, 10 to 12 major models are 5G capable, but we will have hundreds literally in a matter of just months.
You know, Siddharth, you did say right at the very outset that for India, the need is data. We are a data-hungry country, essentially, and speeds need to be faster. Connectivity needs to be better. That's something that we'll all be looking forward to. But, you know, just do a bit of a comparison for our understanding on how 5G network essentially works in more developed countries outside of India. And that is an experience that we may not have immediately even after the rollout, isn't it?
On the last part, I would give you an answer which says that initially only some of the most easily networkable areas and the higher end of the segment will get access to good 5G. But it's not as if our operators or the technology that they are using is not global. In fact, it is world-class. You will see a lot of countries across the world study the Indian 5G rollout model. I promise you that a year down the line, there will be use cases. Just as one Indian operator went and did the earliest version of mobile payments all over the African continent, well over 10, 15 years ago, and then it was adopted in the rest of the world. Outsourced network contracts were again an innovation that came from India. You will see that the 5G Indian model will be very innovative. And without getting too technical, let me quickly try and give you a scenario of why I believe that. There are 3 baskets or 2 baskets essentially when it comes to India's mobile network operators. One is the private basket, the other is the government basket. The government basket is essentially Bharat Sanchar and MTNL. A strategic call was taken by the Modi government in the recent years that there has to be one strong Sarkari state-owned operator as a balancing factor in the market. That is why Bharat Sanchar continues to receive thousands and thousands of crore of state support and subsidies. Air India has been divested. Bharat Sanchar has not been divested. Bharat Sanchar is now working on its own 5G stack. We will get more details of the contours of how it will approach that play. And the moment Bharat Sanchar comes into play, a completely different set of Indians who will be able to get access to 5G through the wide rural, semi-urban network footprint that Bharat Sanchar has. Delhi and Mumbai don't have Bharat Sanchar. They have MTNL, which is like the sister company of Bharat Sanchar. That will also move down this line. Then we come to the private basket. Within the private basket, there are 3 operators. And again, without getting technical, there are 2 approaches. One of those operators, Jio, has had the ability or I would say, a stroke of luck because they simply entered late. They built a greenfield site. Imagine a piece of land completely clean. And today, if you were to build a building of 20 floors or 40 floors, incidentally, Jio, according to me, has built a building of 500 floors, far ahead of capacity and demand. You will build it to the latest technology, the best materials, ability to withstand earthquakes, ability to have best fire protection equipment, the best kind of internal fittings for its consumers. Beautiful, beautiful building. Bharti, Vodafone are amongst the pioneers of mobility in India. They already have a building and they have kept adding floors and layers to that as demand evolves. You know, you start with a 2-member family, it grows, you add one more floor on the house. That's how they have built their networks. So there are two different technical approaches that are being used. Both operators' approach will lead to one quick point. It is in the interest of the operators that they offer affordable connectivity, number one, because the buyer is already first putting up money for the handset. गाड़ी खरीद ली, but सड़क नहीं है, तो वो गाड़ी का कुछ नहीं होगा. So it is in the interest of the operators to ensure that there is a good road, smooth road, without potholes, without it getting drowned during monsoons. The second ability is that due to competitive forces, one operator cannot keep his prices high because automatically everyone will go to the second one. The same example that happens in healthcare, for example, if one hospital were to absurdly price its ICU services, although I'm not comparing ICU with 5G at all, then you will not have people going there for critical care. This example can be taken across sectors. So there will be a competitive dynamic and the sarkar ka saya. If private operators hypothetically were to come together and keep prices high, there is Bharat Sanchar. And why I say this, in the past it has happened. The Sarkari operator has played the role of a price disruptor. In today's context, India's 4G revolution was without doubt disrupted with the pricing of Reliance Jio. That is Reliance Jio's contribution over the last decade to Indian telecom. I believe now Bharti, Vodafone, Idea and Jio will compete in a healthy, positive manner. The pain of this industry is behind them, and they will ensure that network quality will be immense. And when you, final point, sorry for that very long answer, please interrupt me if there is something more interesting. When all of these four networks come together, it's just so fascinating. That
carry on, Siddharth, carry on.
India's network operators, again, go to the neighborhood, minus China. There is no country anywhere, if you fly for 2,000 miles, as the crow flies, where you will have such fantastic telecom infrastructure. There is no country, minus 2 or 3, which have the kind of digital payment infrastructure that has been built, the multiplicity of apps, people transacting for 1 rupee on digital, which is, by the way, a net loss for those people who are allowing you that transaction. From 1 rupee to crores that you can just send across in a matter of pressing a few buttons or just a login and a password and 1 or 2, 3 steps. This is the beauty of India's telecom infrastructure. And one final point. In the 2019 general elections, I went on election duty across and covered several parts of the rural hinterland. And where I used to work those days, somebody came up to me, we were doing a, sort of roadside show and said, where is your channel seen? And I was wondering, how do I tell him what code number, which cable that. 30 seconds later, the person came and said, Acha, ye wala hai, and he was showing it to me on a popular live stream platform, which 500 billion Indians use on a daily. Some of the use case scenarios are not even being imagined by me and you or the operator. The Indian customer, the Indian who is known for his jugaad will come up with such fantastic applications which will justify the investment and this whole excitement that I personally feel today with India entering 5G.
Well, absolutely, Siddharth. And that example that you just cited about the manner in which towards rural India and also in smaller cities, when you talk about which channel you work for, and you just go on and you show the channel on your phone, there is delight, and we all feel extremely delighted when that really happens, and that's been our experience as well. That experience is bound to improve in the next few months or so to come. Like Siddharth said, we are a data-hungry country, and we always want more data, and we want speed, and that is something which 5G is going to improve by leaps and bounds. I'm now being joined by Mohandas Pai also. Thank you so much for your time. What is your opinion, or what is your big takeaway from this big bang rollout of 5G services that's happening as we speak, sir?
No, my view is that it has been a long time coming, and it's a great day for India that people are going to get 5G. Obviously, 5G is going to improve the consumer experience, increase the productivity in the country, and bring India on a par with other countries where 5G is there. You'll see that, we are going to have much more innovation in the video space. We'll have much more innovation in education. We'll have much more innovation everywhere. But we have to make sure that the quality remains high. That means proper investment is called for, and the big companies should not cringe on investment. Right now in 4G, in many places we are not getting the speeds we pay for. So I think regulatory control should improve, quality should be maintained, and of course, rollout should be done. And also the equipment has to be manufactured in India. I'm told that Jio is getting the software and everything done in India. That will be good, because from 5G, maybe in 5 years, we have to go to 6G. We have to set standards. So I think it's a great day for India.
Also, Mr. Pai, there are concerns that are being raised, as always, about the manner in which our cybersecurity systems need to be more robust at all times. More so now that we'll be seeing a rollout of this kind, albeit by the end of 2023, across the country, isn't it?
Security has to be tightened up. It's good that we are not having Huawei. Huawei had close connection with the PLA and others. And China has become antagonistic to India, so we should keep Huawei out. And that's why we need Indian-based companies, and our Indian software companies have the expertise and ability. And Jio, I'm told, is doing that. And we are seeing the Tata's tie-up with the Tejas to do 4G for BSNL. I'm sure they will come with an alternative. We have to encourage them and focus and improve security. And I think security, if there's proper investment, there will not be a concern. I mean, there are ways and means to do it. People have to invest, government has to invest. And I'm sure that it will happen.
I'm thanking you for the moment, for joining us with your views on that very important and interesting and exciting story that we're tracking today. We're going to go straight across to Pragati Maidan now, from where we're getting in these live pictures of the Prime Minister who is inaugurating the 5G network. The services getting rolled out. Listen in.
नागरिकों के लिए ईज ऑफ लिविंग हो, इंडस्ट्री के लिए ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हो, और इसी के चलते उनका ये आग्रह भी रहा है कि देश में आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो। और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के उनके विजन के कारण आज देश ने 4G बना लिया है, 5G बना लिया है, और इस दशक के अंत तक 6G भी बना लेंगे। और आप सब जानते हैं कि उनके आशीर्वाद और मार्गदर्शन से हमने टेलीकॉम क्षेत्र में कई रिफॉर्म्स भी किया है। मैं एक ही उदाहरण देता हूं। आज हमारे टेलीकॉम सर्विस प्रोवाइडर सुबह में स्पेक्ट्रम्स के लिए चार्जेस भरते हैं और कुछ ही घंटों में उनको स्पेक्ट्रम का एलोकेशन हो जाता है। ये नया भारत है, ये आपके आशीर्वाद के कारण हुआ है। और आज टेलीकॉम क्षेत्र में, एडवांस टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी में जब हम आत्मनिर्भर हो रहे हैं, तब हम सबको ये पूरा भरोसा है कि दूर संचार आने वाले समय में, अमृतकाल और संकल्प काल में हमें नई गति देगा, नई तेजी देगा और ऊर्जा देगा। और उसी ऊर्जा और गति के साथ हमारे गतिशील प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को, भारत की जनता की सेवा में ये 5G सेवा बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा। और पुनः मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करता हूं, आप सभी जनों का स्वागत करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी आपके स्वागत संदेश के लिए। और now inviting the Honorable Minister for Communications, Railways, Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, for his address.
परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री के कैप्टन्स श्री देवू सिंह चौहान जी, सभी साथी, आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत में 5G सर्विसेज का शुभारंभ कर रहे हैं। आज का दिन टेलीकॉम के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में दर्ज होगा। इस शुभ अवसर पर आप सभी का अभिनंदन। टेलीकॉम डिजिटल इंडिया का गेटवे है, फाउंडेशन है, डिजिटल सर्विसेज को जन जन तक पहुंचाने का माध्यम है। आधुनिक जीवन में हम जो भी डिजिटल सर्विसेज देख रहे हैं, जो उपयोग कर रहे हैं, वो सब उसके मूल में टेलीकॉम है। इसीलिए देश की सामाजिक और आर्थिक उन्नति के लिए एक सुदृढ़ टेलीकॉम सेक्टर की आवश्यकता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने टेलीकॉम सेक्टर को स्ट्रैटेजिक सेक्टर का दर्जा दिया है। इस सेक्टर के सभी डायमेंशंस पर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम सबको मार्गदर्शन दिया। ऐसे आपने स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स किए, प्रोसीजर्स में सिंप्लीफिकेशन किया। जो एक एवरेज परमिट 300 से ज़्यादा दिन लगता था, वो आज 7 दिन से कम में एवरेज एक परमिशन मिल जाती है। सारे अप्रूवल्स आसान किए और सबसे बड़ी बात, टेक्नोलॉजी के डेवलपमेंट पर फोकस किया। वर्षों तक लिटिगेशन में फंसे इस सेक्टर को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज एक रेगुलेटरी सर्टेनिटी दी है, एक ट्रांसपेरेंट व्यवस्था बनाई है। इन सभी प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि आज टेलीकॉम सेक्टर एक सनराइज इंडस्ट्री बन के उभर रहा है। देश में 5G सर्विसेज कई सेक्टर्स में फंडामेंटल चेंज आएगा। एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, एग्रीकल्चर, लॉजिस्टिक्स, बैंकिंग, ये ऐसे सेक्टर हैं जिसमें एक मूलभूत परिवर्तन आएगा। नई नई संभावनाएं उत्पन्न होगी। डिजिटल कैपेबिलिटीज को सेंटर में रख के उसके चारों तरफ नई सर्विसेज क्रिएट होंगी। कम्युनिकेशंस का स्वरूप बदल जाएगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा अंत्योदय की भावना से सभी काम करते हैं। इस तेजी से बदलने वाली टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया में भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा साधारण मानवी तक सारी सुविधाएं कैसे पहुंचे, समाज के अंतिम छोर पे बैठे व्यक्ति तक सारी सुविधाएं कैसे पहुंचे, ऐसा हमेशा हमको मार्गदर्शन दिया। आपने लास्ट माइल तक पहुंचाने के लिए 35,000 करोड़ रुपीस सैंक्शन किए हैं, जिससे कि हर गांव तक अच्छी सर्विसेज पहुंच सके। मैं आपके लिए बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। ऐसी सोच से ही देश का एक सुदृढ़ निर्माण होता है। हर घर तक फाइबर पहुंचे, इसके लिए आपने एक इनोवेटिव मॉडल तैयार किया है। आगामी महीनों में आपके इस सोच से दूर दराज के गांवों तक एक बहुत अच्छा एक परिणाम मिलेगा, बहुत अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी मिलेगी। आपने BSNL को एक मार्केट स्टेबलाइजिंग फोर्स का दर्जा देके 1,64,000 करोड़ का पैकेज दिया, जो कि ऐतिहासिक है और जो कि देश के ऐसे क्षेत्र जिसमें आज भी BSNL के ऊपर बहुत भरोसा है, उन सब के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट आपका ये पैकेज है। इन सभी प्रोग्राम के साथ आपने जो विशेष महत्व दिया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, वो है भारत में निर्मित टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी। ये एक बहुत बड़ा फंडामेंटल चेंज आप लेके आए। भारत के इंजीनियर्स की प्रतिभा विश्व भर में प्रसिद्ध है। आपने संकल्प दिया 4G और 5G की टेक्नोलॉजी देश में निर्मित होनी चाहिए, एंड टू एंड निर्मित होनी चाहिए। बहुत मुश्किल टारगेट था, बहुत सारी बाधाएं थी, लेकिन आपके इस विजन को देश ने स्वीकार कर, और ऐसे जब प्रखर नेतृत्व जब एक विजन रखते हैं सामने, तो सारी बाधाएं पार कर कर देश सफल होता है। आज हिंदुस्तान के लिए गर्व की बात है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस संकल्प से देश ने अपनी 5G टेक्नोलॉजी तैयार की है। आज दुनिया भर में भारत में विकसित 5G टेक्नोलॉजी की चर्चा है और बहुत अच्छी संभावना है कि आगामी वर्षों में भारत एक टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी के लीडर के रूप में इमर्ज होगा। मैं फिर एक बार भारत के टेलीकॉम और डिजिटल इकोनॉमी में वर्ल्ड लीडर बनाने वाले यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the views of our industry leaders, the three stalwarts, the telecom service providers who have been working very closely in collaboration with the Government of India. And they've brought about a remarkable change in the digital communications sector. In fact, wherein the mobile technology today has truly become an instrument of citizen empowerment. So we invite now the views of Shri Mukesh Ambani ji, the Chairman, Reliance Industries Limited, inviting him for his address.
Most respected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Minister Shri Vaishnav ji, Honorable Minister of State Shri Chauhan ji, Secretary Telecom Shri Rajaraman ji, my good friends from industry Sunil and Kumar, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My hearty congratulations to DOT and COAI for organizing the 6th edition of the India Mobile Congress. I can wholeheartedly say today that as Indian telecom industry, what we have demonstrated, I feel very proud. And to both COAI and DOT, I can say that we are now ready to take leadership, and the Indian Mobile Congress should now become the Asian Mobile Congress and the Global Mobile Congress. Today is also very special because it coincides with our national celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Our beloved Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has shared an inspiring vision of making India a developed nation by 2047. Every policy and every action of the government is skillfully crafted to propel India towards that goal. The steps taken to fast-track India's march into the 5G era provide a compelling proof of our Prime Minister's determination. This is most heartening because 5G is much more than the next generation of connectivity technology. To my mind, it is a foundational technology that unlocks the full potential of other 21st century technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, blockchain, and metaverse. In fact, I think of 5G as an acronym for 5 goals that fundamentally can transform our nation. First, 5G and 5G-enabled digital solutions can bring affordable and high-quality education and skill development within the reach of common Indians. This will help young Indians realize their full potential by arming them with world-class capabilities and competencies so that they can earn more and make India globally competitive. Second, 5G can affordably deliver high-quality healthcare to rural and remote areas by turning existing hospitals into smart hospitals without much additional investment. This will make services of the best doctors digitally available anywhere in India, dramatically improve the speed and accuracy of diagnostics, and enable real-time clinical decision-making. All this will enhance health, wealth, and happiness of all Indians. Third, 5G can bridge the gap between urban and rural India by accelerating digitization and intelligent data management of agriculture services, trade, industry, the informal sector, transportation, and energy infrastructure. This will create huge efficiencies in all economic activities, making India a hub of innovation and also help us mitigate the climate crisis. 4, 5G can make available the same powerful productivity tools to small-scale industry and commercial enterprises as are used by large capital-intensive businesses. This will drive modernization and profitability of all sectors of India's economy. And fifth and final, By bringing artificial intelligence into every domain, 5G can power India's emergence as the world's intelligence capital. This will help India become a major exporter of high value-added digital solutions and services. Achieving these 5 goals will trigger a huge explosion of entrepreneurship in our country, which in turn will attract even larger investments and create millions of new jobs for our young people. By harnessing the combined power of demography and digital technologies, India can become the world's leading digital society, setting a benchmark for simultaneously achieving the dual goals of acceleration of growth and inclusion in development. Acceleration of growth by making India a $40 trillion economy by 2047, up from $3 trillion today, and inclusion in development by increasing our per capita income rapidly to $20,000 from $2,000 per capita today. Therefore, it will not be an exaggeration to say that 5G is like a digital Kamdhenu, the heavenly cow that grants whatever we desire. Esteemed dignitaries, the rollout of 5G in India is not an ordinary event in India's telecom history. It carries the keen expectations and the high aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. With 5G, India will take longer and faster strides towards Sabka Digital Saath or Sabka Digital Vikas. India may have started a little late, but I want to assure all of you, we will finish first by rolling out 5G services across the length and breadth of India. And as an industry, we will ensure that we have the highest quality and the most affordable rates that anyone else has in the world. Today, I want to reiterate Jio's commitment to deliver 5G to every town, every taluka, and every tehsil of our district by December of 2023. Most of Jio's 5G is developed in India and hence carries the stamp of Atmanirbhar Bharat. On this occasion, I would like to congratulate Honorable Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji and the Government of India for their efforts to strengthen BSNL. A strong BSNL will bring the balancing presence of a government entity in this very strategic sector. Most respected Pradhan Mantriji, before I conclude, I would like to express a deep-seated emotion of pride in my heart, a pride felt by every Indian. Your leadership has raised India's prestige, profile, and power globally like never before. In today's fast-changing world, there will be no stopping a resurgent India from soaring to the top, a place that is rightfully ours. India and Indians can't settle for anything less. All of us at the India Mobile Congress assure you that we will work together and walk together under your guidance towards the glorious future that awaits our nation. Thank you and a very happy Navratri to all of you and all my fellow Indians.
Thank you, Shri Ambani, for sharing your vision and the commitment towards delivering the 5G services to the citizens of the country and shaping a new progressive smart India. और अब आमंत्रित हैं श्री सुनील भारती मित्तल जी, चेयरमैन भारती एंटरप्राइजेस। उनसे निवेदन है सम्मानित सभा को संबोधित करने के लिए।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री लोकप्रिय मोदी जी, श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव चौहान जी, सेक्रेटरी टेलीकॉम, मेरे इंडस्ट्री के साथी मुकेश अंबानी जी, कुमार बिरला, मेरे पुराने हमसफर राजीव चंद्रशेखर जो यहाँ आज मौजूद हैं, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट और बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पे जो पिछले कई दशकों से मेरे साथ टेलीकॉम में चले हैं, उन सबका स्वागत है। आज एक बहुत ही अहम दिन है देश के लिए। एक नए युग की शुरुआत होने जा रही है और मेरा ये मानना है कि इस युग की शुरुआत जो ये 75वीं साल की आज़ादी की अमृत महोत्सव के टाइम पे हो रही है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से ये एक देश में नई जागरूकता लाएगी, एक नई एनर्जी लाएगी और इससे जैसे अभी मुकेश ने भी बताया कि बहुत सी नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हमारे देशवासियों के लिए खुलेंगी। जो रूरल एरियाज़ हैं, जो आज शायद कुछ अभाव महसूस कर रहे हैं, उनको हर चीज़ से जोड़ा जाएगा। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हमें इस बात का गर्व है और हम बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि हमारे पास आज एक ऐसे लीडर हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी को बारीकी से समझते हैं और बाखूबी से सजाते हैं। मैं दुनिया में जाता हूँ, बहुत लोगों से मिलता हूँ, टेक्नोलॉजी की अप्रिसिएशन तो शायद बहुत लीडर्स करते हैं और उसकी बारीकी से समझ और उसकी जोड़ना देश की उन्नति के लिए मेरे हिसाब से शायद जो मोदी जी कर सकते हैं वो कोई भी और नहीं कर सकता। मैंने बहुत क्लोज से देखा है, जब गुजरात में चीफ मिनिस्टर थे तो ई-ग्राम लाने वाले सैटेलाइट कनेक्टिविटी से सारे गांव को गुजरात में जोड़ा गया ताकि स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से उनको जल्द से जल्द हर चीज़ मुहैया कराई जाए। ड्रिप इरिगेशन का काम हिंदुस्तान में सबसे पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की बात जब होती थी तो गुजरात सबसे आगे निकलता था। इंडस्ट्री की सपोर्ट के लिए सबसे आगे आते थे क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगी, इससे अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बढ़ेंगी। तो आज हम सब बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि आप जैसे नेता देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आपने कुछ आके सबके सामने विजन रखे, उसमें डिजिटल इंडिया का एक विजन था जो हमने पकड़ा और मेरा ये मानना है कि उस विजन के बिना इस पेंडेमिक में हमारी शायद देश में बहुत दुर्गति होती। आपने आके जब ये डिजिटल विजन दिया उससे एक एक्सेलरेशन हुई और मैं मुकेश की आप सराहना करूंगा कि उन्होंने आके जो हम 4G ऑलरेडी चला रहे थे उसको बहुत गति दी और हम सबको भागना पड़ा, बहुत तेज से पकड़ना पड़ा। और जब पेंडेमिक की मार पड़ी तो रातों रात ट्रैफिक शहरों से गांव में पहुंचाया, दफ्तरों से घरों में पहुंचाया। इस देश की एक मिनट के लिए भी धड़कन नहीं रुकी। हमारा काम लगातार चलता रहा और इस डिजिटल विजन को उसका श्रेय जाता है। मोदी जी ने बात की मेक इन इंडिया की, इन्होंने नारा लगाया लाल किले से मेक इन इंडिया का। मैं आज ये कन्फेस करता हूं कि मेरा ये मानना था कि मेरी जिंदगी में इस देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं बन पाएगी, खास तौर पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में। 500-600 बिलियन डॉलर की हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, मेरे को उम्मीद नहीं थी। उससे थोड़ी उम्मीद आई, पर आज तो ये रियलिटी बन गई है कि ये देश मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का देश बनने जा रहा है। डिजिटल के साथ उन्होंने स्टार्टअप इंडिया का नारा लगाया। हर महीने यूनिकॉर्न पैदा होने शुरू हो गए हैं और मेरा ये मानना है कि 5G के तहत आने वाले सालों में सैकड़ों यूज केस, हजारों और एंटरप्रेन्योर और दर्जनों और यूनिकॉर्न इस देश में पैदा होंगे। वो भी उसका श्रेय स्टार्टअप इंडिया को जाता है। मोदी जी 40 साल पहले इसी अक्टूबर में 1982 में ताइवान में मैंने एक पुश बटन टेलीफोन देखा और उसको हिंदुस्तान में लेके आया, यहाँ पे उसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू की। आज 40 साल के बाद मुझे बहुत गर्व महसूस होता है कि आज वही भारतीय एयरटेल जो कि बहुत छोटी उम्र में अपना टेलीकॉम में कदम रखा था 40 साल पहले, आज 5G में आगे सबसे आगे चल के इस देश की सेवा में जुटी हुई है। मैं आपको यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारती के सब लोग और एयरटेल के सब लोग पूरे जोर से, पूरी अपना हिम्मत से 5G को देश में फैलाएंगे और 2023 मार्च तक काफ़ी शहरों में और 2024 मार्च तक सारे देश में 5G का फैलाव करेंगे। और आज जब आप लॉन्च करेंगे इस 5G को तो 8 शहरों में आज 5G एयरटेल की तरफ से उपलब्ध होगा। दिल्ली, वाराणसी, मुंबई, बेंगलोर और कई शहरों में। तो मैं आपको बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि आपने आके यहाँ आज सबकी शोभा बढ़ाई है। खास तौर पे मैं कांग्रेचुलेट करूंगा DOT को और COI को, जिन्होंने आज इस आईएमसी को एक मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस के लेवल पे आज लेके गए हैं। आज अगर आप बाहर जाएंगे तो देखेंगे कि दुनिया में कहीं भी आप एग्जीबिशन देखेंगे उससे आज यहाँ कम नहीं है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। देश और देश के विकास की तरफ समर्पित आपकी भावनाओं, आपकी कोशिशों और विशेष रूप से 5G सर्विसेज की तरफ जो आपको सभी को ले जाने की तरफ जो कोशिश है उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी देने का। और अब आमंत्रित करते हैं प्रोग्रेसिव आइडियाज़ और विजन श्री कुमार मंगलम बिरला जी की, चेयरमैन आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Minister for Telecom, IT and Railways Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of State Shri Debu Singh Chauhan, Honorable Secretary Telecom Shri M. Rajaraman, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, Mr. Sunil Mittal. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, for your very inspiring presence today at the Indian Mobile Congress 2022. It is on the back of your vision and leadership that we will today witness a generational leap in technology. This is a leap that demonstrates India's prowess on the global stage and reinforces the telecom industry's role as the bedrock of digital India. Honorable Sir, we thank you for acknowledging the industry's role during the pandemic and for the path-breaking telecom reforms announced by the government under your leadership. I take this opportunity to also thank Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav for steering the sector so skillfully into the future. I express my gratitude to Minister of State Shri Debu Singh Chauhan, Secretary DOT, Chairman TRAI, and all the officers of DOT and TRAI for accelerating the country's digitization agenda. As all of you know, the telecom industry has been one of the country's key growth engines, catapulting India into the top 5 economies of the world. It continues to play a transformational role, touching every aspect of our daily lives and work. Today, we are set to make a giant leap into the future, driven by the reformist and futuristic policies of our Honorable Prime Minister. We are committed to the vision of building the digital infrastructure for the India of tomorrow. As the Honorable Prime Minister launches India's 5G networks here today, the telecom industry will further ignite the digital dreams of 1.3 billion Indians and many thousands of enterprises. It will also set the stage for the country to become a $5 trillion economy in the next few years, with a $1 trillion contribution by the digital economy itself. 5G will augment services at scale and will create impact in critical areas like Industry 4.0, automated manufacturing, to creating the connected factory, smart cities, smart automobiles, smart homes, immersive gaming, and other innovative business and consumer solutions. 5G will also accelerate immersive education, remote health, and smart agriculture to enable inclusive growth and prosperity in rural India, thus realizing the PM's philosophy of benefit to Antyodaya. The Honorable Prime Minister's vision, global influence, as well as enabling government policies and platforms such as Gati Shakti and Make in India will play a crucial role in catalyzing the required investments into our sector. Sir, your government has made critical policy interventions, boosting investor confidence in the sector, and as we move into the 5G era, we hope to receive continued policy support to drive the 5G revolution in this digital decade. Vodafone Idea is committed to taking India on this new pace of the country's digital journey. We have 240 million citizens connected to our networks, with 50% of them in rural India. Our networks have been constantly upgraded to be capable of smooth and swift migration to 5G. Having taken concrete steps for the 5G ecosystem development, 5G use cases for Indian enterprises and consumers, and acquisition of 5G spectrum in a very well-designed auction, we will soon begin the 5G rollout journey. We will leverage our strong presence in rural India, our enterprise customers, our technology partners, and the global experience of the Vodafone Group for progressively rolling out our 5G networks and services in the coming period. Today, we are greatly honored that our beloved Prime Minister will soon launch the VI 5G use case demonstration. Our unique use case addresses the need for safe working conditions for workers at infrastructure construction sites by leveraging digital infrastructure and 5G. It will demonstrate how a high-speed, ultra-low latency 5G network can be used in India for ensuring worker safety and efficiency in the supervision of critical construction sites. I believe the launch of 5G services marks the beginning of an exciting journey for India. As the ecosystem evolves, we will see limitless potential for 5G development and use cases in the years to come. I thank our Prime Minister for underlining his support to the sector with his presence here today. The telecom industry will certainly play its role in bringing alive his vision for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a sneak peek into the world of 5G with your address, and thank you also for your commitment. And ladies and gentlemen, the India Mobile Congress was conceived in the year 2017, and the first conference was organized in the year 2017. Over the years, it has grown in size and stature, in impact and impression. And in fact, it has truly become a representation of the digital dreams, digital ambitions of 1.4 billion people, earning a very unique place in the global and annual calendar of global conversations on technologies and the digital communications. And today, as we open IMC 2022, we all stand very excited to engage, encapsulate, and experience this new digital universe, which is just about to open and ready to engage and explore. So may I request our Honorable Prime Minister to please declare India Mobile Congress 2022 open by launching a film with a click of a remote. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन है कि रिमोट का बटन दबाकर IMC 2022 को लॉन्च करें।
India, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is rapidly marching ahead on the path of unprecedented development. Technology has contributed significantly to India's growth story. Digital India has been an enabler in transforming sectors, bringing positive change in the lives of people, providing government services to the last person, and empowering the unempowered. India's mighty IT sector is for global good. India's strength lies in developing low-cost, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable solutions that further ease of living for people. As India is taking new resolutions in this Amrit Kaal of independence, it is a beginning of a new chapter in this decade of India. Today, we herald a new era of technology, innovation, and growth, led by the vision that strives to create a difference in the lives of every citizen of the country.
एक नया विश्व तैयार हो रहा है। भारत उसे आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, और मैं साफ देख रहा हूं दोस्तों, ये डेकेड मानव जात के लिए डेकेड का समय है, टेक्नोलॉजी का डेकेड है।
5G, a vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is a technology mission. The advent of 5G technologies will be a game changer for the economic and social development of the country. This will revolutionize various building blocks of the nation, including education, agriculture, healthcare, manufacturing and logistics, and add strength to the nation's resolve of building a developed India. The India Mobile Congress, a global platform working towards the vision of creating a new digital universe, promises to be the largest congregation of the industry, intelligentsia, and the end consumer. Spread over an area of 26,000 square meters, the event will be a host to over 5,000 CXOs from various companies. There would be over 230 exhibitors, and over 100 startups would showcase their tech prowess. The multiple parallel conferences would be attended by over 196 global speakers. An estimated 70,000 visitors would attend this 4-day event, making it one of the most prolific events in its genre. The India Mobile Congress 2022, a global platform for a global vision.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a world of unlimited possibilities and opportunities is just about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been all eagerly waiting for this moment, जब देशवासियों को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों द्वारा 5G की एक विशेष सौगात मिलने जा रही है। तो मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करना चाहूंगी कि वे रिमोट का बटन दबाकर 5G सर्विसेज का लोकार्पण करें। और आप सभी की तालियों के बीच में यहाँ पर स्वागत करते हैं 5G सर्विसेज का। India today, ladies and gentlemen, getting this gift of 5G at the hands of Honorable Prime Minister. And from today onwards, the service providers are going to be rolling out the 5G services in different parts of the country, and we're expecting that by the end of 2024, almost 75% of the citizens of this country are going to be able to avail the 5G services. और अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों द्वारा 5G सर्विसेज के लोकार्पण के बाद अब देखते हैं कि किस तरह से 5G सर्विसेज के आने के बाद ज़मीनी स्तर पर काफ़ी परिवर्तन आएगा, बदलाव आएगा। इसकी तरफ हम अब यहाँ पर कुछ यूज़ केसेस को डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट करेंगे जो कि हमारे लीडिंग टेलीकॉम सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स की तरफ से है। पहला जो यूज़ केस है वो रिलायंस जियो की तरफ से है। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में पढ़ेगा भारत तभी तो बढ़ेगा भारत, और डेमो स्कूल्स के छात्रों के साथ वर्चुअली हमारे साथ अब जुड़ रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी, ओडिशा के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नवीन पटनायक जी, महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, और समन्वय के लिए धीरूभाई अंबानी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल के शिक्षक। आप सभी का स्वागत है। और अब कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेटिंग के लिए और आगे की कार्यवाही के लिए अब हम सीधा जुड़ते हैं मुंबई से, और वहाँ पर हमारे साथ एक बहुत ही लोकप्रिय और मशहूर भारतीय लेखक अमीश त्रिपाठी जी हैं। मैं उनका स्वागत करती हूँ एंड आई हैंड ओवर टू हिम नाउ।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, रिलायंस के चेयरमैन श्री मुकेश अंबानी जी, मंत्रीगण, उपस्थित महानुभावों और मेरे प्यारे दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आज हमने 4 स्कूल्स को यहाँ डिजिटली कनेक्ट किया है। एक एक्सपर्ट टीचर जो मुंबई के एक स्कूल में है, बाकी के 3 स्कूल्स के साथ अपना नॉलेज शेयर कर रहे हैं। आइए एक वीडियो के जरिए हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम की जरूरतों को समझें।
विश्व शक्ति बनने की ताकत रखने वाले भारत को अपनी नई पीढ़ी को सही तरीके से ढालना और संवारना होगा। ये बच्चे जो भविष्य में इस देश के नेता, बिजनेसमैन, साइंटिस्ट, डॉक्टर्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनेंगे, यही हमारे देश का आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना साकार करेंगे। और इस सपने को पूरा करने के लिए शिक्षा ही उनका सबसे जरूरी माध्यम है। भारत में आज 25 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा विद्यार्थी हैं, जिनमें से 10 करोड़ क्वालिटी एजुकेशन से वंचित हैं। एक अच्छी शिक्षा का स्तर तब मिल पाता है जब हमारे विद्यार्थियों के पास क्वालिटी कंटेंट, ट्रेन टीचर्स और कोलैबोरेशन का मौका हो। जियो ट्रू 5G अब इसे संभव करेगा। विश्व स्तर का एजुकेशन कंटेंट आज तक सिर्फ कुछ ही स्कूलों में उपलब्ध था, लेकिन ये कंटेंट सबसे पहले देश भर के सारे शिक्षकों को मिलना चाहिए, जो आगे जाकर इसे अपने विद्यार्थियों के साथ साझा करेंगे। इसी के साथ शिक्षकों का आपस में कोलैबोरेशन, टीचिंग कम्युनिटीज का निर्माण, एजुकेशनल कंटेंट का आदान प्रदान और साथ ही को टीचिंग मेथड का उपयोग एक बड़े स्तर पर ट्रेन टीचर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं। केवल इतना ही नहीं, अलग अलग स्कूल्स के विद्यार्थी चाहे वो कहीं भी हो, किसी भी स्तर पर हो, एक साथ आकर अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम कर सकते हैं और अपनी कल्पनाओं को साकार होते देख सकते हैं। जियो ट्रू 5G एक ऐसा अनोखा इकोसिस्टम बनाएगा जो बच्चों के सपनों को पंख देगा और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के भारत के 247 तक के डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी बनने के विजन को भी पूरा करेगा। अब बढ़ेगा इंडिया तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
स्क्रीन पर चल रही लाइव क्लास के माध्यम से आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे स्कूल्स में क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की कमी को जियो ट्रू 5G पूरा कर रहा है। और इसमें जब ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी और वर्चुअल रियलिटी जुड़ जाएगी तो शिक्षा की क्वालिटी एक नए मुकाम पर पहुंच जाएगी। इसे बासु सर एक उदाहरण से समझाएंगे। ओवर टू यू बासु सर।
I will now project my Geo glass on the screen. Our heart is a pump that circulates blood through blood vessels. It is made up of cardiac muscles which beats throughout your life, powered by electrical impulses. The four chambers of the heart are called the right and left atrium, which receives the blood, and the right and left ventricle, which pumps the blood. The right and the left chambers are separated by a wall, which you can clearly see here, which is called as the septum.
थैंक यू सर। जब देश के 15 लाख स्कूल्स को 5G जोड़ेगा तो बनेगा भारत का एक महान डिजिटल स्कूल और होगा साकार प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे विद्यार्थियों को अपने ओजस्वी विचारों से प्रेरित करें।
आपका नाम क्या है? आप में से कौन बात करेगा? सबने हाथ ऊपर कर दिए। अच्छा बताइए, क्या नाम है बेटे आपका?
नमस्ते सर, मेरा नाम जयमिनी ठाकुर है।
अच्छा बताइए, ये जो शिक्षक आपके सामने नहीं है और इस प्रकार से पढ़ना है, तो आपको लगता है कि पढ़ सकते हैं?
हाँ सर, पढ़ सकते हैं।
लेकिन टीचर नहीं है तो फिर क्या करोगे?
तो हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से सीख सकते हैं।
थोड़ी देर में खेलने जाने के लिए मन कर जाएगा। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी वालों को बीच बीच में कहना पड़ेगा, ध्यान रखो, सामने देखो, बातें मत करो, ऐसा कहना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ।
शाबाश। अच्छा, आपको कौन सा सब्जेक्ट पसंद है और आप चाहोगी कि इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी से वो सब्जेक्ट आपको पढ़ने के लिए मिल जाए? आपको इतनी छोटी आयु में चश्मा आ गया है तो आप जरूर ज्यादा पढ़ती होगी।
सर, मेरा मनपसंद साइंस है।
अच्छा, उसको लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी से अब मजा आएगा?
हाँ।
ज्यादा अच्छी तरह से समझ पाओगे?
हाँ।
अब ये जैसे हार्ट के विषय में अभी पढ़ाया, अगर ऐसा न होता और टीचर ने समझाया होता तो दिमाग में चित्र बनता कि हाँ ये कुछ ऐसा कह रहे हैं टीचर। नहीं बनता। देखिए, ये फर्क है टेक्नोलॉजी का, जिसका फायदा हमारे देश के बच्चों को होने वाला है। चलिए बच्चों, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको।
थैंक यू सर।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। और बच्चे बहुत एक्साइटेड फील कर रहे थे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ बात कर, और हमने देखा कि किस तरह से उनकी भी कितनी आकांक्षाएं हैं, कितने ड्रीम्स हैं। कोई साइंस में इंटरेस्टेड है और उनको भी लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी के आने से किस तरह से उनकी एजुकेशन और बहुत एनरिच्ड इमर्सिव एक्सपीरियंस उन्हें मिलेगा। तो इसके साथ धन्यवाद करते हैं रिलायंस जियो को, और धन्यवाद हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्रीगण जो हमारे साथ जुड़े थे। बच्चों को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और बढ़ते हैं अगले यूज़ केस की तरफ। ये यूज़ केस वोडाफोन आइडिया की तरफ से है, हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स की सेफ्टी पर केंद्रित है। देवी सज्जनों, हम सभी जानते हैं कि नए भारत के निर्माण में हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते आए हैं, पर साथ साथ उनकी सुरक्षा हमेशा से एक चिंता का विषय भी रहा है। और इसी को एड्रेस करते हुए, मद्देनजर रखते हुए, वोडाफोन आइडिया द्वारा डिजिटल ट्विन बनाकर दिल्ली मेट्रो की एक अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टनल में वर्कर्स की सेफ्टी कैसे इंश्योर की जा रही है, यह अब डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया जाएगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 5G द्वारा इस टनल का टूर भी कर पाएंगे और साथ साथ वर्कर्स से संवाद भी करेंगे। तो आइए सबसे पहले इसकी तरफ देखते हैं एक फिल्म।
भारत का विकास आज नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा है और इस विकास को मजबूती देते हैं हमारे मेहनती वर्कर्स, जो दिन रात एक करके देश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लगातार तेजी से आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति और डिजिटल इंडिया योजना भारत को वैश्विक स्तर पर एक नई पहचान दे रहे हैं। हमारे इन मेहनती भाई बहनों की सुरक्षा हमारी जिम्मेदारी ही नहीं, कर्तव्य भी है। और इस कर्तव्य को निभाने में हमारी मदद करेगी 5G टेक्नोलॉजी। Advanced 4K HD cameras, low latency, edge AI, digital twin, real-time support और augmented reality के साथ, जो कि पहले मुमकिन नहीं था। V5G द्वारा संचालित डिजिटल ट्विन बना है लो लेटेंसी और हाई बैंडविड्थ पर, जो आपको देता है कई कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट्स की रियल टाइम 3 डायमेंशनल वीडियो फीड HD क्वालिटी में। इस टेक्नोलॉजी से आप कहीं से भी काम और वर्कर्स को गाइड कर सकते हैं, जिससे काम और भी तेजी से होगा, वो भी सुरक्षा से समझौता किए बिना। तो आइए मिलकर कदम बढ़ाएं, 5G से वर्कर्स को सुरक्षित बनाएं।
अब हम आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करेंगे डायस के दाईं तरफ के काले स्क्रीन पर। उस स्क्रीन के सामने आपको हमारे सुपरवाइजर कुणाल दिखेंगे, जो एक होलो लेंस पहने हुए हैं। इस होलो लेंस के द्वारा वो हमें कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट ले जाएंगे, जो देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में द्वारका मेट्रो टनल का भाग है, जहां पर वो हमें वर्कर्स की सुरक्षा के 3 यूज केसेस दिखाएंगे। कुणाल जी। सुरक्षा के किसी भी नियम का उल्लंघन होने पर तत्काल एक अलार्म दिया जा सकता है। जैसे आप देख सकते हैं, फेस मास्क के बिना काम करता हुआ श्रमिक। अब देखिए, कोई वर्कर प्रतिबंधित क्षेत्र में प्रवेश करता है तो कैसे तुरंत अलार्म सुपरवाइजर को मिलता है। इस क्षमता से अब हम टनल के अंदर उपस्थित लोगों से वार्तालाप करेंगे। इस समय टनल के अंदर उपस्थित हैं माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी, और डीएमआरसी टनल के निर्माण में लगे कुछ कर्मचारी। आपसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि आप V5G पे इनसे बातचीत करें।
नमस्कार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
सक्सेना जी, आप टनल में पहुंच गए हैं?
जी हाँ, मैं इस वक्त मेट्रो की टनल में मौजूद हूँ और यहाँ पर उसका कार्य चल रहा है।
वहाँ कोई मजदूर भाई बहन है तो उनसे बात करेंगे, कुछ विशेष बता सकते हैं कोई?
जी हाँ, यहाँ पर काफी लोग मौजूद हैं और मैं यहाँ पर रिंकू कुमार जी को बुला रहा हूँ जो आपसे संवाद करेंगे।
नमस्कार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री।
नमस्कार जी, नमस्कार जी। क्या शुभ नाम है आपका?
सर, यहाँ पे काम चल रहा है कंस्ट्रक्शन का।
ये टनल के काम में ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी आपको कैसे काम आ रही है?
सर, बहुत ही उन्नति के लिए काम आएगी सर। बहुत ही मेहनती है सर। हमें हर तरह के निर्देश दे करके बताया जा रहा है सर।
ये सीखने में तकलीफ होती है कि आराम से आप लोग उसको सहज स्वभाव के तहत करना शुरू कर देते हैं कि बहुत ट्रेनिंग लगती है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट करना पड़ता है, तब जाकर के बड़ी मुश्किल से समझ आता है? क्या होता है?
नहीं सर, बहुत ही आसान तरीके से हमें बताया जाता है, सिखाया जाता है, संकेत दिया जाता है सर। हम अपना कार्य आराम से इस अनुसार इस तकनीक से बढ़िया से कर सकते हैं सर। हमें कोई काम करने में कोई परेशानी नहीं है सर यहाँ पे।
इसके कारण काम में गति बढ़ती है?
जी बिल्कुल, काम में तेजी होती है सर। हम अपने काम पे ही ध्यान रखते हैं पूरा।
सबसे बड़ी बात होती है मजदूर का विश्वास, उसको लगना चाहिए यहाँ सेफ्टी है, और मुझे पहले से इंडिकेशन मिलता है इस टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण, तो ये अनुभव आ रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल, पूर्ण रूप से।
अंदर कोई गैसेस हो, कुछ और तकलीफ हो तो तुरंत ये सेंस करके बता देता है, तो ये अनुभव आ रहा है कुछ आपको?
जी सर, बिल्कुल।
चलिए, मेरी आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और आप श्रमिकों के कारण मेरा देश बन रहा है।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके इस उत्साहपूर्ण वार्ता से आप आज देश के लाखों करोड़ों श्रमिकों का उत्साह और भी बढ़ेगा। देश में 5G लाने के लिए वी की तरफ से हम आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं। माननीय
तो दिव्य सज्जनों, हमने देखा किस तरह से एक टनल में भी वहाँ से हमारे साथ वर्कर ने बात की, मजदूर ने बात की। उन्होंने कहा कि एक तेज़ी भी महसूस कर रहे हैं काम में और सेफ्टी को कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ किए बिना। तो ये 5G सर्विसेज के द्वारा पॉसिबल हो पा रहा है। इसके लिए हम विशेष धन्यवाद करते हैं वोडाफोन आइडिया को, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब को भी दिल्ली, उनका इस यूज़ केस के डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन में हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अब बढ़ते हैं अगले यूज़ केस के डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन की तरफ, और ये भारतीय एयरटेल की तरफ से शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में। और इसमें सबसे पहले देखते हैं एक वीडियो जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश के एक स्कूल, SDS स्कूल है, जिसमें कुछ छात्रों ने वर्चुअल रियलिटी बेस्ड एजुकेशन को मेटावर्स में एक्सपीरियंस किया है। तो जानते हैं और सुनते हैं कि उनका क्या अनुभव रहा, उनका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा जब उन्होंने इसे देखा मेटावर्स में। आइए देखते हैं वीडियो।
हमारे स्कूल की हमेशा से यही कोशिश रही है कि हम बच्चों को किताबों और करिकुलम से बढ़कर कुछ अधिक सीख दें। फिर एक दिन एयरटेल ने हमसे संपर्क किया और उन्होंने कहा कि उनके पास लर्निंग का एक नया तरीका है।
At Airtel, we are now 5G ready. 5G की हाई बैंडविड्थ और लो लेटेंसी से अब कॉम्प्लेक्स और इमर्सिव एक्सपीरियंसेस को वायरलेसली डिलीवर करना पॉसिबल है, खासकर एजुकेशन में जो और भी एक्सपीरियंशियल और इंटरैक्टिव हो सकती है। हमारी कोशिश थी कि बच्चों की इमेजिनेशन को सपोर्ट करें। प्रेजेंटिंग इंडियाज फर्स्ट VR क्लासरूम पावर्ड बाय एयरटेल 5G। ऐसा वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट रियल टाइम में चलाने के लिए डेटा सुपर फास्ट स्पीड से ट्रांसमिट हो रहा है वायरलेसली।
बाकी फिजिकल जेस्चर्स और कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग वर्चुअल एक्शंस के बीच कोई लैग नहीं। मतलब दो लोग दुनिया के किसी भी कोने से एक कॉमन वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट में रियल टाइम इंटरेक्शन कर पाएंगे।
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा था, ये बुकों से भी अलग था। बुकों से ज्यादा मुझे इसे देखने में मजा आया था। मार्च में हमने पत्थर फेंका अपने दोस्त के साथ, बहुत मजा आया।
बच्चों की क्यूरियोसिटी पर कोई लिमिट नहीं है, क्योंकि अब एजुकेशन इमर्सिव हो सकती है।
तो इमर्सिव एक्सपीरियंस, और हमने देखा कि किस तरह से बच्चे कह रहे थे कि हमें बहुत मज़ा आ रहा था, जो कुछ वो किताबों में पढ़ रहे थे उसे अब वो देख पा रहे थे, और देखने पर एक कॉम्प्रिहेंड ज़्यादा अच्छी तरह से कर पा रहे थे, अंडरस्टैंड बहुत अच्छी तरह से कर पा रहे थे। ये बदलाव आएगा शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में। और आगे बढ़ते हुए अब हमारे साथ वर्चुअली जुड़ रहे हैं वाराणसी से स्कूल के कुछ छात्र, शिक्षक और उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी। आप सभी का बहुत स्वागत है। और दिव्य सज्जनों, इस मंच पर अब एक जादू, एक मैजिक होने वाला है, क्योंकि हमारे साथ इसी डेमो स्कूल की एक छात्रा खुशी होलोग्राम के रूप में, यानी कि एक 3D इमेज के रूप में यहाँ पर साक्षात आने वाली हैं, और फिर वे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ संवाद करेंगी, बातें करेंगी। होलोग्राम मेरे पीछे की तरफ साइड में स्क्रीन पर आएगा, आप सबको स्क्रीन पर वहाँ पर देख पाएंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि वह अपने पोडियम पर जाकर इस यूज़ केस को देखें। मैं रिक्वेस्ट द ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर टू काइंडली grace the podium to witness this use case. और हमारे साथ मेरे पीछे यहाँ पर होलोग्राम में,
नमस्ते,
आप स्क्रीन पर भी देख सकते हैं।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नमस्ते।
आपने क्या अनुभव किया जब सोलर सिस्टम की तरफ आप काम करना शुरू किया? तो
हमने जैसे ही VR में देखा, हमें ऐसे लगा कि पूरा सोलर सिस्टम हमारे आंखों के सामने है। हमने सैटर्न के रिंग्स देखे और मंगल ग्रह पर तो हम उतर ही गए। बड़ा अच्छा अनुभव रहा। और जैसे ही हम पीछे तके तो सूर्य बिल्कुल हमारे सामने था। यह सब कुछ बिल्कुल रियल लग रहा था। इसके बाद हमने पिरामिड देखा। हमें बिल्कुल भी अनुभव नहीं था कि पिरामिड कैसा दिखता है, हमने किताबों में ही पढ़ा था, पर जैसे हमने VR के थ्रू से देखा तो हमें पता चला वो कितना बड़ा है।
अच्छा, आपको ये लग रहा है कि अब जितना आपने सीखा है, कभी जिन बच्चों ने इसे देखा नहीं है और आपको बताया जाए कि आज आपको 15 मिनट दे रहे हैं, आप बाकी बच्चों को आज पढ़ाओ, आप टीचर बन जाओ, जो आपने देखा है उसको आप उस ढंग से समझा सकती हो?
हाँ सर।
आपको विश्वास है कि बच्चे, बाकी जो स्टूडेंट हैं, तुम्हारे कलीग्स हैं, वे इस बात को समझ लेंगे भाई ये कि इसको तो इतना सारा आता है, इतना सारा सीख लिया है?
हाँ
ऐसा
सर।
आप उनको विश्वास दिला सकती हो?
हाँ सर।
सेकंड और क्या इसका उपयोग हो सकता है? तुम्हें क्या विचार आता है ये सब देखने के बाद, करने के बाद तुम्हें क्या विचार आता है?
हम जो किताबों में पढ़े हैं उन्हें असली में अनुभव कर पाए, वो भी अपने ही स्कूल में। इससे पढ़ाई में हमारी रुचि और बढ़ गई है और हमें नई नई चीजें सीखने का मन है, जैसे कि डायनासोर, आदि मानव पहले कैसे रहते थे, और साथ अजूबे भी देखने हमें इसमें।
तो अब क्या करोगे? टेक्नोलॉजी में ही रुके रहोगे कि कभी खेलकूद भी करोगे?
नहीं, आगे भी बढ़ेंगे।
वरना क्या होता है, टेक्नोलॉजी एक ऐसा नशा है, मैं इन लोगों के विरोध में नहीं बोल रहा हूं वरना खेल कूद छूट जाएगा, मम्मी पापा से बातचीत छूट जाएगी, दोस्तों से बातचीत छूट जाएगी।
नहीं सर,
ऐसा तो नहीं होगा ना?
नो सर।
क्योंकि इसमें इतनी दुनिया, जैसे रील देखते हैं ना आप लोग, फिर उसमें से बाहर ही नहीं निकलते हैं और माँ को लगता है कि ये तो 5G पर पढ़ रही होगी चलिए बेटे, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको।
थैंक यू सर।
बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। हमारे सभी बच्चों को बहुत प्रोत्साहित करने का भी और उनको उत्साहित करने का, प्रेरित करने का एक होलिस्टिक विकास की तरफ, ना केवल टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ ध्यान दें पर खेल कूद भी पूरा बैलेंस करके रखें। And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are all very eagerly waiting to be led and guided by the most transformative and progressive leader this nation has seen. We are waiting for the address of the Honorable Prime Minister. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, as I request Prime Minister sir for his inaugural address.
इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर उपस्थित मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगीगण, देश के उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधिगण, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, ये समिट तो ग्लोबल है लेकिन आवाज लोकल है। इतना ही नहीं, आगाज भी लोकल है। आज 21वीं सदी के विकसित होते भारत के सामर्थ्य का, उस सामर्थ्य को देखने का, उसके प्रदर्शन का एक विशेष दिवस है। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के इस ऐतिहासिक कालखंड में 1 अक्टूबर 2022 ये तारीख इतिहास में दर्ज होने वाली है। दूसरा, ये नवरात्रि का पर्व चल रहा है, शक्ति उपासना का पर्व होता है और 21वीं सदी की जो सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है, उस शक्ति को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने का आज भी आरंभ हो रहा है। आज देश की ओर से, देश की टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री की ओर से 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों को 5G के तौर पर एक शानदार उपहार मिल रहा है। 5G देश के द्वार पर नए दौर की दस्तक लेके आया है। 5G अवसरों के अनंत आकाश की शुरुआत है। मैं प्रत्येक भारतवासी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, मैं गौरव से भरे इन क्षणों के साथ ही मुझे खुशी इस बात की भी है कि 5G की शुरुआत में ग्रामीण स्कूलों के बच्चे भी हमारे साथ सहभागी हैं, गांव भी सहभागी है, मजदूर गरीब भी सहभागी है। अभी मैं यूपी के ग्रामीण स्कूल की बेटी 5G होलोग्राम टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए रूबरू हो रहा था। जब मैं 2012 के चुनाव में होलोग्राम लेकर के चुनाव प्रचार कर रहा था तो दुनिया के लिए अजूबा था। आज वो घर घर पहुंच रहा है। मैंने महसूस किया कि नई तकनीक उनके लिए किस तरह पढ़ाई के मायने बदलते जा रही है। इसी तरह गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, ओडिशा के गांवों के सुदूर स्कूल तक 5G के जरिए बच्चे बड़े बड़े विशेषज्ञों के साथ क्लास में नई नई चीजें सीख रहे हैं। उनके साथ नए दौर की क्लास का हिस्सा बनना, ये वाकई बहुत रोमांचित करने वाला अनुभव है। साथियों, 5G को लेकर भारत के प्रयासों का एक और संदेश है। नया भारत टेक्नोलॉजी का सिर्फ कंज्यूमर बनकर नहीं रहेगा, बल्कि भारत उस टेक्नोलॉजी के विकास में, उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में बहुत बड़ी एक्टिव भूमिका निभाएगा। भविष्य की वायरलेस टेक्नोलॉजी को डिजाइन करने में, उससे जुड़ी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भारत की बड़ी भूमिका होगी। 2G, 3G, 4G के समय भारत टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए दूसरे देशों पर निर्भर रहा, लेकिन 5G के साथ भारत ने नया इतिहास रच दिया है। 5G के साथ भारत पहली बार टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी में ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड तय कर रहा है। भारत लीड कर रहा है। आज इंटरनेट का इस्तेमाल करने वाला हर व्यक्ति इस बात को समझ रहा है कि 5G इंटरनेट का पूरा आर्किटेक्चर बदल कर रख देगा। इसलिए भारत के युवाओं के लिए आज 5G बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी लेकर आया है। मुझे खुशी है कि विकसित भारत का संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा हमारा देश दुनिया के अन्य देशों के साथ किस तरह कदम से कदम मिलाकर चल रहा है। ये भारत की बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। डिजिटल इंडिया अभियान की बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। साथियों, जब हम डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं तो कुछ लोग समझते हैं कि ये सिर्फ सरकारी एक योजना है, लेकिन डिजिटल इंडिया सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं है। ये देश के विकास का बहुत बड़ा विजन है। इस विजन का लक्ष्य है उस टेक्नोलॉजी को आम लोगों तक पहुंचाना जो लोगों के लिए काम करे और लोगों के साथ जुड़कर काम करे। मुझे याद है जब मोबाइल सेक्टर से जुड़े इस विजन के लिए स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई जा रही थी तो मैंने कहा था कि हमारी अप्रोच टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में नहीं होनी चाहिए, बल्कि होलिस्टिक होनी चाहिए। डिजिटल इंडिया की सफलता के लिए जरूरी था कि वो इस सेक्टर के सभी आयामों को एक साथ कवर करे। इसलिए हमने 4 पिलर्स पर और 4 दिशाओं में एक साथ फोकस किया। पहला, डिवाइस की कीमत। दूसरा, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी। तीसरा, डेटा की कीमत। चौथा, और जो सबसे जरूरी है, डिजिटल फर्स्ट की सोच। साथियों, जब हम पहले पिलर की बात करते हैं, डिवाइस की कीमत की बात करते हैं, तो एक बात बहुत स्पष्ट है, डिवाइस की कीमत तभी कम हो सकती है जब हम आत्मनिर्भर हो। और आपको याद होगा बहुत लोगों ने आत्मनिर्भर की मेरी बात की मजाक उड़ाई थी। 2014 तक हम करीब 100% मोबाइल फोन आयात करते थे, विदेशों से इंपोर्ट करते थे। और इसलिए हमने तय किया कि हम इस क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे। हमने मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स को बढ़ाया। 2014 में जहां देश में 2 मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स थी, 8 साल पहले 2, अब उनकी संख्या 200 के ऊपर है। हमने भारत में मोबाइल फोन के उत्पादन को बढ़ाने के लिए इंसेंटिव दिए, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को प्रोत्साहित किया। आज इसी योजना का विस्तार आप पीएलआई स्कीम में भी देख रहे हैं। इन प्रयासों का नतीजा बहुत पॉजिटिव रहा। आज भारत मोबाइल फोन उत्पादन करने में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है। इतना ही नहीं, जो कल तक हम मोबाइल इंपोर्ट करते थे, आज हम मोबाइल एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दुनिया को बेच रहे हैं। जरा सोचिए, 2014 में जीरो मोबाइल फोन निर्यात करने से लेकर आज हम हजारों करोड़ के मोबाइल फोन निर्यात करने वाले देश बन गए हैं, एक्सपोर्ट करने वाले देश बन चुके हैं। स्वाभाविक है, इन सारे प्रयासों का प्रभाव डिवाइस की कीमत पर पड़ा है। अब कम कीमत पर हमें ज्यादा फीचर्स भी मिलने लगे हैं। साथियों, डिवाइस कॉस्ट के बाद जो दूसरे पिलर पर हमने काम किया वो है डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी का। आप भी जानते हैं कि कम्युनिकेशन सेक्टर की असली ताकत कनेक्टिविटी में है। जितने ज्यादा लोग कनेक्ट होंगे इस सेक्टर के लिए उतना अच्छा है। अगर हम ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी की बात करें तो 2014 में 6 करोड़ यूजर्स थे, आज इनकी संख्या बढ़कर 80 करोड़ से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। अगर हम इंटरनेट कनेक्शन की संख्या की बात करें तो 2014 में जहां 25 करोड़ इंटरनेट कनेक्शन थे, वहीं आज इसकी संख्या करीब करीब 85 करोड़ पहुंच रही है, 85 करोड़ पहुंच रही है। ये बात भी नोट करने वाली है कि आज शहरों में इंटरनेट यूजर्स की संख्या के मुकाबले हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में इंटरनेट यूजर्स की संख्या तेजी से बढ़ रही है। और उसकी एक खास वजह है, 2014 में जहां देश में 100 से भी कम पंचायतों तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंचा था, आज 1,70,000 से भी ज्यादा पंचायतों तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंच चुका है। अब कहां 100 और कहां 1,70,000। जैसे सरकार ने घर घर बिजली पहुंचाने की मुहिम शुरू की, जैसे हर घर जल अभियान के जरिए हर किसी तक साफ पानी पहुंचाने के मिशन पर काम किया, जैसे उज्ज्वला योजना के जरिए गरीब से गरीब आदमी के घर में भी गैस सिलेंडर पहुंचाया, जैसे हमने करोड़ों की तादाद में लोग बैंक अकाउंट से वंचित थे, करोड़ों लोग जो बैंक से नहीं जुड़े थे, आजादी के इतने साल के बाद जनधन अकाउंट के द्वारा हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों को बैंक के साथ जोड़ दिया। वैसे ही हमारी सरकार इंटरनेट फॉर ऑल के लक्ष्य पर काम कर रही है। साथियों, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ने के साथ ही डेटा की कीमत भी उतनी अहम हो जाती है। ये डिजिटल इंडिया का तीसरा पिलर था जिस पर हमने पूरी शक्ति से काम किया। हमने टेलीकॉम सेक्टर के रास्ते में आने वाली तमाम अड़चनों को हटाया। पहले विजन की कमी और पारदर्शिता के अभाव में टेलीकॉम सेक्टर को तमाम मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ता था। आप परिचित हैं कि कैसे हमने 4G तकनीक के विस्तार के लिए पॉलिसी सपोर्ट दिया, इससे डेटा की कीमत में भारी कमी आई और देश में डेटा क्रांति का जन्म हुआ। देखते ही देखते ये तीनों फैक्टर, डिवाइस की कीमत, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी और डेटा की कीमत, इसका मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट हर तरफ नजर आने लगा। लेकिन साथियों, इन सब के साथ एक और महत्वपूर्ण काम हुआ। देश में डिजिटल फर्स्ट की सोच विकसित हुई। एक वक्त था जब बड़े बड़े विद्वान, एलिट क्लास, उसके कुछ मुट्ठी भर लोग, सदन के कुछ भाषण देख लेना, कैसे कैसे भाषण हमारे नेता लोग करते हैं, वे मजाक उड़ाते थे। उनको लगता था कि गरीब लोगों में क्षमता ही नहीं है, ये डिजिटल समझ ही नहीं सकते, संदेह करते थे। उन्हें शक था कि गरीब लोग डिजिटल का मतलब भी नहीं समझ पाएंगे। लेकिन मुझे देश के सामान्य मानवी की समझ पर, उसके विवेक पर, उसके जिज्ञासु मन पर हमेशा भरोसा रहा है। मैंने देखा है कि भारत का गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति भी नई तकनीकों को अपनाने में आगे रहता है। और मैं एक छोटा अनुभव बताता हूं। शायद ये 2007-8 का कालखंड होगा या 9-10 का, मुझे याद नहीं है। मैं गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री रहा, लेकिन एक क्षेत्र ऐसा था जहां मैं कभी गया नहीं था और बहुत ही ट्राइबल इलाके में, बहुत ही पिछड़ा। मैं, हमारे सरकार के अधिकारियों ने भी मुझे एक बार वहां कार्यक्रम करना ही करना है, मुझे जाना है। तो वो इलाका ऐसा था, कोई बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट की संभावना नहीं थी, फॉरेस्ट लैंड थी, कोई संभावना हो रही थी। तो आखिर में एक चिलिंग सेंटर, दूध का चिलिंग सेंटर, वो भी 25 लाख रुपए का। मैंने कहा भले वो 25 लाख का होगा, 25,000 का होगा, मैं खुद उद्घाटन करूंगा। अब लोगों को लगता है ना, चीफ मिनिस्टर को इससे नीचे तो करना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है। तो मैं उस गांव में गया। अच्छा, वहां में एक पब्लिक मीटिंग करने के लिए भी जगह नहीं थी, तो वहां से 4 किलोमीटर दूर एक स्कूल का छोटा सा मैदान था, वहां पब्लिक मीटिंग ऑर्गेनाइज की। लेकिन जब वो चिलिंग सेंटर पे गया मैं, तो आदिवासी माताएं बहनें दूध भरने के लिए कतार में खड़ी थी। तो दूध का अपना बर्तन नीचे रख करके जब हम लोग गए और उसकी उद्घाटन की विधि कर रहे थे, तो मोबाइल से फोटो ले रही थी। मैं हैरान था, इतने दूर दरार के क्षेत्र में मोबाइल से फोटो ले रही है। तो मैं उनके पास गया, मैंने कहा फोटो लेके क्या करोगी? तो बोली डाउनलोड करेंगे। ये शब्द सुनकर के मैं सचमुच में सरप्राइज हुआ था मुझे कि ये ताकत है हमारे देश के गांव में। आदिवासी क्षेत्र की गरीब माताएं बहनें जो दूध भरने आई थी, वो मोबाइल फोन से अपनी फोटो ले रही थी और उनको ये मालूम था कि इसमें तो नहीं, आप डाउनलोड करवा देंगे। और डाउनलोड शब्द उनसे मुंह से निकलना, ये उनकी समझ शक्ति और नई चीजों को स्वीकारने के स्वभाव का परिचय देती है। मैं कल गुजरात में था, तो मैं अंबाजी तीर्थ क्षेत्र पे जा रहा था, तो रास्ते में छोटे छोटे गांव थे। आधे से अधिक लोग ऐसे होंगे जो मोबाइल से वीडियो उतार रहे थे, आधे से अधिक लोग। यानी हमारे देश की ये जो ताकत है, इस ताकत को हम नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते हैं। और सिर्फ देश के इलीट क्लास के कुछ लोगों को ही हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों पर यकीन नहीं था। आखिरकार हम डिजिटल फर्स्ट के अप्रोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने में कामयाब हुए। सरकार ने खुद आगे बढ़कर डिजिटल पेमेंट्स का रास्ता आसान बनाया। सरकार ने खुद ऐप के जरिए सिटीजन सेंट्रिक डिलीवरी सर्विस को बढ़ावा दिया। बात चाहे किसानों की हो या छोटे दुकानदारों की, हमने उन्हें ऐप के जरिए रोज की जरूरतें पूरी करने का रास्ता दिया। इसका नतीजा आज आप देख सकते हैं। आज टेक्नोलॉजी सही मायने में डेमोक्रेटिक हो गई है, लोकतांत्रिक हो गई है। आपने भी देखा है कि डिजिटल फर्स्ट की हमारी अप्रोच ने कोरोना वैश्विक महामारी के इस दौर में देश के लोगों की कितनी मदद की। दुनिया के बड़े बड़े विकसित देश जब अपने नागरिकों की मदद करने में संघर्ष कर रहे थे, खजाने में रुपये पड़े थे, डॉलर थे, पाउंड थे, सब था, यूरो था, लेकिन और देने का तय भी किया था, लेकिन पहुंचाने का रास्ता नहीं था। भारत एक क्लिक पर हजारों करोड़ रुपए मेरे देश के नागरिकों के खाते में ट्रांसफर कर रहा है। ये डिजिटल इंडिया की ही ताकत थी कि जब दुनिया थमी हुई थी तो भी हमारे बच्चे ऑनलाइन क्लासेस ले रहे थे, पढ़ाई कर रहे थे। अस्पतालों के सामने असाधारण चुनौती थी, लेकिन डॉक्टर्स अपने मरीजों का इलाज टेलीमेडिसिन के जरिए भी कर रहे थे। ऑफिसेज बंद थे, लेकिन वर्क फ्रॉम होम चल रहा था। आज हमारे छोटे व्यापारी हो, छोटे उद्यमी हो, लोकल कलाकार हो, कारीगर हो, डिजिटल इंडिया ने सबको मंच दिया है, बाजार दिया है। आज आप किसी लोकल मार्केट में, आप सब्जी मंडी में जाकर देखिए, रेहड़ी पटरी वाला छोटा दुकानदार भी आपसे कहेगा कैश नहीं है, यूपीआई कर दीजिए। मैंने तो बीच में एक वीडियो देखा, कोई भिक्षुक भी डिजिटली पेमेंट लेता है। ट्रांसपेरेंसी देखिए। ये बदलाव बताता है कि जब सुविधा सुलभ होती है तो सोच किस तरह सशक्त हो जाती है। साथियों, आज टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में जो क्रांति देश देख रहा है वो इस बात का सबूत है कि अगर सरकार सही नियत से काम करे तो नागरिकों की नियत बदलने में देर नहीं लगती है। 2G की नियत और 5G की नियत में यही फर्क है। देर आए दुरुस्त आए। भारत आज दुनिया के उन देशों में है जहां डेटा इतना सस्ता है। पहले 1 GB डेटा की कीमत जहां 300 रुपये के करीब होती थी, वहीं आज 1 GB डेटा का खर्च केवल 10 रुपये तक आ गया है। आज भारत में महीने भर में एक व्यक्ति मोबाइल पर करीब एवरेज 14 GB डेटा इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। 2014 में इस 14 GB डेटा की कीमत होती थी करीब 4,200 रुपये प्रति महीना, 4,200 रुपया। आज इतना ही डेटा 125 रुपये या ज्यादा से ज्यादा 150 रुपये, 125 या 150 रुपये में मिल जाता है। यानी आज गरीब के, मध्यम वर्ग के मोबाइल डेटा के करीब 4,000 रुपये हर महीने बच रहा है उसके जेब में। हमारी सरकार के इतने सारे प्रयासों से भारत में डेटा कीमत बहुत कम बढ़ी हुई है। ये बात अलग है, 4,000 रुपया बचना कोई छोटी बात नहीं है हर महीना, लेकिन जब मैं बता रहा हूं तब आपको ध्यान में आया, क्योंकि हमने इसका हो हल्ला नहीं किया, विज्ञापन नहीं दिए, झूठे झूठे बड़े गपगोले नहीं चलाए। हमने फोकस किया कि देश के लोगों की सहूलियत बढ़े, ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़े। साथियों, अक्सर ये कहा जाता है कि भारत पहली 3 औद्योगिक क्रांतियों का लाभ नहीं उठा पाया, लेकिन मेरा विश्वास है कि भारत न सिर्फ चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति का पूरा लाभ उठाएगा, बल्कि उसका नेतृत्व भी करेगा। और विद्वान लोग तो कहने लगे हैं कि ये भारत का दशक नहीं, ये भारत की शताब्दी है। ये डेकेड नहीं, सेंचुरी है। भारत ने किस तरह 4G आने के बाद टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया में ऊंचाई छलांग लगाई है, इसके हम सभी साक्षी हैं। भारत के नागरिकों को जब टेक्नोलॉजी के समान अवसर मिल जाते हैं, तो दुनिया में उन्हें कोई पछाड़ नहीं सकता। इसलिए आज जब भारत में 5G का लॉन्च हो रहा है, तो मैं बहुत विश्वास से भरा हुआ हूं दोस्तों। मैं दूर का देख पा रहा हूं, और जो सपने हमारे दिल दिमाग में चल रहे हैं, उसको अपनी आंखों के सामने हम साकार होते देखेंगे। हमारे बाद वाली पीढ़ी देखेगी, ऐसा काम होने वाला नहीं है, हम ही हमारे आंखों के सामने देखने वाले हैं। ये एक सुखद संयोग है कि कुछ सप्ताह पहले ही भारत विश्व की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है। और इसलिए ये अवसर है हमारे युवाओं के लिए, जो 5G टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से दुनिया भर का ध्यान खींचने वाले इनोवेशंस कर सकते हैं। ये अवसर है हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए, जो 5G टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए अपना विस्तार कर सकते हैं। ये अवसर है भारत के सामान्य मानवी के लिए, जो इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए अपनी स्किल्स को सुधार सकता है, अपस्किल्स कर सकता है, रिस्किल्स कर सकता है, अपने आइडियाज को सच्चाई में बदल सकता है। साथियों, आज का ये ऐतिहासिक अवसर एक राष्ट्र के तौर पर, भारत के एक नागरिक के तौर पर हमारे लिए नई प्रेरणा लेकर आया है। क्यों ना हम इस 5G टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके भारत के विकास को अभूतपूर्व गति दें। क्यों ना हम इस 5G टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को बहुत तेजी से विस्तार दें। क्यों ना हम इस 5G टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि करें। साथियों, इन सवालों में हर भारतीय के लिए एक अवसर है, एक चुनौती है, एक सपना है और एक संकल्प भी है। मुझे पता है कि आज 5G की इस लॉन्चिंग को जो वर्ग सबसे ज्यादा उत्साह से देख रहा है, वो मेरा युवा साथी है, मेरे देश की युवा पीढ़ी है। हमारी टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री के लिए भी कितने ही बड़े अवसर इंतजार कर रहे हैं। रोजगार के कितने ही नए अवसर बनने जा रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है हमारी इंडस्ट्री, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स और हमारे युवा मिलकर इस दिशा में निरंतर काम करेंगे। और अभी जब मैं काफी समय पूरा जो एग्जीबिशन लगा है उसको समझने का प्रयास करता था। मैं कोई टेक्नोलॉजी का विद्यार्थी तो नहीं हूं, लेकिन समझने की कोशिश कर रहा था। ये देख करके मुझे लगा है कि मैं सरकार में तो सूचना करने वाला हूं कि हमारी सरकार के सभी विभाग, उसके सारे अधिकारी जरा देखें कहां कहां इसका उपयोग हो सकता है, ताकि सरकार की नीतियों में भी इसका असर नजर आना चाहिए। मैं देश के स्टूडेंट्स को भी चाहूंगा कि 5 दिन तक ये एग्जीबिशन चलने वाला है। मैं खास करके टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़े स्टूडेंट से आग्रह करूंगा कि आप आइए, इसे देखिए, समझिए और कैसे दुनिया बदल रही है, और आप एक बार देखेंगे तो अनेक चीजें नई आपके भी ध्यान में आएगी, आप उसमें जोड़ सकते हैं। और मैं इस टेलीकॉम सेक्टर के लोगों से भी कहना चाहूंगा, मुझे खुशी होती थी जिस स्टॉल में मैं गया, हर कोई कहता था ये इंडिजीनियस है, ये आत्मनिर्भर है, ये हमने बनाया है, सब बड़े गर्व से कहते थे, मुझे आनंद हुआ। लेकिन मेरा दिमाग कुछ और चल रहा था। मैं ये सोच रहा था, जैसे कई प्रकार की कार आती हैं, हर एक की अपनी एक ब्रांड होती है, हर एक की अपनी विशेषता भी होती है, लेकिन उसमें जो स्पेयर पार्ट पहुंचाने वाले होते हैं वो एमएसएमई सेक्टर के होते हैं। और एक ही एमएसएमई के एक फैक्ट्री वाला 6 प्रकार की गाड़ियों के स्पेयर पार्ट बनाता है, छोटे मोटे जो भी सुधार करने करे वो देता है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आज हार्डवेयर भी आप लगाए रहे हैं, ऐसा लगा मुझे आपकी बातों से। क्या एमएसएमई सेक्टर को इसके लिए जो हार्डवेयर की जरूरत है, उसके छोटे छोटे पुर्जे बनाने के लिए उनको काम दिया जाए, बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम बनाया जाए। एकदम से मैं व्यापारी तो नहीं हूं, मुझे रुपये पैसे से लेना देना नहीं है, लेकिन मैं इतना समझता हूं कि कॉस्ट एकदम कम हो जाएगी, एकदम कम हो जाएगी। हमारे एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ये ताकत है। और वो सप्लाई आपको सिर्फ अपने यूनिकनेस के साथ उसमें सॉफ्टवेयर वगैरह जोड़ करके सर्विस देनी है। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि आप सब मिलकर के एक नया और मिलकर के करना पड़ेगा, और तभी जाकर के इसकी कॉस्ट हम नीचे ला सकते हैं। बहुत से काम हैं हम मिलकर के करते ही हैं, तो मैं जरूर इस क्षेत्र के लोगों से भी कहूंगा। मैंने ये भी देखा है कि स्टार्टअप में जिन बच्चों ने काम किया है, जिन नौजवानों ने काम किया है, ज्यादातर इस क्षेत्र में उन्हीं स्टार्टअप को ओन कर करके उसको स्केल अप किया गया है। मैं स्टार्टअप वाले साथियों को भी कहता हूं कि आपके लिए भी इस क्षेत्र में कितनी सेवाएं अधिकतम आप दे सकते हैं, कितनी यूजर फ्रेंडली व्यवस्थाओं को विकसित कर सकते हैं, आखिरकार इसका फायदा यही है। लेकिन एक और चीज मैं चाहूंगा, ये भी आपका जो एसोसिएशन है वो मिलकर के एक मूवमेंट चला सकता है क्या? एटलीस्ट हिंदुस्तान के सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर में ये 5G जीवन में कैसे उपयोगी हो सकता है, उसके लोगों को एजुकेट करने वाले एग्जीबिशन, उसकी व्यवस्था हो सकती है क्या? मेरा अनुभव है, छोटा सा उदाहरण बताता हूं। हमारे देश में 24 घंटे बिजली, ये सपना था। मैं गुजरात में जब था तो मैंने एक योजना बनाई, ज्योति ग्राम योजना, और मेरा सपना था कि मैं गुजरात के हर घर में 24/7 बिजली दूंगा। अब मेरे सारे अफसर कहते थे साहब संभव ही नहीं है, ये तो हम कर ही नहीं सकते हैं। तो मैंने एक सिंपल सी सॉल्यूशन दिया था। मैंने कहा हम एग्रीकल्चर फीडर अलग कर दें, डोमेस्टिक फीडर अलग कर दें, और फिर उस काम को किया। और एक एक जिले को पकड़ करके काम पूरा करता था। बाकी जगह पे चलता था, लेकिन एक काम पूरा करो। फिर उस जिले का बड़ा समिट करता था, 2.5-3 लाख लोग आते थे, क्योंकि 24 घंटे बिजली मिलना एक बड़ा आनंद उत्सव का समय था। वो 2003, 4, 5 का कालखंड था। लेकिन उसमें मैंने देखा, मैंने देश भर में बिजली से होने वाले काम, बिजली से चलने वाले यंत्र, उनकी एक बहुत बड़ी प्रदर्शनी लगाई। जब लोगों को क्या लगता है, बिजली आई यानी रात को खाना खाने का समय बिजली मिलेगी, बिजली आई मतलब टीवी देखने के लिए काम आ जाएगा। इसका कई प्रकार से उपयोग हो सकता है, उसका एजुकेशन भी जरूरी था। मैं ये 2003-05 के बीच की बात कर रहा हूं। और जब वो सारा एग्जीबिशन लगाया तो लोग, टेलर भी सोचने लगा मैं इलेक्ट्रिक, मेरा इक्विपमेंट ऐसे लगूंगा, कुम्हार भी सोचने लगा कि मैं ऐसे इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल लूंगा, माताएं बहनें भी लगी किचन में हमारे इलेक्ट्रिक वाले इतनी चीजें आ सकती हैं। यानी एक बहुत बड़ा मार्केट खड़ा हुआ। और बिजली का मल्टीपल यूटिलिटी जीवन के सामान्य जीवन में 5G भी उतना जल्दी, लोगों को लगेगा हाँ यार अब तो वीडियो बहुत जल्दी डाउनलोड हो जाता है, रील देखना है तो बहुत इंतजार नहीं करता है, फोन कट नहीं होता है, साफ सुथरी वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो सकती है, फोन कॉल हो सकता है। इतने से सीमित नहीं है, ये जीवन को बदलने वाली व्यवस्था के रूप में आ रहा है। और इसलिए मैं इस उद्योग जगत के मित्रों के एसोसिएशन को कहूंगा कि आप स्कूल, कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी और हिंदुस्तान के हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाकर के इसके कितने पहलू हैं, और आप देखिए वो लोग उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन करेंगे तो एक आपके लिए सेवा का काम भी हो जाएगा। और मैं चाहूंगा कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी जीवन में सिर्फ बातचीत करने के लिए या कुछ वीडियो देखने के लिए सीमित नहीं रहनी चाहिए, ये पूरी तरह एक क्रांति लाने के लिए उपयोग होना चाहिए। और हमें 130 करोड़ देशवासियों तक एक बार पहुंचना है, बाद में तो वो पहुंचा देगा, आप देख लीजिए, आपको टाइम नहीं लगेगा। अभी मैंने ड्रोन पॉलिसी अभी लाया था, आज कई खेतों में मैं देख रहा हूं वो ड्रोन से अपना दवाइयां छिड़काव का काम शुरू कर दिया, उन्होंने ड्रोन चलाना सीख दिया। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि हमें इन व्यवस्थाओं की तरफ जाना चाहिए। और साथियों, आने वाले समय में देश निरंतर ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज का नेतृत्व करेगा जो भारत में जन्मेगी, जो भारत को ग्लोबल लीडर बनाएगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ आप सभी को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। एक बार फिर सभी देशवासियों को शक्ति उपासना के पावन पर्व पर शक्ति का एक बहुत बड़ा माध्यम 5G लॉन्च होने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। आपके संदेश, आपके विचारों ने हमेशा से सभी में एक नई ऊर्जा दी है, सपने देखने की, सपनों को साकार करने की एक हिम्मत दी है, कुछ कर गुजरने की एक हौसला दिया है, नामुमकिन को मुमकिन करने की एक जिद दी है, गति दी है। थैंक यू ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर फॉर एक
Launch of 5G, a gift from telecom industry to 130 crore Indians. That's what the Prime Minister said. Launching the 5G services at the 6th edition of the India Mobile Congress in New Delhi. The 5G technology promises to offer seamless coverage, high data rate, low latency and reliable communications to mobile users in India. Two of the biggest telecom service providers in the country, Airtel and Reliance Jio, have announced they will start 5G services this year itself. The Prime Minister said India's success is based on 4 pillars: digital success, cost of device, digital connectivity, data cost, and digital first approach. New India will not only remain a consumer of technology, but rather will implementation of technology for the growth of the country. India will play an important role in technological revolution of the world, is what the Prime Minister said in his speech. With 5G, India is leading and setting the global standard in telecom technology. 5G will take connectivity to the last mile. Children in villages will now have access to online education, a major milestone in the vision of digital India. At the event, the Prime Minister said India is focusing on cost of devices and data tariffs to drive digital penetration. Calling the launch of the 5G telecom services historic, he said This technology is going to revolutionize the telecom sector.
By harnessing the combined power of demography and digital technologies, India can become the world's leading digital society, setting a benchmark for simultaneously achieving the dual goals of acceleration of growth and inclusion in development. And inclusion in development by increasing our per capita income rapidly to $20,000 from $2,000 per capita today. Therefore, it will not be an exaggeration to say that 5G is like a digital Kamdhenu, the heavenly cow that grants whatever we desire. With 5G, India will take longer and faster strides towards Sabka Digital Saath or Sabka Digital Vikas. I think of 5G as an acronym for 5 goals that fundamentally can transform our nation. First, 5G and 5G-enabled digital solutions can bring affordable and high-quality education and skill development within the reach of common Indians. Second, 5G can affordably deliver high-quality healthcare to rural and remote areas by turning existing hospitals into smart hospitals without much additional investment. This will make services of the best doctors digitally available anywhere in India. Third, 5G can bridge the gap between urban and rural India by accelerating digitization and intelligent data management of agriculture services, trade, industry, the informal sector, transportation, and energy infrastructure. 4, 5G can make available the same powerful productivity tools to small-scale industry and commercial enterprises as are used by large capital-intensive businesses. And fifth and final, by bringing artificial intelligence into every domain, 5G can power India's emergence as the world's intelligence capital. This will help India become a major exporter of high value-added digital solutions and services. The steps taken to fast-track India's march into the 5G era provide a compelling proof of our Prime Minister's determination. This is most heartening because 5G is much more than the next generation of connectivity technology. To my mind, it is a foundational technology that unlocks the full potential of other 21st century technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, blockchain, and metaverse.
We are set to make a giant leap into the future, driven by the reformist and futuristic policies of our Honorable Prime Minister. We are committed to the vision of building the digital infrastructure for the India of tomorrow. As the Honorable Prime Minister launches India's 5G networks here today, the telecom industry will further ignite the digital dreams of 1.3 billion Indians and many thousands of enterprises. It will also set the stage for the country to become a $5 trillion economy in the next few years with a $1 trillion contribution by the digital economy itself. Sir, your government has made critical policy interventions, boosting investor confidence in the sector, and as we move into the 5G era, we hope to receive continued policy support to drive the 5G revolution in this digital decade. Vodafone Idea is committed to taking India on this new pace of the country's digital journey. We have 240 million citizens connected to our networks, with 50% of them in rural India. Our networks have been constantly upgraded to be capable of smooth and swift migration to 5G. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, for your very inspiring presence today at the Indian Mobile Congress 2022. It is on the back of your vision and leadership that we will today witness a generational leap in technology. This is a leap that demonstrates India's prowess on the global stage and reinforces the telecom industry's role as the bedrock of digital India.
एयरटेल के सब लोग पूरे जोर से, पूरी अपना हिम्मत से 5G को देश में फैलाएंगे और 2023 मार्च तक काफ़ी शहरों में और 2024 मार्च तक सारे देश में 5G का फैलाव करेंगे। और आज जब आप लॉन्च करेंगे इस 5G को, तो 8 शहरों में आज 5G एयरटेल की तरफ से उपलब्ध होगा। दिल्ली, वाराणसी, मुंबई, बेंगलोर और कई शहरों में। इसी अक्टूबर में 1982 में ताइवान में मैंने एक पुश बटन टेलीफोन देखा और उसको हिंदुस्तान में लेके आया, यहाँ पे उसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू की। आज 40 साल के बाद मुझे बहुत गर्व महसूस होता है कि आज वही भारतीय एयरटेल, जो कि बहुत छोटी उम्र में अपना टेलीकॉम में कदम रखा था 40 साल पहले, आज 5G में आगे सबसे आगे चल के इस देश की सेवा में जुटी हुई है। मोदी जी ने बात की मेक इन इंडिया की, इन्होंने नारा लगाया लाल किले से मेक इन इंडिया का। मैं आज ये कन्फेस करता हूँ कि मेरा ये मानना था कि मेरी ज़िंदगी में इस देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं बन पाएगी, ख़ास तौर पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में। 500-600 बिलियन डॉलर की हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, मेरे को उम्मीद नहीं थी। उससे थोड़ी उम्मीद आई, पर आज तो ये रियलिटी बन गई है कि ये देश मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का देश बनने जा रहा है। डिजिटल के साथ उन्होंने स्टार्टअप इंडिया का नारा लगाया। हर महीने यूनिकॉर्न पैदा होने शुरू हो गए हैं। मुकेश की आप सराहना करूंगा कि उन्होंने आके जो हम 4G ऑलरेडी चला रहे थे उसको बहुत गति दी और हम सबको भागना पड़ा, बहुत तेज से पकड़ना पड़ा। क्लोज से देखा है, जब गुजरात में चीफ मिनिस्टर थे तो ई-ग्राम लाने वाले सैटेलाइट कनेक्टिविटी से सारे गांव को गुजरात में जोड़ा गया ताकि स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से उनको जल्द से जल्द हर चीज़ मुहैया कराई जाए। ड्रिप इरिगेशन का काम हिंदुस्तान में सबसे पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की बात जब होती थी तो गुजरात सबसे आगे निकलता था। इंडस्ट्री की सपोर्ट के लिए सबसे आगे आते थे, क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगी, इससे अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बढ़ेंगी। तो आज हम सब बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि आप जैसे नेता देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमें इस बात का गर्व है और हम बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि हमारे पास आज एक ऐसे लीडर हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी को बारीकी से समझते हैं और बाखूबी से सजाते हैं। मैं दुनिया में जाता हूं, बहुत लोगों से मिलता हूं, टेक्नोलॉजी की एप्रिसिएशन तो शायद बहुत लीडर्स करते हैं, और उसकी बारीकी से समझ और उसकी जोड़ना देश की उन्नति के लिए मेरे हिसाब से शायद जो मोदी जी कर सकते हैं वो कोई भी और नहीं कर सकता।
Big day today as far as the launch of the 5G services in the country is concerned. The Prime Minister himself launched that in Delhi city in Pragati Maidan today in Delhi. The report brings us to the end of this edition. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukraine. Russia hit multiple targets using these Iranian-supplied Shahid 136, or also known as Kamikaze drones. Ukrainian forces confirmed that Russia has been using Shahid drones to attack their territories. In a tweet, they shared that they have destroyed 6 Shahid 136 drones. But what are the features of these Kamikaze drones? At its core, Shahid 136 is a loitering munition designed to neutralize ground targets at range. It has been in service since 2021. The fuselage is centralized and blends into the wings, creating an elegant shape. The drone is 3.5 meters long with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. It flies at over 185 kilometers per hour and weighs about 200 kgs. The aircraft is launched nearly horizontally at a slight upward angle and is assisted in the initial phase of flight by rocket launch assistance. The entire unit can be mounted on the back of any military or commercial truck, enabling mobile hit-and-run operations that can thwart countermeasures. The Shahed 136 is an evolutionary addition for Iran. It can now rely on its own military industrial capabilities. As per the reports, the drone was used in 2020 during the Yemeni civil war, and recently it was used by Russia against Ukraine.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has reached the United States. He will attend the UN General Assembly and participate in meetings of Quad, BRICS and several other key groupings. His visit is from the 18th to 24th of September. He will visit Washington, D.C. from September 25th to 28th. The theme of the 77th UNGA is A Watershed Moment, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges. Jaishankar's address at the UNGA session is scheduled on 24th September. Counterterrorism, peacekeeping, reformed multilateralism, climate action and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines will be among the key focus areas for India during the high-level UN General Assembly session that begins this week here. To commemorate and showcase Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Jaishankar would be addressing a special event, India at 75, showcasing India-UN partnership in action. India's mission to the UN is Samman, Samvad, Sahyog, Shanti and Samriddhi. Said by Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be India's guiding light in its approach to the 77th session of the General Assembly. After completion of the UNGA-related engagements, Jaishankar will visit Washington, D.C. for bilateral meetings with US interlocutors. The BRICS meeting is expected to be attended by Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov. The MEA said Jaishankar will also have bilateral meetings with foreign ministers of the G20 countries and UNSC member states, among others. The External Affairs Minister is also meeting with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the 77th President of the UN General Assembly, Kasaba Korosi. This visit would enable a high-level review of the multifaceted bilateral agenda and strengthen cooperation on regional and global issues to further consolidate the India-US strategic partnership.
Have you ever been prescribed Rantac or Zantac after suffering from acidity or heartburn? Do you know that Rantac, Zantac, the medicine and the salt in it, Ranitidine, has come under global scrutiny now for its relationship with cancer? In India, doctors frequently prescribe Ranitidine to deal with signs inclusive of coughing up acid, indigestion, belly pain and heartburn. However, what is being suspected is the carcinogen contamination of Ranitidine, the salt, in medicines like Rantac, Zantac. In fact, due to alleged carcinogen contamination, American Food and Drug Administration or US FDA eliminated all prescription and over-the-counter Ranitidine medicinal drugs from the marketplace in the year 2020. Now the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has removed the antacid salt Ranitidine from the list of essential medicines. In fact, Ranitidine is among 26 medicines dropped from the National List of Essential Medicines 2022. It is actually the most common drug prescribed by doctors to cure acid-related cough, indigestion and stomach pain. Sold under brand names such as Aciloc, Zinatac and Rantac, the salt in Ranitidine has given room for concerns across the globe because of its cancer-causing elements. The element known as N-nitrosodimethylamine or NDMA in Ranitidine medicines has become the subject of many studies that has raised concerns about its probable human carcinogen feature, though no concrete evidence has been established so far. The National List of Essential Medicines has just been released by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. 34 new medicines have been added, while 26 from the previous list have just been dropped. Once medicines are included in this list, manufacturers are required to sell their product equal to or lower than the ceiling price which has been set by the government. This obviously reduces the profit margin, but the production can't stop. Any medicine included in the National List of Essential Medicines is deemed important for national health and emergency scenarios. In the new list, apart from ranitidine, bleaching powder, procarbazine, rifabutin, sucralfate, white petrolatum have also been removed. The primary reason for revision of the National List of Essential Medicines from time to time is because the Government of India wants to ensure that there is no misuse of medications. There has to be rational use of medicines, considering the three important aspects of cost, safety and efficacy. A medicine is usually deleted from the National List of Essential Medicines if the medicine has been banned in India, if there are reports of safety concerns about this medicine, or if the medicine with better efficacy or a favorable safety profile and better cost effectiveness is available. There are many reasons for a medicine to be included in the National List of Essential Medicines. For example, those medicines which are considered extremely effective for handling a public health crisis are included in this list. These medicines must be approved by the Drug Controller General of India. They also must have proven efficacy and, importantly, a safety profile. It should be aligned with the current treatment guidelines and must be cost effective.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories this Saturday afternoon are. India welcomes 5G. Prime Minister Modi launches 5G services in the presence of Mukesh Ambani, Sunil Bharti Mittal, Kumar Mangalam Birla experiences 5G virtual reality before launch.
मुझे खुशी है कि विकसित भारत का संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा हमारा देश दुनिया के अन्य देशों के साथ किस तरह कदम से कदम मिलाकर चल रहा है.
Congress and Kerala divided over support to Tharoor, while the state division decides not to support Tharoor as Congress president. Youth Congress VP VMK Raghavan backs Tharoor. High Court nod to RSS rally in Tamil Nadu. RSS permitted to hold a rally on the 6th of November. DMK says no compromise on law and order. Prime Minister Modi refuses to address a rally in Rajasthan with microphone after 10 p.m. Apologizes for being late. Obeys the loudspeaker norms in the state. Biden's stern message for Putin, says not intimidated by Putin's reckless threats, vows to defend every inch of NATO. Massive move by the centre where Pakistan government Twitter handle has been withheld in India. The Pakistan government handle has been withheld due to legal demands, is what we've been given to understand. It's a move by the central government where the Twitter handle of the Pakistan government has been withheld in India The government says this is due to a legal demand. Now, India has taken a step into the future with Prime Minister Modi rolling out the much-awaited, talked-about 5G services. The initial rollout will see the tech being made available to select states, some cities, metros like Bombay, Delhi, Bengaluru, among others. But the expectation is that every nook and corner of the country will eventually be covered by the end of 2023. Only 3 telecom operators, Jio, Airtel and Vodafone Idea, have got the nod for the rollout of the new technology in the initial phase. Present with Prime Minister Modi on this historic occasion were Reliance Chairman Mukesh Ambani, Airtel Chairperson Sunil Kumar Mittal, Aditya Birla Group Chairman Kumar Mangalam Birla, and Jio's top boss Akash Ambani.
एक आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के इस ऐतिहासिक कालखंड में 1 अक्टूबर 2022 ये तारीख इतिहास में दर्ज होने वाली है। दूसरा, ये नवरात्रि का पर्व चल रहा है, शक्ति उपासना का पर्व होता है और 21वीं सदी की जो सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है उस शक्ति को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने का आज भी आरंभ हो रहा है। देश की ओर से, देश की टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री की ओर से 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों को 5G के तौर पर एक शानदार उपहार मिल रहा है। 5G देश के द्वार पर नए दौर की दस्तक लेके आया है।
The steps taken to fast-track India's march into the 5G era provide a compelling proof of our Prime Minister's determination. 5G is like a digital Kamdhenu, the heavenly cow that grants whatever we desire. With 5G, India will take longer and faster strides towards सबका डिजिटल साथ और सबका डिजिटल विकास।
हम सब बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि आप जैसे नेता देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। एयरटेल के सब लोग पूरे जोर से, पूरी अपना हिम्मत से 5G को देश में फैलाएंगे और 2023 मार्च तक काफ़ी शहरों में और 2024 मार्च तक सारे देश में 5G का फैलाव करेंगे।
As the Honorable Prime Minister launches India's 5G networks here today, the telecom industry will further ignite the digital dreams of 1.3 billion Indians and many thousands of enterprises. It will also set the stage for the country to become a $5 trillion economy in the next few years with $1 trillion contribution by the digital economy itself.
Aishwarya was at the event. She's now joining us live from Pragati Maidan in Delhi. Aishwarya, all the leaders of the industry, especially in the telecom sector, who were there, in fact, have highlighted and spoken about the advantages of the 5G technology. But for our viewers, it is important to point out that this is not something that's going to be available easily or available soon. Sometime towards the end of 2023 again, it's going to be rolled out very gradually, isn't it?
Well, very gradually, Sneha, because all the operators need to see the kind of glitches. So initially, we will see in 12 to 13 cities, they will do a pilot project. And after the pilot project is successful, in the next 2 years is when we will be able to see the 5G tech. Now, what the Prime Minister has emphasized on is the fact that this is the need of the hour. We need to come on to the 5G. We need to make sure that we have economic strides. And apart from that, we also need to also work on making 5G 5G into 6G. That is also something that the Prime Minister has spoken about. He's also said over the past 8 years, especially if we talk about 5G, a lot of things have been done and this work will continue. But one thing is for sure, Sneha, for people like you and I, this is a big bump. This is a big boost. The kind of network issues you and I have been having, we will see those issues reduced drastically. And in the next 2 years, Sneha, are very crucial. We will see a lot more happening, especially when we talk about what the Prime Minister has been speaking about. We understand the next 2 years will be very crucial for service providers as well as for the economy of the country.
And exciting as well, Ashwani. I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that. Story continues to be our top focus right here and we're staying with it. Prime Minister Modi launched the much awaited 5G services at the Indian Mobile Congress in Delhi. Let's take a look at the images from this event. Soon after inaugurating the exhibition, the Prime Minister experienced the use case of 5G through Geo glasses. He also spent time understanding the indigenous development of end-to-end 5G technology by Geo. Prime Minister Modi test drives a car remotely from Delhi in Europe using newly launched 5G technology. Now ahead of the launch, Mukesh Ambani's oldest son and chairman of Jio, Akash Ambani, touched the Prime Minister's feet. Technology giants including Reliance chief Mukesh Ambani, Bharti Enterprises chairman Sunil Bharti Mittal and Aditya Birla CEO Kumar Mangalam Birla were present at the event. The first 5G demo shows how it can be used in education. This demonstration even showed how Jio's 5G system can be used to help schools in India. Managing editor, Business Today, Siddharth Zarabi is now joining us. Siddharth, what does this rollout really mean for a country like India, so diverse and so large like ours?
It's a momentous day for India in its telecom and technology and IT revolution, a journey that effectively started in the mid-90s, and today, as we are on the cusp of 2023, it's now taking India into that select list of nations where high-speed mobile broadband, the fifth generation of that, has now kick-started. Obviously, the rollout will take time. India is a very large country, and telecom operators have indicated that they will start citywide rollouts. But if you sort of take the larger picture, I remember that cartoon by an American daily, which seemed to mock fun at India when we were doing great things in space recently. And I would like that same very cartoonist to now draw India's 5G revolution with the humility and the admission that he got it wrong when it comes to India's technological prowess.
Siddharth, thanks for getting us those details. Now, staying with this, Saturday, the 1st of October, marks a new chapter in the history of Indian telecom evolution. Prime Minister Modi has rolled out the fifth generation telecom services today, just a while ago, commonly known as 5G in the country. Though a late adopter of the next gen technology, the Indian market is expected to be a game changer in the long run. Here's how. Data delivered to you at a speed of light. Complete movies downloaded in just seconds. Offices, schools, hospitals completely wireless. Household appliances communicating with each other. The future is finally here.
Strong 5G ecosystem.
With Prime Minister Narendra Modi opening the window to the super-fast 5G telecom networks in the country. The network will first be launched in select cities, but will gradually cover the entire country in the coming couple of years. This is what the Ambani sign, Akash Ambani, had to say about the 2 lakh crore rupees Jio has invested in the technology.
An even more exciting possibility of Jio 5G is ultra-high speed, fixed broadband. And since you get fiber-like speeds over the air without any wires, with such a simple process, literally hundreds of millions of homes and offices can be connected to ultra-high speed broadband, that too in a very short period of time.
5G will offer speeds that are multiple times faster than 4G, as well as support lag-free connectivity. It will enable billions of connected devices to share data in real time. The technology will enable solutions for e-health, mobile cloud gaming, connected vehicles, immersive augmented reality and metaverse experiences. It is also expected to spur innovations by startups and business enterprises and further the Digital India vision by facilitating new age jargon line Internet of Things, machine-to-machine communication, artificial intelligence and edge computing.
I think India is now ready from the spectrum point of view. Equipment is now pretty standard and available. We have been building for this day for the last 24 months. I had predicted that we will launch sometime in the second half of 22. Some of the competitors felt it could probably come in 20 end or 21, but I knew that this takes time to really develop into an ecosystem. So we are ready. Expect, as the minister said, launches beginning from October. It could even be from very early in October, but sometime in October, you will start to see on your phones, if they are enabled for 5G, a 5G icon coming on your phones.
The 5G auctions saw bids by Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel, Vodafone Idea, as well as Gautam Adani's group, raking in 1.5 lakh crore rupees. The ultra-high-speed internet service is expected to result in new economic opportunities, societal benefits, as well as serve as a transformational force for the nation. The cumulative impact of 5G is estimated to reach $450 billion by 2035 and is expected to change the technological landscape for India, the second biggest smartphone market after China. Bureau Report, India Today. We have some news just coming in. Congress has, in fact, given a hint. This is from Gehlot. A hint from Gehlot at continuing as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Want people to send budget suggestions is what he says. Will Gehlot then continue as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan? Jaishankar Sharma is getting us more details on that story. Jaishankar, if this really was no secret, but I think this is the biggest hint ever. He's asking people to send in their suggestions for the budget, which is pretty much making his intention clear that he's going nowhere. He intends to be in Rajasthan.
Yes, Nia, it was a clear hint from Ashok Gehlot that the entire political crisis and the entire political scuffle in Rajasthan has been sent in the cooling period, and the next decision would be taken when new president would be selected of Congress. But Ashok Gehlot has made it clear that he is not going anywhere away from Rajasthan. He would present the next budget, and he has pretty much started campaigning for the elections stated to be next year. He has been addressing crowd in Bikaner. He will shortly be in Sri Ganganagar district. So he has started working again because he has got a clear hint from the High Command that they are not changing the Chief Minister, at least for the next coming 6 months. The budget will be presented in February this year. The way he appeared to be very confident, and he said it very clear that anybody who wants to give suggestion related to budget can give it to me. He also said that one very important point is that the Congress government would complete their 5 years. He also took a jibe at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he is trying to pretend that he is very humble, because he knows that I am very humble. The BJP made a very strong attempt to topple government in Rajasthan, but they were not successful just because of me. So Ashok Gehlot is clearly in the election mode, and he has already started working. He's got a signal from the High Command that he is not going to be sacked, at least for the next budget, at least for the next coming 5 months. he made it very clear that he will continue to work and he is ready to meet people, he is ready to take suggestions. He has also directed all his MLAs to concentrate in their respective constituencies, work then, meet people, and they should focus how they can win the elections against. It has been a blot on Ashok Gehlot government that he has never been able to repeat his government. They had went into elections on his face in 2003, but they lost. Congress was reduced to 56 seats. They again went to elections on his face in 2013, but Congress was reduced to 21 seats. So he has made it very clear to all his MLAs, ministers, to focus on ground zero so that they can win elections again and can create a history by repeating government. Sneha.
Okay, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. More news coming in, and this again has got to do with the churning in the Congress party. Mallikarjun Kharge is resigning as the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, is what we've been given to understand. Digvijay Singh in Chidambaram in the race for the leader of opposition is what we know. Mallikarjun Kharge will be resigning because he is in fact contesting as the Congress president, so essentially can't be holding two posts. What we know is that the other two senior leaders in the House of Elders, Digvijay Singh and Chidambaram, are going to be contesting for the post of the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. Given that the post is going to be vacant, led by Mallikarjun Kharge, the race has begun for the leader of opposition in the upper house of parliament, and that's the reason why Digvijay Singh and Chidambaram in fact are in the race for the leader of opposition for the Rajya Sabha. Mallikarjun Kharge has already filed his nominations for the Congress president and seems to be having the weight of the Gandhis really behind him, also of the top other leaders of the Congress party who backed him, quite visibly so. In fact, it's almost a done deal that Kharge indeed will be the next Congress president. In that case, he has to vacate his position as the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, and hence that's the reason why Digvijay Singh and Chidambaram are going to be in the race. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that story. Usually, Amit, the Congress in fact chooses the senior most leader for representation as the leader of opposition in these houses. Either it's the leader of the Congress in Lok Sabha or the leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha. Hence, Digvijay Singh and Chidambaram, these names really aren't any surprises, isn't it?
Well, absolutely right, Sneha. In fact, since yesterday, the dramatic turn of events where it became very clear that Mallikarjun Kharge is going to be the, favorite for the Congress president's office, the next question was what will happen to the post of LOP in Rajya Sabha, because Mr. Kharge has been holding that post. He is the face of the Congress party in the Rajya Sabha right now. And right after that, the obvious choices that were the senior most leaders in the Rajya Sabha in the upper house. And what we are learning from our sources is that Mr. Digvijay Singh as well as Mr. P. Chidambaram are the front runners for that particular post. Now remember, Sneha, yesterday when the news were doing rounds as to who will be in the electoral fray contest for the top office of the Congress party, Digvijay Singh had already announced that he has taken the nomination papers, and it was expected that he would around 12 in the noon he would go to the Congress office and file his nomination papers. However, in the dramatic change of events, the news broke out that Mallikarjun Kharge seems to be a more familiar and likely face, rather the favorite face for the president's post. And after that, Mr. Digvijay Singh went to his house and told him that in case you are contesting the election, I'm not going to fight it out, and in fact I'll become your proposer. So in that case, there's a possibility that because Digvijay Singh did not run for the for the office of Congress president, his name could be considered. He has a long career within the Congress party, someone who has handled the Congress's affairs right from the assembly level to government in Madhya Pradesh to becoming union minister in the center. And in this experience, Congress party has gone through different phases, ups and downs, but he has been a constant loyalist of the Gandhi family as well as the Congress party. So in that case, he looks a very possible phase. It is very plausible that he could, take over the post that is being vacated by Mallikarjun Kharge. On the other side, Mr. P. Chidambaram is also a very familiar face as far as the Congress party's structure and government, UPA government is concerned. And he has been one of the vocal faces of the Congress party in the upper house.
Undoubtedly. Thanking you for the moment, Amit. I'm going to keep coming back to you for more on that story. But what is clear is that Kharge, of course, in the race for the Congress president, leader of opposition in the upper house of parliament, and Digvijay Singh and Chidambaram are in the race, is what we've been given to understand. With that report, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Russia annexes 15% of Ukraine. Ukraine has renewed the bid to join NATO. NATO, however, rules out the membership to Ukraine. Putin accuses the West of attempts to break Russia.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, NATO's General Secretary said that Ukraine can't join the alliance yet. In spite of Kyiv's application for a fast-track membership to NATO, General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg has said Ukraine can't join the alliance as it is down to all 30 members deciding unanimously. After Russian President Vladimir Putin announced the formal integration of 4 provinces of Ukraine into Russia, US President Joe Biden warned his Russian counterpart against making any threat to NATO territory, saying that America was actually fully prepared with NATO allies to defend every single inch of NATO territory. Meanwhile, both Europe and US imposed fresh sanctions on 1,000 Russian firms. Ukrainian President Zelensky vowed to liberate his territory from the enemy. India has abstained on a draft resolution tabled in the UN Security Council that condemned Russia's illegal referenda and annexation of 4 Ukrainian territories and called for immediate cessation of violence.
America and its allies are not going, let me emphasize, are not going to be intimidated, are not going to be intimidated by Putin and his reckless words and threats. He's not going to scare us, and he doesn't, or intimidate us. Putin's actions are a sign he's struggling. The sham referenda he carried out and this routine he put on, don't worry, it's not on there if you're looking, okay? The sham routine that he put on this morning that's showing the unity and, you know, as people holding hands together. Well, the United States is never going to recognize this. And quite frankly, the world's not going to recognize it either.
Мы стали сильнее, потому что мы вместе. За нами правда, а в правде сила, а значит победа. Победа будет за нами. Спасибо. Удачи.
Story and much more going up on our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
On the show today, India's most affordable EV, side hustle culture and moonlighting. Is there a connection? All that and a lot more on this action-packed episode of Tech Today.
It's a big day for EVs in India. We keep talking about India's developing EV ecosystem, and that's why we have the newest kid on the block, the Tata Tiago EV. And it's not just any other EV. It happens to be India's most affordable four-wheeler EV at 8.5 lakhs ex-showroom, under 10 lakhs for an EV. Is the EV dream becoming a reality? That's what we're going to find out on Tech Today. Tiago EV comes in two battery options. One gives you a range of nearly 250 kilometers and the other one gives you a range of 315 kilometers. These are two lithium-ion battery pack options, 19.2 kilowatt hours and 24 kilowatt hours with IP67 rating for dust and water resistance on the battery, and both of them have a warranty of 8 years or 1,60,000 kilometers. And with this battery pack, 0 to 60 kilometers per hour in India's most affordable EV in under 6 seconds. That's what they're claiming. But when we have Discount Tech Today, we will give you a comprehensive review. Well, of course, that's what India's most affordable EV looks like under the hood, and we told you about the battery packs, but what's it like on the inside? That's what we want to show you on the electric experience. Well, ingress, all right. Entering the car is quite an easy task, even for someone who's around 6 feet tall. This leatherette steering wheel is a nice addition, and this is nearly 3 lakh rupees more expensive than the internal combustion engine Tiago. So obviously you have a few different features. This is electric, and we will be driving it and telling you what the drive experience is like. You have hill start and descent assist, TPMS, automatic climate control, rain sensing wipers, automatic headlamps, push button start and stop right over here, cruise control as well, and then it gets multi-mode regen. This we saw in the Nexon EV Max, 4 levels, and it's there in India's most affordable Tiago EV. Obviously, this touchscreen infotainment system comes with the Z Connect app with over 45 connected features. While you're using this, of course, this is not a Tesla, something like that, but I think it does the job. It's got a fairly decent system. You press home, it's responsive enough. You want to pair with another device, and that works as well. So it's kind of cool that we're getting so many features at this price point. Being India's most affordable electric vehicle in the four-wheeler space, we're hoping this is a disruptor and can build on the EV ecosystem in India. But there are a bunch of questions every time we have an EV on the show on electric experience. They're to do with range anxiety, battery optimization. How will these batteries perform in conditions like India? What is the regen like when you're taking it uphill? What is it like when you're braking? What's it like? And most importantly, how can you pack such a punch at this price point? Now, I don't have all the answers, but we need an expert from Tata Motors to talk us and walk us through all of this. So here we go. The Tiago EV, India's most affordable EV on Tech Today. And along with that, we have a very special guest, Mr. Anand Kulkarni of Tata Motors. Thanks so much for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
I want to start by asking you about the Tiago EV and the way you all have divided it into two different battery pack options. Now, being India's most affordable EV right now, that's kind of interesting, but how did you all at Tata Motors discern between the two different battery packs and different charging options?
So, we have two battery packs, that's right. So one is a 19.2, the second one is a 24 kilowatt hour. And what it essentially gives is the ability for customers to make a choice. And we've done this very smartly because there's a way in which the battery packs can be configured to give these kind of options. It's important to understand why we are trying to do this because, for example, even the small battery pack would give you a range of 250 kilometers on the certified cycle, and the real life would be roughly around 170 kilometers, which, by the way, is good enough for a week-long drive in the city in normal conditions. Now, therefore, you have this option for somebody whose usage is going to be primarily in the city, short drives, and you have a week-long range available with that. But then you could also have somebody who is wanting to mix his drives with an occasional intercity drive, and the long-range battery can come into action when that is the case. So giving this choice to people for them to decide what is the best option for them is something that is really what we call democratizing the EV options, and that's what we've tried to do with the Tiago.
Mr. Kulkarni, since we're talking about EVs, I have to address the proverbial elephant in the room, which happens to be range anxiety. When the team at Tata Motors is coming up with the Tiago EV and the Nexon EV and this big EV lineup, now including India's most affordable EV, how do you guys address range anxiety for EVs in India?
So it's not really the proverbial elephant in the room. This is something that we work very actively on, and range anxiety or alleviation of range anxiety is an important part to us. So there are specific steps that you do in order to make sure that range anxiety does not happen. To be honest, the kind of anxiety that was there when the Nexon EV was being made, to the point that now people are familiar with the product, they understand what it is, and the infrastructure has grown. Also, given the fact that 95% of the people home charge, 5% people are using it on highways, you have a situation where people are now becoming more comfortable, more aware about how cars need to be used, and range anxiety is still a factor. I cannot deny that, but it's not a factor as acute as it would have been maybe just about 3 years back. So today, when we look at how do we sort of take care of this particular factor, we are looking at efficiency improvements, we are looking at optimizations, we are looking at making sure that we give a graded performance to people, so that as the battery capacity starts to drop when the battery is discharging, you give customers cautions or warnings or audible signals to say that you are getting into lower battery capacity remaining, and therefore you need this option, or you need to stop somewhere and get yourself charged. Having said that, it's also important to understand that we give as many options as possible to people so that they can get their car charged. Yeah. On the Tiago, as with the Ziptron platform, we give 4 options. The first one is that provided you have proper earth connections made, you could plug it into any 15 amp socket and the car will charge itself, although at a slower rate. Then we give a charger along with the car. This is a 3.3 kilowatt charger, and with that the car can charge in roughly around 6.5-7 hours.
Which comes along with the base variant as well.
Which comes along with every car that we sell, including the base variant. And then we have an option where customers can buy a 7.2 kilowatt charger, and this is for heavy users, let's say, who want to use their cars more often and therefore they drive more kilometers and therefore they would need faster charging. This can charge the car in 3.5 hours. And then you also have the option of DC fast charge, where it can charge under an hour. DC fast charge, I would say, is primarily for highways.
Correct.
The other three options primarily for cities, and within this, we are able to take care of all requirements.
What a pleasure chatting with you on Tech today.
It's been great.
And thanks so much for watching. If you're into EVs, then I'm guessing you're already familiar with concepts like the passion economy and side hustle culture. Is moonlighting something that's been in the news a lot of late? And of course, we've covered it extensively on Business Today TV and at the Business Today India at 100 conclave as well. Is that part of a larger phenomenon called side hustle culture? What is this side hustle all about? Why have so many millennials and Gen Z popularized it on social media? Akanksha brings you this special report.
If you log into social media, everybody has been talking about the passion economy and the side hustle culture. That's just how the Gen Z and the millennials have been wired, especially after the pandemic. But why has this side hustle gig economy culture gotten so much rage? And how are the Gen Z and the millennials taking out time for this? Come, let's find out. Do you do any freelancing work or side gigs apart from your day job?
Well, I am a writer, so I do write articles, I do write my poems, I do write stuff. I still have a life ahead, right? I have to pursue my hobby. So I'm just putting my hobbies to a monetary fund, monetizing them, that's it.
Okay, so here we have a side hustler who also has a day job and who writes as a freelance writer apart from his day job.
Yeah, I like to photograph.
Okay, you like to photograph.
I'm looking for internship for Saturday, Sunday.
One of my friends is a singer, but he's also working with KPMG. So he works with KPMG 9 to 5, but on the weekends or maybe in the night he performs somewhere. So that totally depends. Like if you are an artist or something, you work, like you can work.
She's Veera, she's a lawyer by the day and an artist by the night. So Veera, tell us, how do you manage both these gigs?
So I worked more on my art during the pandemic. I could really use Instagram as a platform. I think the algorithm was also better back then, so I could use Instagram as a platform to promote my art. There were a lot of initiatives that came up, which were basically hashtag-led initiatives. I could work on it a lot then. I also wasn't working full-time as a lawyer then. I don't know if I managed to do it as a side gig, but I do try and do it personally. As a side hustle is definitely difficult when you are in a profession like the law, because I think being an artist also requires a lot of that social networking, which is time consuming. And while at one point I did think that I could manage full-time law work with also a successful side hustle as an artist, I definitely think it's difficult.
So we have Gunjan here and she has some very interesting takes because she herself is a freelancer. So what do you think, Gunjan? Should freelancing apart from one's day job be allowed?
Yeah, why not?
How do you freelance?
I'm a makeup artist, so what I do is I go for the work. I have a studio too in Gurgaon. We order on the Blinkit, everything is online nowadays. Yeah. So everybody wants that comfort to get the things at home.
Okay.
So there's nothing wrong in it. Even I like that. So I go to their places and do the service.
So Shweta, do you think it should be okay for freelance? To freelance, yeah.
Yeah, definitely it will be okay. You get more opportunities and more income. And if you are in a field like I'm a data engineer, data analyst, so you will get more challenges to work upon. If so, you can enhance your career more into it.
Art, photography, fashion designing, live singing. These are just some of the passion projects Young India is following. This is a space Tech Today and Business Today will be closely tracking. Over to you, Ayush.
Well, those were some fascinating insights from that ground report, but this is only the first half of the show. If you liked EVs and all about the passion economy and side hustle culture, the second half of the show is all for audiophiles and also what's happening in the gaming world. Stay tuned, don't miss the second half of the show.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi. You've seen EVs. We've spoken about a side hustle culture with all millennials and Gen Z. And now we want to don an audiophile's hat and show you the Google Pixel Buds Pro. But we've unboxed them before, so let's get them out of the box. There you go, the Google Pixel Buds Pro. I'd imagine that you could compare them with the AirPods Pro, which we've also been using for a while, but there's a new AirPods Pro on the market. So we will reserve that verdict in the coming days on the Business Today pages, so stay tuned. For now, we have a few observations about the Google Pixel Buds Pro, so here goes. So there's a bunch of things that we can talk about. Of course, it is the active noise cancellation, it's the design, the ease of use, and what's the sound like most importantly. Well, let's start with the sound. The sound on these earbuds is quite good, honestly. The minute you put them in, they fit perfectly fine, and the sound is punchy. If you're listening to music, they do a fantastic job with all sorts of songs, but most importantly, when you take a call and you've paired them up with your Android device, because they're not the best alternative if you're using them with an iPhone, although I have used them with Apple devices, but they will really come in their own if you're using them with an Android device. The minute you put them in, the sound is fantastic. And then of course the noise cancellation, these buttons, you can just tap it over here and I can barely hear you guys. So while the sound is amazing on these earbuds, and I really think that they can match up in every way when it comes to sound quality and noise cancellation to the AirPods Pro, at least the original version, like I said, but there is a small chink in its armor, and I think that is design. While the design of the earbuds, when they're in your ears, fantastic, they're not the best to use when you're putting them in your pocket. Look, this is a lot more pocketable. When you're talking about the Pixel Buds Pro, it's a weird shape like this. It's an egg shape, literally looks like an egg. And it's sort of slippery with this matte finish. While it looks great, it looks premium, it's a little slippery when you're using it. Often, it has slipped out of my pocket from my jeans, fallen on the floor, and that's not the best experience. Another thing which is really cool about the Google Pixel Buds Pro is multi-point connectivity. That means you could connect this with a couple of devices at the same time, and that can be very helpful. Supposing you're on a Zoom call here and you want to wrap this up and listen to your favorite music on another device very soon, that works really well. Our verdict in a nutshell, they're called the Google Pixel Buds Pro for a reason, made by Google with all these flagship features, barely anything that we can point out as flaws, so it comes with pro pricing. Now, if it was much cheaper, it would be an easy recommendation, but this is in the same league as products from Sennheiser and Sony and other flagship brands, and of course, the Apple AirPods Pro. But the good thing is, this works in the Apple ecosystem, and this works in the Google ecosystem. And we can safely say, after reviewing both these devices, which we'll continue to do with the new version of the AirPods, that the Google Pixel Buds Pro are nothing short of a competent, formidable answer to Apple's AirPods Pro. We've covered the online gaming space on the show before, but given what the Tamil Nadu government has planned to do with online gaming with stakes, we thought it's important to give you a lowdown on the gaming sector in India. A few months ago, when we were covering it on the show, it was all about the Karnataka government. Now, it's a bunch of states, especially in the south of India, who have a particular approach to online gaming. What's up with the gaming space in India? Here's a Business Today TV special report.
This was the meeting of the Tamil Nadu cabinet chaired by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, which has brought the hammer down on the online gaming industry in the state. The cabinet took the ordinance route after the Madras High Court last August overturned the state government's November 2020 ban on online games involving transfer of money. The state government has appealed the High Court's order in the Supreme Court, which has now issued notices to all concerned parties. The matter is expected to be heard in the next couple of months. Tamil Nadu is just one of those states which is rallying against online games involving stakes. The other southern states of Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana have passed similar legislation, some of which have been shot down by the High Courts of Karnataka and Kerala. According to these states, while games may require some skills, the use of money makes them nothing short of gambling. Overall, according to a report, real money gaming comprised nearly 70% of the 10,100 crore rupee gaming industry in the country last year alone. While fantasy sports saw a revenue increase of 26%, money spent on rummy rose to 28%. The games are especially popular in southern states. Let's listen in to this conversation our technology editor Ayush Alavadi had with the founder CEO of Games 24/7 just some time ago.
When it comes to state level policy making, I would say the best way to describe it is some sort of confusion, and also a lack of recognition, I think, in some sense of how huge the space can be. Today, we are a $2 billion market. By any meaningful estimate, we're talking $25 to $30 billion by 2030. Today, the industry employs about 50,000 people. That could well be 1 million people by 2030.
Meanwhile, the general mood across the nation seems to be against these online games involving money. 66% of those polled by Business Today TV thought the Tamil Nadu government was right in banning these games. The central government is also taking a similar view and is now working towards regulating and further taxing the online gaming industry. There is a possibility of GST levied on these games being hiked to 28% from the current 18%, a decision which could be taken as soon as next month. What has really upped the stakes here are recent GST notices to gaming companies, including one for 21,000 crore rupees to Gamescraft Technologies, all part of the GST probe agency's action against the entire online gaming industry in India. The agency is now hoping to recover a whopping 2.5 lakh crores in taxes. Well, we're going to continue tracking the story on Tech Today and Business Today TV. Do stay tuned for more.
From EVs to passion economy and the side hustle culture, gaming and the latest earbuds in the market. Have you enjoyed this show? You have to let us know on our social media handles. Even if you didn't like the show, let us know how we can get better. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi saying thank you so much for watching. Until next week, adios.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces, China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces, China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy, China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force, China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves, China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks, China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines, China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships, China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery, China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft, China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
watching India Today.
Hello, where you're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories this Saturday afternoon. India welcomes 5G. Prime Minister Modi launches 5G services in the presence of Mukesh Ambani, Sunil Bharti Mittal and Kumar Mangalam Birla. Experiences 5G virtual reality before the launch.
मुझे खुशी है कि विकसित भारत का संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा हमारा देश दुनिया के अन्य देशों के साथ किस तरह कदम से कदम मिलाकर चल रहा है.
Gehlot gives a massive hint at continuing as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, seeks suggestions from people on state budget. PCM war in Karnataka rages on. Congress workers stripped off his PCM t-shirt that he wore in the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka. Pakistan government's Twitter account withheld in India. Twitter page shows account withheld in response to a legal demand. Biden's stern message for Putin. Says not intimidated by Putin's reckless threats. Vows to defend every inch of NATO. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi resumes the Bharat Jodo Yatra from Gundlupet in Chamrajnagar district. PCM controversy takes center stage. During the Yatra, one of the Congress workers donned t-shirt with PCM poster. The youth had also carried a flag with the logo. Police detained the worker, ensured that he removed the t-shirt. Earlier, the Padyatra was delayed because of rains. Bharat Jodo Yatra has entered day 2 in Karnataka and could conclude the Yatra in Hosamukha and Bellary. Sagai Raj is getting us more details on that story. Sagai, what really happened there? And how is the Congress really viewing this, given that the police forced the youth Congress worker or the worker of the Congress there, the young man, to take off the t-shirt?
Absolutely. This particular Congress worker was seen with the PCM flag as well as a t-shirt when he was participating in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Police who noticed this particular action from the Congress workers immediately got into action and detained him. And you can see that in the visuals that he has been manhandled and he has been pulled by the police and forced him to remove the t-shirt. Remember, earlier, when the campaign was started in Bengaluru, we had seen that Congress workers were arrested by police. And subsequently now, even in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, there was a worker who was seen wearing the t-shirt as well as holding the flag. And if you notice, yesterday when the Padayatra started from Bengaluru, there was...
We'll just in fact connect with Sagai once again. Sagai was getting us those details. The manner in which the young man was asked to remove his t-shirt, and he was wearing a t-shirt that read PCM, which again is a controversy brewing in Karnataka, a campaign launched by the Congress against the BJP, especially the Chief Minister. India has taken a step into the future with Prime Minister Narendra Modi rolling out the much-awaited, talked-about 5G services. The initial rollout will see the technology being made available to select states, handful of cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru. But the expectation is that every nook and corner of the country will eventually be covered by the end of 2023. Only 3 telecom operators, Jio, Airtel and Vodafone Idea, have got the nod for the rollout of the new technology in the initial phases. Present with Prime Minister on this occasion were Reliance Chairman Mukesh Ambani, Airtel Chairperson Sunil Kumar Mittal, Aditya Birla Group Chairman Kumar Mangalam Birla, and Jio's top boss Akash Ambani.
आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के इस ऐतिहासिक कालखंड में 1 अक्टूबर 2022 ये तारीख इतिहास में दर्ज होने वाली है। दूसरा, ये नवरात्रि का पर्व चल रहा है, शक्ति उपासना का पर्व होता है और 21वीं सदी की जो सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है, उस शक्ति को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने का आज भी आरंभ हो रहा है। देश की ओर से, देश की टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री की ओर से 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों को 5G के तौर पर एक शानदार उपहार मिल रहा है। 5G देश के द्वार पर नए दौर की दस्तक लेके आया है। साथियों, आज टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में जो क्रांति देश देख रहा है, वो इस बात का सबूत है कि अगर सरकार सही नीयत से काम करे तो नागरिकों की नीयत बदलने में देर नहीं लगती है। 2G की नीयत और 5G की नीयत में यही फर्क है। आज भारत मोबाइल फोन उत्पादन करने में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है। इतना ही नहीं, जो कल तक हम मोबाइल इंपोर्ट करते थे, आज हम मोबाइल एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दुनिया को बेच रहे हैं। जरा सोचिए, 2014 में जीरो मोबाइल फोन निर्यात करने से लेकर आज हम हजारों करोड़ के मोबाइल फोन निर्यात करने वाले देश बन गए हैं, एक्सपोर्ट करने वाले देश बन चुके हैं।
The steps taken to fast-track India's march into the 5G era provide a compelling proof of our Prime Minister's determination. 5G is like a digital Kamdhenu, the heavenly cow that grants whatever we desire. With 5G, India will take longer and faster strides towards सबका डिजिटल साथ और सबका डिजिटल विकास।
हम सब बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि आप जैसे नेता देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। एयरटेल के सब लोग पूरे जोर से, पूरी अपना हिम्मत से 5G को देश में फैलाएंगे और 2023 मार्च तक काफ़ी शहरों में और 2024 मार्च तक सारे देश में 5G का फैलाव करेंगे।
As the Honorable Prime Minister launches India's 5G networks here today, the telecom industry will further ignite the digital dreams of 1.3 billion Indians and many thousands of enterprises. It will also set the stage for the country to become a $5 trillion economy in the next few years with $1 trillion contribution by the digital economy itself.
जियो ने, जैसे श्री मुकेश अंबानी जी मेरे पिताजी ने बताया, जियो का पूरा प्लान होएगा कि दिसंबर तक पूरा इंडिया कवर हो जाएगा। भाग इंडिया में अपन देखेंगे कि 5G के अनुसार बहुत सारे नए एप्लीकेशंस आएंगे और जैसे प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी ने बोला था कि नई क्रांति चालू हो जाएगी इंडिया में। एब्सोल्युटली हम बहुत अफोर्डेबल करेंगे, हर एक भारतवासी को अफोर्डेबल होना चाहिए, डिवाइस के लेके सर्विस तक सब कुछ तय करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Prime Minister Modi launched the much-awaited 5G services at the Indian Mobile Congress in New Delhi. Let's take a look at some of the pictures, some images really from this event. Soon after inaugurating the exhibition, the Prime Minister experienced the use cases of 5G through Geo Glass. He spent time understanding the indigenous development of end-to-end 5G technology by Geo. Prime Minister Modi test drives the car remotely from Delhi in Europe using the newly launched India's 5G technology. Ahead of the launch, Mukesh Ambani's oldest son and chairman of Jio Infocom's board, Akash Ambani, touched the Prime Minister's feet. Technology giants including Reliance Chief Mukesh Ambani, Bharti Enterprises Chairman Sunil Bharti Mittal and Aditya Birla CEO Kumar Mangalam Birla were present in this event. The first 5G demo shows how it can be used in education. The demonstration even showed how Jio's 5G system can be used to help schools in India. Time now for news from across the country in brief. Take a look. After Prime Minister Modi, AAP leaders on a whirlwind campaign in Gujarat, Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann, Raghav Chadda and Manish Sisodia are in Gujarat. AAP leaders have intensified their visits to review and fine-tune their preparations in the state. Hindu groups in Karnataka requested Hindu community members to boycott halal meat during Ayodhya Puja. Hindu group has even started a campaign of halal-free Dasera. Ayodhya Puja is celebrated on 4th of October in Karnataka. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has written to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, pointing out at the unwarranted delay in permitting the felling of trees and their translocation. The letter claims this has stalled several critical development projects in the city. With the start of October, two major changes will be there to welcome Delhiites. Delhi is going to move into an optional power subsidy zone. Graded response action plan is going to be implemented to keep a check on pollution during winters. One has died, 3 injured in Mumbai firing after 2 men opened fire in a suburb in Mumbai. Shooting was reported from Kandivali. Bike-borne shooters fired 4 rounds, killing 1 youth. Cops are on the hunt for the bike-borne shooters. It's a big setback for Delhi Mantri Satyendar Jain. That's the story we're getting at this hour. Delhi High Court dismisses Satyendar Jain's plea challenging transfer of case to another judge. The Delhi High Court on Saturday dismissed Satyendar Jain's plea, challenging the order of transferring his bail plea to another judge. The court dismissed this appeal, challenging the transfer of proceedings against him in a case of money laundering from a special court to another judge. Anisha Mathur has more details on that story. Anisha, why was this appeal made to begin with?
Well, sir, remember just a few days ago, the Rise Avenue District Judge had allowed the ED plea to transfer the bail hearing of Satyendar Jain in the money laundering case from Judge Gitanjali Goyal to Judge Vikas Dhal, and that is what was challenged by Satyendar Jain, saying that the judgment of the trial court said that there is a possibility, there is an apprehension of bias, but there is no actual bias being indicated by the judge. Now, what the High Court in its order has said is that the High Court took into account, and today is a Saturday, despite today being a Saturday, the hearing was conducted, and what the court has noted is the argument made by Satyendar Jain's lawyers, who claim that this decision was bad in law. However, the court has said that the apprehension of bias has to be seen from the angle of the party concerned and not of the judge per se. That the facts show that the Enforcement Directorate had acted upon the apprehension that they had, that it is not simply something that is on which a statement was made, but an actual action was taken by the Enforcement Directorate to go to the district judge and indicate that they have an apprehension of bias, and that is why it is the independent evaluation could have been conducted by the district judge, and that because after considering all the issues, because the ED was under the apprehension that because the first judge had allowed Satyendar Jain to go to the RML hospital, which is a Delhi government hospital, it had also accepted certain applications that he had filed with regard to his health, etc. So that is why the ED was concerned about a possible bias, and that is what the High Court has said, that it is not that there has to be actual bias, but because the Enforcement Directorate had enough of an apprehension, therefore there is no need to interfere with that decision right now. So which basically means that Satyendar Jain's bail petition will now have to be reheard by CBI Special Judge Vikas Dhal, and since the objection was that the hearing has already been held over several days.
All right, I'm thanking you for the moment. Anisha Mathur getting us all of those details. News from across the world in brief now. Take a look. Norway Prime Minister Jonas Gahr has said the country will receive help from the UK, Germany and France to patrol the seas around its oil and gas platforms amid suspicion that sabotage caused leaks in Nord Stream pipelines earlier this week. Hurricane Ian has slammed into South Carolina, making another landfall after a deadly march across Florida, washing away houses, stranded thousands and left an unknown number of people dead. North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles towards its eastern waters, making it the North's 4th round of weapons launches this week that are seen as response to military drills amongst its rivals. Burkina Faso Army Captain Ibrahim Traore has deposed military leader Paul Henry Damiba, dissolved the government, suspending the constitution and transitional charter. This is the second takeover in 8 months for the West African state. Heavy rains triggered mudslides and floods in western Venezuela. At least 20 people have died due to the heavy downpour. Rescue workers are searching for missing people. Story and much more going up on our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management. India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China's move to set up its ship has also alarmed India's security. The Hambantota port gives Sri Lanka a direct access to link the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. However, Sri Lanka's president has said China does not have permission to use the port for military purposes. Sri Lanka's GDP to debt ratio has been continuously increasing since 2010. The island nation has been facing a down spiral since then. And the pandemic in the last 2 years has worsened their economic conditions. If IMF approval comes through, Sri Lanka will be able to stabilize their economy over the period of 4 years. The IMF package will indeed help raise the government's revenue to support fiscal consolidation. It will raise new prices for fuel, electricity, social spending, and rebuild depleted foreign reserves. Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
When it comes to being a global fashion icon, no one carries the tag with more finesse than Kim Kardashian. The reality star and social media sensation can step out in just about anything and turn it into the hottest trend in fashion. And our Desi divas are heavily inspired by her. From Malaika Arora to Nora Fatehi, here are a few who've rocked the Kim Kardashian look. When it comes to Desi fashion icons, Malaika Arora gets a special mention. This woman simply doesn't go wrong with fashion like ever. From Kim's airport looks to being a golden goddess, she's tried it all. And she doesn't keep it to just clothes. Malaika Arora has tried her hairstyle too. Malaika has left no stone unturned to seem to be a fan of this Kardashian fashion staple. Nia is regarded as one of Indian television's most bold actresses. Nia's style statement consistently astounds her fans. She is very much inspired by Kim Kardashian by following her style in makeup and in dress-up. If you were to go through Nia Sharma's pictures, the similarity to Kim is uncanny. Bollywood actress Isha Gupta is oozing hotness in every new social share. This specific one, where she's wearing a waist-high slit skirt, truly sets the bar high. Now check out this picture of Kim Kardashian. Who wore it better, Isha or Kim? Nora Fatehi apparently holds the title of being Bollywood's Kim Kardashian. Let's find out why. She gave off vibes similar to Hollywood diva Kim Kardashian and raised temperatures on social media a couple of times. From nude lips to bodycon dresses, what's not a Kardashian look? Well, we have to say Nora Fatehi and Kim Kardashian are dreamers and achievers. Don't you feel that both the ladies exude a common vibe? That of a goddess.
Welcome to India today.
Thank you.
This is truly exciting because I've been mind blown by whatever I've seen so far.
Thank you.
Right from the standees to the intricate details on what I see on the standees, to the teasers, to the trailers, to all the conversations that you guys have been having. I did a little bit of reading up before I came. I thought I should read up before I come and have this conversation. It helps, right? For me also. I was shocked to know that there is such little information that we have on the Chola dynasty. And it has taken us so long to discover this dynasty and also explore these people who have been who are a part of our history and a part of our legacy. I was just curious to know, why did it take us so long? Was that a question also which crossed your mind while making the film? Why has it taken us so long to discover this dynasty?
Not really. I think that came much later. For me, it was more about the film and my character and working with these fabulous people and working with Manisa, predominantly. With the team, when you work with him, you usually get the best team that's out there. And that was what was, charging me. Later, after we started doing the film, and then we got into research and we read all about it. And we've heard about it. In South India, obviously, we're all aware of what the Cholas have done. Then it's only after that, because we are so caught up in this, So after that, when you think about it, and you feel good that you're out there and you're like a spokesperson actually talking to maybe the rest of India and telling them, see, this is what happened. It's happening all over India, but in the South too, we have all this happening.
Right. We've had these mainstream Hindi films depicting Mughals, or we've had these stories surrounding them and their history. Why has it taken us so long to sort of get back into our own culture, our own heritage, and weave stories? Ravi, I want to speak to you about that. What are your thoughts on that?
See, basically, cinema is a medium which looks for stories. And we have great stories. This is one such story. So it's a pride for our Indian cinema that this thing is coming out. And I don't think it is coming out today or tomorrow, whenever. I'm happy that it is coming out. So I think it's high time it comes out. So we are all happy about it. And somehow we have been chosen for this. And this team is so happy about it. Let's see it in a very positive way. That this is coming out now at the right time. And with the right spirit, with the right cast and crew.
You are sort of the brand ambassadors. Yes, Sukita.
No, to your question, it made me think of what does it mean when you say our history. British presence in India is also our history.
Right.
The Cholas or the Pallavas or whoever, like much like earlier, is also our history. The Mughals is also our history. India constantly has had foreign presence or like a constant shift in the rulers. So it's difficult to draw a line as to what is ours and what isn't.
Right.
During the Chola rule, Indonesia too comes under ours, but it's obviously a very separate nation now. So I think borders are porous, and history has proved that stories that become immortal are stories that must be taken forward and celebrated, and I think this is one such story.
I want to also speak to you, Karthi and Vikram sir, about Mani sir. I met him yesterday, and you know, every time you talk to him about his work, his eyes light up, and that has not changed ever since we've seen the magic of Mani sir. What did you discover about him during the making of PS1? Because you worked with him in the past, right? What side of him did you discover, if I could start with you?
The simple thing is, when you speak about him, our eyes light up. So, I mean, that's what he is to all of us. For me, on a personal level, I've always wanted to work with him even before I came into movies, and I love cinema always, but I've loved his films the most. And my first song that I even started singing on my own, like as in when I started singing, was his movies. And the first movie that I really loved was again his movie. And he brought a very different flavor to South Indian cinema, and in fact, national cinema too, the way his movies are being made. So since I've been following him, I've always wanted to work with him. And so when I finally got to work in Ravanan and again in this, it's like, it's just a dream come true twice, and I couldn't, ask for more.
Correct me if I'm wrong, were you also supposed to be a part of Bombay?
I was supposed to be, do Arvind Sami's role.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then fate. But never too late. I still got to do Ravan, and I think I've done lots of really interesting characters. I think Ravan is one of my best performances, and I love doing that because there were so many shades, and it was grey, and I mean we could experiment. And since I had these 10 characters or 10 heads, it was lovely working with Mani sir, because each time we did a scene, he would always ask me to experiment with each, head or person. And that was the most beautiful thing about that film, and most beautiful thing about working with him. It was like, for me, it was like a workshop. I'm just like a student when I work with him. It's like, okay, you have so much to learn. Not just about the acting, even the scenes, how he conceptualizes them, how he executes them, how he talks to the DOP. I've never seen anybody speak. I've worked with like the best of directors. It's always like, okay, let's go for mid-shot. Can you go for a crane and then we'll just go on down, or you just use a Jimmy or whatever. But he's like, he will talk in emotion. He'll come and say, okay, I want, like, specifically, I remember that scene where Aishwarya is there and I walk and I come running up and towards the climax. And I followed him as he was explaining. He says, Santosh, as we walk and you feel the chill, and she's there and she's alone, and then, she's looking around and she's lost, and then you have this gust of wind, and then you notice there's something there, and then he's there and he sees this, and it's so cool, and she's there, and the way, that's the shot he described. And so he left Santosh, just like when he talks to about acting, he won't tell us what to do. Right. He'll explain the emotion like that. He was doing that even with the DOP. So everything about, and then what he does with the design, what he does with editing, what he does with framing, it's beautiful. And to think that he's 70 plus, whatever, and isn't he? Or he's 60, 50, 20, 30?
60.
He's ageless in his love for cinema.
He's ageless. Okay, edit that.
Just turned 16.
Whatever, 60. Okay, the thing is, whatever. His energy and what he's wanting to do something different, he's wanting to, every film of his is his first film. It's like that. That is something we all want to emulate. That's something we all want to do in whatever profession we are in. I'm sorry it took so long, but you can't put it all in a nutshell for him.
Absolutely. I mean, there is no enough time to describe him.
And I was just a fanboy speaking.
And you gave us a glimpse of how it would be to be on a set on a Mani Ratnam film, which is so great.
It's something else. Yeah. Something else.
Karthi, as a mentor, what is it that you've taken from him? What has he added to your performance?
See, he's given me a lot of clarity on what I want to do. He would say, just because something is working, something is successful, you cannot just do it. It has to come from within. So you better do stuff which makes you happy in matter of choice of scripts and choice of films. That gave me a lot of clarity that you don't have to jump, not every film has to be successful, not looking at what is a success, but rather trying to do a product which gives you happiness, which becomes art. And that's what becomes success also. What's your perspective towards doing a film? And with Mani sir in this film, what I see is that he'll never gives up. He will never accept a no for an answer. It has to be done, it has to be done. Imagine for this film, he's been trying to make this for the last 40 years. He's been trying to assemble it, it fizzles out. It assembles, fizzles out. Imagine for us in this generation, we don't even put ourselves through for more than 6 months. If it's not working out, you want to give up and throw away and go. True. Great things doesn't come easy. You have to be ready for a very long grind. Only then you can achieve greatness. That's something which I felt while working on this film. And he says, don't think about what other people are talking about you. Let them say good things or bad things. You know who you are. Trust in that and keep going. This is what I take away from this film.
That's a great insight to have as a mentor. I mean, these are wise words for life, not just
very,
for
very
cinema.
important. Absolutely.
I think, Trisha, your photos with Aishwarya have gone viral, and I think you've been asked about it a million times. But I'm also very curious to know from you. I was reading up a bit on how you guys sort of had this chemistry. I mean, how did it work out? Because you're not supposed to like her, and he told you to stay away from her to get in character. As an actor, what was that experience like?
I hope we're good actors on that front. But no, that was actually, Mani sir said it in a lighter moment because we were being really noisy and yappy and talking. And it was a very important scene that day. So he was just laughing and passing by us and he was like, listen, don't get too friendly because I need you guys to dislike each other right now. So it was one of those things. And the selfie, I don't know these days what really goes viral. Suddenly something's trending and going viral all over, and I'm wondering, okay, I probably would have even done that 2 years ago. Why didn't it go viral then? I think it's also the buzz and the positivity around the film that's, I think,
very high.
To be very honest, I'm very proud. Many things are trending and going viral, and it's created such a good buzz for the film.
I'm also very curious to know from both of you. My first impression when I look at the film and your characters is obviously the intricate detailing of everything from your hairdo to everything, the accessories, what you're wearing, right? When you sit on that set and you have hours and hours of hair and makeup and all of these things to do, how do you spend time? I'm just curious to know, what do you do? Are you on the phone or are you just like...
There's no time. This is a multi-star. That's the best part about this film. Had this been a film where I didn't have these people around me, it would have probably been tougher.
Of course.
Right? So this was fun. Maybe her ears were bleeding and my arm was scratched, but we would chat in between shots and the same with each of us. So we didn't feel the pain of it at all.
Also, I think when people paint a picture of an actress getting ready, I think they imagine her just sitting back, sipping on some cola, and there's like a village of people working around us. I don't think it's so pleasant. No, but it's all right.
The village of people around us is a true story, but it's not as pleasant as...
Because every time you bump into her room, she'll look different. She'll be halfway through. You say, don't come inside. Because she has such a big hairdo, just go over her head.
It was
People
fun.
used to, catch it for her.
If I had to ask you, if you get a chance, when you have a film like this, right? If you had to take something home from the film, something you've worn or a part of your ensemble or something on the set, what memorabilia would you take from PS1 as a memory?
Can we take someone else's too?
Yes.
I'd like his crown.
Oh.
It was real
Would you
gold,
give it
and it was real diamonds, and it was all... And he didn't get to wear it anyway. So, just that.
I want to take Mani sir home.
What better thing to do?
Good one.
I love the jewelry, but we aren't allowed to take them. They're all original. Some of so basically all my costumes were made from saris.
Right.
I would love to take some of the fabric back home. It's beautiful. You guys would know once you see the film. So much that's gone into it.
I have taken, Mani sir would work, do some homework on some scenes for the day, rough work. So I had taken those home. I just wanted to have his handwriting.
Wow.
It's a bit psychotic if you think of it, but yeah.
You've taken it now, there's no going back, and that's for a lifetime to keep.
You were searching for that third scene, no, that day? Remember?
See, sir was missing, he said.
We lost half a day because of my dialogues. You know who's the culprit.
I'm also very curious to know, as actors, right? And now there is so much talk about social media. That's another way of promoting a film. You connect with your fans directly. You don't have a barrier. You can directly sense what they are expecting from you. What do you make of this noise that social media is also a factor that can contribute to whether you are watching a film or not watching a film? What do you make of that noise, that whole chatter?
A lot.
No, I think it's all good because if your film is good, it's automatically going to get received. But the thing is, what is nice about social media right now, I feel, is initially we had this headache of posters and hoardings. And I remember when Aparajit was released, we had about 62 hoardings all over Chennai. So the producer would go say, okay, this whole building, I want this. And then they had brought this rule where they said, you can't have hoardings anymore. And we didn't know what to do. What do you do? And you can't put posters out.
Yes.
We were lost. Now you just have to put out a first look. It's already viral. Like, we've actually started promotions only now.
Yes.
People are asking us, when are you going to start? And what about North India, blah, blah. But the thing is, because of social media, in just a few days, it's all over the place. It depends on how you do it and also the energy that the film has.
Yeah.
So it depends on that. But of course, if you make a film that's not very good, and then you're going to invite a lot of negative criticism, which I guess, and of course, reviews do affect our films, definitely does. I guess just put your best foot forward and try to do good stuff.
I mean, there's a good and a bad side to everything. So we looking at the good side.
For example, the trailer of the film.
Yes.
When you go to somewhere remote place in India, they have already seen the trailer of this film. Imagine earlier you have to reach out to them.
Physically.
It's only play on television or in theatre. Now because of the mobile phones, they get to see it even if they are working somewhere in the mountains. They know this film is coming out.
And you need to have a very big budget film to have a trailer in the theatre.
Yes.
And they can't tune all the theatres. It'll only be 5. In Chennai, we'll have three theatres which on Satyam. This is, oh, damn good. What about the other? No, we can't get it. It was that expensive. So nobody will see it.
The thing is that you can reach out so many people.
Overnight.
Absolutely, which wasn't possible before.
Earlier,
That's true. And also just the fact that, we are getting introduced to history. Bahubali came and then that sort of opened up doors. Then that whole conversation happened about how this is the first. And then films followed. Now our take and our way of looking at films has changed for sure, right? It's evolved, it's different, it's not been the same anymore. This whole conversation about pan-India has been going on for a very long time. And I think now that term is also misused a lot.
Yes.
Just as, I'm not going to ask you any of those questions, but just as people who watch films also, you're also an audience, right? What is your take on this conversation that has been going on with regional cinema, and then with North cinema, and then with pan-India, all of these things?
No, I think, see, our culture is like that, our country is like that. We have so many, it's like, I was just telling someone earlier, Arabia is just one language, one religion, but it's so many countries, but we are not like that. And forget about the many languages and cultures, just go to Tamil Nadu, you have dialects and you have subcultures, and like, I wouldn't understand, like his Tamil, where he comes from, is a little more difficult for me, and it's more beautiful. If you go a little further down, you won't understand. Likewise in Kerala, I may know Malayalam, but if I go to Trivandrum, I won't have a clue. I'll be clueless. I may understand in Cochin, so there are dialects, just in a state.
Absolutely.
So when it's like that, you obviously are going to have that kind of a disparity between languages and states. But this, I love this, the fact that till now, till the pandemic happened, we didn't have streaming platforms, so people were not that exposed. I mean, we did have stray films getting released in Hindi or dub, which may happen 1 year later or whatever. But now you can actually, if there is a Malayalam market is such a small market, but Minnal Murali became such a huge hit because quickly it was on streaming platforms and you got it. So I think that has opened doors to the extent that even me, I for one, I met a lot of people who would say, I'd rather watch a film with subtitles than watch the dubbed version, which is such a beautiful thing. And I think Bahubali has opened doors for all of us. For the largeness, and not only that, we're able to make bigger films. We didn't have to look at Hollywood and think, guys, you're spending so much on CG and what do we do? And I mean, all the guys who do CG, of course, Indians, but we don't get them in our films and they're very substandard. But now you actually have, you can have a budget, you can work for that, and you have a wider audience, you have bigger projects, and I think it's the best thing that's happened. And there's nothing, I mean, pan-India, whether they abuse the term or not, I think it's come to stay. And it's like everybody will make films for a wider audience. When I first met, I was just thinking only Tamil Nadu, then Andhra came, and then Malayalam, and I was so happy. But Kannada, no, they don't do Kannada films. And, now you just chill, like Minnal.
I actually feel like a lot of films, even regional films from the south, Marathi films, I mean, they've been dubbed in whatever languages. So historically, I feel like people have been used to watching regional films. And I think Bahubali was not, I don't know if that was the first time something came out and the public in the north has been exposed to something like that, but it became a very it became the validation that one needed to officially take steps to make a film that caters to as many people as possible. But I do think that people in the north were consuming content from the south all along for a very, very long time.
But what used to happen is they would take our films and they'd remake it.
Yeah.
Like a lot of my films, like I'll always be, like even Telugu, that used to happen. Then slowly Hindi, like so many, like Sedu, whatever, a lot of my films, they were remade instead of, so you always feel, what if those films had been, if we had a market like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, because obviously that you start thinking on those lines now, and it's an open question.
You'll be wondering, I used to think I should tell the producer not to give rights away. But now I'm thinking, okay, I have to tell the producer not to, release it, sell off the rights and whatever. You keep thinking, you think of a wider audience now.
Yeah.
It's really...
And also, this is serious business, what you guys do when the camera goes on and you have Mani sir at the back of it. But when the camera is off and you guys have been together for quite some time now and you sort of, know each other well. I'm just curious to know, what were some of the fun memories that you had off camera when you are in costume and you're like looking at each other, like you said, like she looks so different from the time she sat on that chair to the time she came off that chair, right? From the height of her hair to how different she looked. You were transported to a different time altogether, literally, right? When you see each other.
Yeah. Yep.
What was that like? Karthi, if you want to take this.
There was one day where the entire cast was present and I had to go for the loo. If I had to walk and come back, it would probably take me 30 minutes. So I just picked up a scooter and I went. You should have seen people looking at me like that in this attire, and I'm going. I think I was the most person photographed on that particular day. Just a simple thing like that, would just crack up so many people, because you saw the period that Manisha tried to create was so original all around. That anything, then a cell phone coming inside a frame, like what they did, then they had a selfie, they were like, what's happening, man? It can really throw you off for a second and you're wondering what's happening there. And Mani sir will always keep cracking jokes.
Yeah.
For a man who is so serious about his work,
yes.
You don't know when a one-liner is coming from him. Like for example, when we were shooting, you want to say that? No, actually he was getting on the elephant. And this character, Rajaraja Chola, had his connect with an elephant where he would talk to the elephant. He knows the language of the elephant. All the Mahats knew it. So this shot where he had to say something to the elephant, and Mani sir said, what are you going to say? He said, sir, I'll say something. It's a silent shot. I'll say something. No, say the film has to get over very soon. He would always come up with something totally unexpected. Because it was COVID time, we were trying to finish the film. All our dates are getting stretched. And Mani sir had this thing to say, tell the elephant that the film has to get over soon. And he actually said that on the camera. Probably if you zoom in, you can figure out.
No, I covered it. Like
you didn't say
No, I had a surrealistic thing too. What happened is the first time I came for the shoot, it was like height of the pandemic and the lockdown and stuff. And we were actually, all of us had to be checked and we were in a bubble. We were like that. So I walked in and I was like, I hadn't gotten to my shooting was the next day. So as I walk in, I see all these people getting ready and I see all of them in their regalia. They're like that. I walk in and then I was shocked because inside it's a huge set with pillars and blah, blah, blah. And it's 9th century. But everyone was in PPE with glasses and so it looked like a lab. It was so surrealistic because I was just, and there were about, like everybody in the unit, about 200 people, all in white with shoes and with the caps, and I didn't know any, like I met some of them later, I couldn't recognize them. Right. Because I've got used to seeing them in white. So that was very weird. Like.
Yeah. Risha, what was it like for you to physically completely transform, look-wise transform? What was that like?
So
like what are the funny stories you have on that?
Lots of funny stories, but we had a lot of prep time to get into the character, right? Because that's how Mani sir works for any film, actually. He believes in a lot of homework, however prominent your role is or whatever character you're playing. So, like since we had, and actually even during the pandemic, he was continuously working, running us by looks, what worked. So there were like about 5 look tests with about 100 looks we did, and then which were shortlisted to 50, 25, 20, 10, and then he chose the best 10. Yes. So since we had this much of homework, and even with hair, even with makeup, with everything, so it was a process. But I would not call it very difficult because when you start from the top and you do step 1, 2, 3, you kind of start enjoying it. And when the final what is the final product? Getting on set and delivering your dialogues. It was fairly simpler. I mean, had we not had this much of prep time, oh my God, this would have been an ordeal because everything would have been very alien and new to us.
Yeah. you got that prep time, which obviously made things...
Absolutely. But then I've done a film with Mani Sir even a decade and a half ago. There was equal amount of prep time even for that. So that's how Mani Sir functions. He believes in that when an artist comes on set, you have to be thorough. So that was why I think there was zero insecurity on set, or no one had any issues. Of course, it was difficult because getting into costume and physically being there is a bit of a challenge. But otherwise, he instills that confidence in you. You know, he just loads you with it that when you go there, you're like nice and full of confidence.
Yeah. When the film hits theatres, who amongst you is the most likely to sort of be the first one to jump on and start sharing all the buzz on it? Like, these are the numbers, this is the reaction, this is what it's doing.
Numbers, maybe. Yeah.
No, anything to do with numbers, pictures, mood.
Yeah.
She'll after this interview, she'll be sharing a selfie with you. Or someone else will be sharing a selfie.
Yeah, I
She's
love
totally
it.
into it. She loves it.
See, when there's something positive, I just love to, I revel in it. So.
No, because obviously it's like letting go, right? Now it's up to the audience.
But you know, the funny thing is, most people complain I'm not active on social media. But for this film, somehow the buzz is so positive. That's what I was just telling them yesterday. It's not that I'm like on social media. There have been so many complaints about why you're not seen enough. But the buzz is so positive around this. And I don't mean just from the audience, also amongst ourselves. So
I've also not been like last 4-5 years.
None of them have actually been.
This is the first, right, for all of you to sort of experience that, and for fans to also get a glimpse of the
You've been sharing so much nothing also. It's not anything significant, something just walking.
Just walking. And it's just nice.
Like at home, my folks are saying, what's wrong with you? You're just walking, why do you put that up? It felt nice.
No, but I mean, on a parting note, I think PS1 is something that everybody is excited for. So much of hard work, so much of dedication, every intricate detail, even the, every small thing, the engraving on that has been done to the T. And that's what Mani sir told me. So much of research has gone. It's going to be a treat for all of us. Absolute honor to also watch this film. And I wish you guys all the very best.
Thank you
and
so
I hope that we connect post-release to sort of see the joy and excitement on all your faces.
Absolutely.
And you're doing amazing in general. So thank you so much for sharing.
Before you finish, on behalf of everyone, I'd like to thank India Today for what you guys are doing. They've been putting out some...
We've been sort of giving a glimpse of the film for the last 1 week on each character. And
in all languages, actually. Every character, they've been giving teasers, trailers, they've been giving descriptions.
I think it's important for people to also
That is wonderful. I mean, thank you
We
so
also
much.
want to personally thank people in the north. So many brothers and sisters here. They're sending us so much love online.
So welcoming,
We've been blessed, and we're so thankful this time that, happy this time that we're bringing something big to offer them. They've been giving us so much love, and this is, they've taken so much care in getting it right, like a proper Hindi film. Because they've been watching films which we have been doing in South, but now it's become all over. The boundaries are broken, and because we have something so big to offer, we're so proud, and I'm hoping they'll also feel proud about us.
It's like for festivals, if you're Guji, you'll go give something. It's like that from the south, we've got this platter full of delicacies and we want to share it with you.
They're all up for grabbing it as you're waiting.
And that's our way of saying thanks for all the love. But thank you for a lovely session.
Thank you so much.
Really enjoyed it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, guys. All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukraine. Russia hit multiple targets using these Iranian-supplied Shahed-136, or also known as Kamikaze drones. Ukrainian forces confirmed that Russia has been using Shahed drones to attack their territories. In a tweet, they shared that they have destroyed 6 Shahed-136 drones. But what are the features of these Kamikaze drones? At its core, Shahed-136 is a loitering munition designed to neutralize ground targets at range. It has been in service since 2021. The fuselage is centralized and blends into the wings, creating an elegant shape. The drone is 3.5 meters long with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. It flies at over 185 kilometers per hour and weighs about 200 kgs. The aircraft is launched nearly horizontally at a slight upward angle and is assisted in the initial phase of flight by rocket launch assistance. The entire unit can be mounted on the back of any military or commercial truck, enabling mobile hit-and-run operations that can thwart countermeasures. The Shahed-136 is an evolutionary addition for Iran. It can now rely on its own military-industrial capabilities. As per the reports, the drone was used in 2020 during the Yemeni civil war. and recently it was used by Russia against Ukraine.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has reached the United States. He will attend the UN General Assembly and participate in meetings of Quad, BRICS and several other key groupings. His visit is from the 18th to 24th of September. He will visit Washington, D.C. from September 25th to 28th. The theme of the 77th UNGA is A Watershed Moment, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges. Jaishankar's address at the UNGA session is scheduled on 24th September. Counterterrorism, peacekeeping, reformed multilateralism, climate action and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines will be among the key focus areas for India during the high-level UN General Assembly session that begins this week here. To commemorate and showcase Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Jaishankar would be addressing a special event, India at 75, showcasing India-UN partnership in action. India's mission to the UN is Samman, Samvad, Sahyog, Shanti and Samriddhi. Said by Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be India's guiding light in its approach to the 77th session of the General Assembly. After completion of the UNGA-related engagements, Jaishankar will visit Washington, D.C. for bilateral meetings with US interlocutors. The BRICS meeting is expected to be attended by Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov. The MEA said Jaishankar will also have bilateral meetings with foreign ministers of the G20 countries and UNSC member states, among others. The External Affairs Minister is also meeting with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the 77th President of the UN General Assembly, Kasaba Korosi. This visit would enable a high-level review of the multifaceted bilateral agenda and strengthen cooperation on regional and global issues to further consolidate the India-US strategic partnership.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Can an 80-year-old Mallikarjun Kharge be the breath of fresh air the Congress desperately needs to take on the mighty BJP? That's my top focus on the news track tonight.
Another twist in Congress soap opera. Digvijay bows out. Kharge steps in. Tharoor taunts continuity candidate. Clearly, it's selection, not election. G23 is now G23. Congress back to square one. Big focus on News Track.
The more things change, the more they remain the same. This adage perfectly describes what went down in the Congress presidential election today. 80-year-old Gandhi loyalist Mallikarjun Kharge was fielded at the last moment to take on Dr. Shashi Tharoor. And what's more, the dissenters, the G23 members, also came out in support of the High Command's choice, leaving many with the question, is this an election or is this just a selection?
First came the Trump.
तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है.
And the Trump withdrew unceremoniously a week later. This 75-year-old upped the stakes next.
मैं आज अपना नामांकन फॉर्म लेने आया हूं और संभवतः कल भरूंगा, लेकिन अब उनका इरादा है फॉर्म भरने का, तो मैंने कहा कि ठीक है, मैं आपका प्रस्तावक बनूंगा.
But walked back blank a day later. And here comes the High Command's wild card, and among its oldest in the Congress fold, 80-year-old Mallikarjun Kharge. The leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, the party's Dalit face down south in Karnataka, a former union minister, and above all, a long-time loyalist of the Gandhi family.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो उसूल है, जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उस आइडियोलॉजी के साथ मैं बचपन से जुड़ा हूं. जब मैं 8th 9th में पढ़ता था, आज मुझे फिर कांग्रेस पार्टी के सभी नेताओं ने आशीर्वाद करके अपने गुड विशेस मेरे साथ रख के आज मुझे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट के लिए ये नामांकित किया गया है. या मैं जो आज जो फॉर्म भर रहा हूँ, तो बड़े उत्साह के साथ मेरे साथ सभी लोग जुड़े हैं.
Kharge filed his nomination for party presidency on Friday. This after other veterans Ashok Gehlot and Digvijay Singh bowed out.
The Congress is chaotic, and that chaos was reflected that Digvijay Singh decides, plunges into the contest. Lots of people have come here from Madhya Pradesh hearing that Digvijay is going to contest, and then the Congress leadership is able to convince or is able to build a consensus around Mr. Kharge and convince number of other leaders that look, Kharge is the best man for the job, someone who's a pure Congress loyalist. And Mr. Digvijay Singh has no option then but to bow out, because look, at the end of the day, no one wants to defy the Congress High Command beyond a point. Ashok Gehlot attempted to do so, and you saw what happened in Rajasthan.
Drama in full swing at the Congress headquarters as the members of the G23 came in their hordes to support Kharge's candidacy. Not seen in the good books of the Gandhis, many of them signed off as proposers in his nomination document.
श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे बहुत ही कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता हैं और मैं और श्री आनंद शर्मा जी दोनों उनका जो नामांकन है उसका समर्थन करने के लिए आए हैं.
Party MP Shashi Tharoor filed his nomination some hours before. He tweeted out this video showcasing his appeal at the local and at the global level.
ये 23 लोग मेरे ख्याल में कभी भी एक साथ इकट्ठे नहीं हुए हैं मेरी जानकारी में. अगर उनमें से कुछ लोग 4-5 लोग जो भी है खड़गे साहब को मदद करेंगे, मैं बिल्कुल रिस्पेक्ट करता हूं. ये तो अच्छी बात है खड़गे साहब के लिए.
Even as Tharoor projected his candidacy as a serious bid, voices within the Congress emerged that he better retreat from the race.
I think all of us should now rally around and unanimously elect him the next president. Now I would request Mr. Shashi Tharoor to withdraw.
That said, a former Jharkhand minister and Congress leader, K.N. Tripathi, also filed his papers. But for now, the spotlight remains on a career politician and a family favorite, not on the right side of age on the one hand, and a former career diplomat not really blessed by the family on the other. With Mosmi Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Can an 80-year-old Mallikarjun Kharge be the breath of fresh air the Congress desperately needs to take on the mighty BJP? Joining me on the News Track Showdown tonight, we've got Syed Nasir Hussain, Member of Parliament, National Spokesperson of the Congress Party. Rashid Kidwai joins us, one of the foremost commentators on the Congress. We've got Rajat Sethi joining us for a right-leaning perspective. Ranji Thomas joins us, senior advocate and former AICC secretary. And with me in the studio, Rajdeep Sardesai, who interviewed seemingly confident Digvijay Singh yesterday evening. And Digvijay suggested to you that he wanted to fight. Where did the fight go in Digiraja? Why did he cop out?
Rahul, 24 hours ago on this very show, I said there will be a wild card. There will be another twist. Because that is the nature of this party called the Congress. It's relatively democratic but chaotic. So you never know what tomorrow
What is democratic about what happened? You know, Mallikarjun Kharge is quite literally the antithesis of what the Congress needs at this moment to take on Modi and Shah. And that's the man they find. His only qualification at the moment is that he's a diehard loyalist, more diehard than Ashok Gehlot.
Look, the fact is, Mallikarjun Kharge, you're absolutely right, has been chosen because he's a die-hard loyalist of the Congress party, first family of the high command of the Gandhi family. But interestingly, where did the democracy come? I was at the Congress headquarters, Rahul, this afternoon. And suddenly I was surrounded by all these workers from Madhya Pradesh who had come thinking they would celebrate Digvijay Singh as a potential next Congress president. And all of them angrily on camera saying, we want a younger leader. We want Digvijay Singh. We want a leader from the Hindi heartland.
What happened to Digvijay Singh? Why did he bow out?
Look, at the end of the day, the Congress is a party where with all these rifts, dissensions, factions comes together like one. You know, that's why I say it's like a soap opera that comes together like a family reunion.
But he should have fought a good fight. Why did he not fight a good fight?
I'll tell you what it is. Rahul, in the Congress today, there are effectively, I would say, multiple groups, but two clear ones. One, who are, I call the Rahul Gandhi 21st century generation, and the 1980s group who grew up in the Indira's, definitely Rajiv Gandhi generation. They are close to Sonia Gandhi, and the other group, which is close to Rahul Gandhi, they have different views of where the Congress should go.
Kharge falls into which camp?
So therefore, to resolve this conflict, they went back to the Indira Gandhi generation to look for someone who would be who would provide them a sense of continuity. You know, there's that French saying, Rahul, which you started off with, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. That's the Congress party. When they are pushed into a corner, rather than encourage disruption, they choose to go for the status quo. Kharge is a status quo candidate. I'll tell you what happened with Digvijay. You know, Digvijay has a relatively independent identity. Two-time chief minister, like Ashok Gehlot, three-time chief minister.
He has a mind of his own.
They have a mind of their own. They will speak on issues and possibly as a result create potential areas of conflict, as we saw with Ashok Gehlot earlier this week. All of that led the High Command to be pushed in a way on the defensive in the last few days and scurry around looking for a candidate.
No, then Rahul Gandhi should have signed up himself. He doesn't want to bat. He doesn't want to let anybody else come in and bat. He brings in somebody who can't bat at the age of 80. Do you think he has the energy to take on a Modi and Shah?
You know, I'll tell you, Rahul, now you're hitting the nail on the head, because the question is, Rahul Gandhi today is the face with the power without the responsibility. Whoever becomes Congress president will have all the responsibility without the power. Why is it that, interestingly, so many candidates, I can give you a list from Kamal Nath to Mukul Vasnik to a number of others who were, in a way, sounded out, said, no, imagine you're getting a chance to be Congress president. Even Ashok Gehlot was reluctant to move to Delhi, happier in Jaipur. Kamal Nath happier in Bhopal than in Delhi. Why? because here in Delhi, you will have to work very closely under the Congress High Command, under it, with responsibility, but without the power. And therefore, I think eventually a situation was created where the Congress leadership decided to play safe. Let's go with Mallikarjun Kharge.
Because he won't rebel. His only qualification is he will never speak his mind and defy anything that either Sonia or Rahul or Priyanka say, or even if their children say something. Mallikarjun Kharge is the kind of character who will agree to that.
The unfortunate part is in Delhi we see Mallikarjun Kharge through that prism, and you're right to see it. His three children, interestingly, are called Rahul, Priyank and Priyadarshini. But the fact also is that he, in the Karnataka context, was at one time in the past, a heavyweight leader, has come up, through the ranks, was the son of a mill worker, comes from a very poor Dalit family.
That's all in the past, Rajdeep.
That's the problem. So
you have to take on Modi, Shah, Yogi, the BJP, the RSS, and this is your best player. This is your best bet. This is what the last several days have been about.
You're going back to the past in the context of what the Congress has done, and you're absolutely right. The Congress is looking to the future through the rear view mirror, and you can't do that. JP Nadda may well be someone who has been selected by Modi, Shah, and does their bidding. But he's interestingly travelled, I'm told, to over 150 constituencies, primarily those where the BJP did not do well in the Lok Sabha, to build up morale of the workers there. Can Mr. Kharge really do that? No.
He's got serious health issues.
He's got serious health issues. Therefore, you see, the problem I have with the Congress party is that it was a good idea to start this election process. It enthuses workers. I saw more people at the Congress office today than I've seen in a long time. But when you enthuse people, when you recognize that your weaknesses are in attracting the young, in attracting the voters of the Hindi heartland, what do? You choose Mr. Kharge from Karnataka, who is not from the Hindi heartland and who's 80. No, because you needed an inspirational choice.
But one of the disqualifications thrown at Shashi Tharoor's face was that he spoke English and he came from the south, and that his Hindi wasn't good enough. I mean, with no disrespect to Mr. Kharge, he neither speaks English nor Hindi very well in comparison with a Narendra Modi whom he is up against. So how is Shashi Tharoor's English speaking skills something which is held against him? Between the two, does Shashi have a chance at all?
No, Shashi has no chance at all.
No chance in hell.
Yeah, given the fact, look at the people who filed nominations for Mallikarjun Kharge, the entire G23, or most of them.
That is not G23, that is G23.
No,
just what a cop-out that lot was.
Because I'll tell you what, Rahul, what's happened with the Congress? There was a time when Congress had strong mass leaders from states who really had an independent identity. When Devraj Ars broke with Indira Gandhi in the 1970s, he was the top leader of Karnataka. When Sharad Pawar chose to take on a Sonia Gandhi, he had his base in Western Maharashtra. So these were leaders with a base. In this entire G23, the only leader with a base was Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and he's been accommodated because his son has become a Rajya Sabha MP, and he's been told, you can handle Haryana now. So when you have groups of self-interest leaders at the second level who are only looking to satisfy their immediate ambitions, it becomes very easy for the party high command to either play one against the other or put them in a position where they are dependent on the party high command. You see, that's the difference.
No, but Manish Tiwari, this whole gang that's on your screen right now, they'd been threatening that they would file elections as well. I'm thinking about it. And then all talk and no action.
You see, because in the way the Congress elections are structured, unless you have the official or unofficial support of the Gandhi family and the party high command, it becomes very difficult.
Then stop calling it an election. Just call it a selection. This is hardly as if you've elected a president. This is a sham. It's a farce. And the Congress is going through the motions. Rashid Kidwai, Rajdeep's told us what he knows. You tell me what happened. Why did Digvijay Singh back out?
I think, Rahul, I'm very clear in your mind. He became a victim of that palace intrigue. There are a lot of the Congress may be out of power, but there are many elements in the Congress who believe in and who are past masters in this kind of, politicking and pitting one against another. Digvijay Singh faced resistance on many counts. The caste considerations were, there is a Dalit lobby, there is a Brahmin lobby, they all ganged up, and a lot of, past things were raked up, as if, the Rajputs have not been loyal to the Congress leadership. Chandrasekhar's name was cited, VP Singh's name was cited, all kind of things happened. And then the thing about Digvijay Singh being overtly anti-Hindu, or he would hurt the Hindu sentiments and all. I think Sonia Gandhi was pressurized, and when I'm saying palace intrigue, I mean it's not without a reason, because Mr. Digvijay Singh was in Yatra, he left Yatra, whether he had taken a kind of expressed approval of Rahul Gandhi or not, I'm not sure, but there must have been some kind of some kind of communication, some kind of indication may have been there. And Mr. Digvijay Singh, he's of course an ambitious politician, but he's also very cautious. So the way he fell from this race is something which is very intriguing, which is out of character.
No, but listen, you're trying to make it seem as if there were others in the palace outside of the Gandhis who had a problem with Digvijay Singh. I'd argue that given the fact that Ashok Gehlot flexed his muscles, the Gandhis were uncomfortable in having a man with a mind of his own, and that's what Digvijay Singh is. He has a mind of his own. They'd rather have somebody who, when they say G, they'll say G, G, G.
No, let me just add, let me just qualify that with one point. Digvijay Singh would not have got into this race without having got some kind of an implicit nod from Rahul Gandhi and people close to Rahul Gandhi, where he was at the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Digvijay Singh has, in a sense, built a sense of equity. He is organizing the entire Bharat Jodo Yatra. Once Mr. Gehlot got out of the race, Mr. Digvijay Singh perhaps saw an opportunity, but he wouldn't have seen that opportunity without some implicit backing. That's what I'm saying. There's a generational clash. Digvijay Singh is in that 1980s generation who grew up in the Indira Rajiv era. There's a 2000 plus generation who's grown up in the Rahul Gandhi era. Digvijay Singh closer to Rahul Gandhi, but there are those around various this kind of palace intrigue in the Congress who fear that a Digvijay Singh could become like Ashok Gehlot tomorrow, out of control possibly, will say things without necessarily taking approval of the Gandhi. So I think it's the nature of the party. When you are playing safe, it's a party, remember, which tends to be status quo. When it was a party of power, it could get away with that. Now in this new age where Modi, Shah have taken over large parts of the country, the Congress needs much more disruption. The workers, ironically, Rahul, the workers are very enthusiastic. As when I was in the Congress office, I was quite interested to see
enthusiastic that they've chosen Mallikarjun Kharge. Are you serious?
No, enthusiastic about the fact that the Congress was having an election. But the moment they heard it was Mallikarjun Kharge, the same workers, mainly from North India, felt whatever happened to what we thought was going to happen this morning, that Digvijay Singh, earlier 3 days ago, Ashok Gehlot, these are leaders with whom the Hindi heartland workers can identify. My point is, the Congress at the moment needs an organizational man and they need inspiring figures. Mallikarjun Kharge does not tick those boxes at the age of 80. The Congress, I repeat, has chosen status quo when they should have gone in for disruption.
Will Mallikarjun Kharge, in your view, Rashid Kidwai, be a half-decent president? Can he be the breath of fresh air the Congress desperately needs? Or is it just like sending a night watchman to hold the innings because the man they want should bat, which is Rahul Gandhi, is refusing to pad up, so they send a night watchman in?
Well, I think, Rahul, we can go on criticizing Rahul Gandhi in every sphere of the Congress, but fact of the matter is, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's recent track record is far from, convincing or inspirational. He was a very key observer, a chairman of a committee of Punjab, and he was
not convincing. He went to Rajasthan. He didn't know what was happening under his nose.
I was coming to that.
Between Ajay Makan and Kharge, Makan still figured out at 8 p.m. that the MLAs weren't coming and something was amiss. Kharge was sitting there twiddling his thumb saying, Kain, he's asking people in Rajasthan from what we gathered from the Chief Minister's residence. He didn't even know there was a coup brewing right under his nose, Rashid.
Yeah, and he was considered as the architect of this master stroke in Punjab of bringing Charanjit Singh Chandy as Chief Minister. So what I'm saying is, and what he did or didn't do in Jaipur, it tells you what kind of person is he, what kind of authority he enjoys. And imagine that person would be in charge of, he would be Congress president, he would be handling Congress affairs in all 28 states. So this is what I'm saying. Mr. Kharge is far from being, inspirational or equipped to deal with the crisis the Congress is facing.
What the Congress needs, Rahul, is an HR department. Because a good HR department will choose the right person for the right post. What they've done over the last few years is chosen the wrong people in the wrong post.
No, but deliberately chosen.
Navjot Sidhu, Charanjit Singh Channi. When Channi was chosen, remember there was all this talk about first Dalit Chief Minister of Punjab, he's going to bring in the Dalit vote, didn't work. Look at the kind of people they choose as general secretaries in different states. Look at, even in my home state of Goa, choose someone like Mr. Lobo from the BJP, make him leader of the opposition, he leaves the party. So their ability to identify the right people for the right post, the right talent, is one of the biggest weaknesses. Why? Because when you're insecure and when you are, you fear that everyone around you will be disloyal and you want a loyalty test, then you don't choose people necessarily on merit, but you choose them for criteria outside merit. And that's where I think the Congress, which is still a powerful pan-India brand, tends to fail.
But they're working very hard to kill it. I mean, I've never seen a bunch of people work harder to kill equity than the Congress leadership is at this moment. Mallikarjun Kharge, Nasir Hussain is the last thing the Congress needs. Do you really think an 80-year-old man with very serious health issues, and I say this with no disrespect and with regard for his age, but he is not going to be able to take on Modi and Shah? He was the man who was sitting in Jaipur, who had absolutely no idea that rebellion was brewing under his nose. He's the one who was in Punjab in charge of making Charanjit Singh Channi, who's currently in Canada, Chief Minister, and he's been rewarded now for his incompetence by making him the next Congress president.
Rahul, I think it looks like it's a Kharge bashing session today on your television channel.
No, we're just stating facts for what they are. Each of what has been said is factually correct.
So first of all, listen to me. First of all, listen to me. Mr. Rahul. Nobody is an official candidate here in the Congress party. Nobody is an official candidate here in the Congress party. The Congress party has an independent election authority. Mrs. Gandhi, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, everyone has made it very clear that it will be an independent election, it will be a free and fair election. Anybody who wants to contest the election can do so. Anybody who wants to back up anybody can do so. There will be no official candidate in this election. Now, today, if some of
why
the
did Digvijay Singh back down, Nasir Hussain? Why did Digvijay Singh back down? He wanted to fight. Obviously, somebody told him not to fight, which is why he backed down.
Rahul, you don't want me to answer your questions, or you want to speak on your own? You have been speaking for the past 20 minutes. You are not allowing others to speak.
I'm hearing you go on. I see you are agitated, which is fine. Please go on.
And when I speak, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. See, it's a free and fair election. There is no official candidate. Everyone is free to contest election. Now, nobody had asked anybody to contest the election. Neither anybody asked anybody to withdraw from the election. They wanted to contest the election on their own. They are withdrawing on their own. Why bring the Gandhis here? Gandhis will always be important to the Congress party because of their family sacrifice, because the way they have led the party and led the country in the past. So you cannot disassociate Gandhis from Congress party. Let it be very clear. The way RSS cannot be disassociated from the BJP, Congress party cannot be dissociated from the Gandhis. But the Gandhis have made it clear that there will be no candidate from the Gandhi family.
Okay, can I ask you a different question? Nasir Hussain, you've spoken for a while. Why, according to you, is Mallikarjun Kharge, Mr. Hussain, listen to my question. I've heard you. Why is Mallikarjun Kharge the man who can take on Modi and Shah, who can take on the might of the BJP machine? An 80-year-old man with serious health issues. You think he is what the Congress needs?
Rahul, let the election happen. There are 3 candidates in the fray. Let the election happen. Let there be a new presidential candidate. Let there be a new president for the AICC, and all of you will see what the new president of the AICC
can there be reverse swing, Rashid Kidwai? Is there a way in which Shashi Tharoor can be president? You know, when you see the images from Shashi Tharoor's house, there's a certain festivity in the air. There are these young professionals wanting to join in. Shashi Tharoor says, I expand the Congress vote, which is untested but possible given the fact that he has a cleaner image and almost certainly more inspiring for young India, for new India than someone like an 80-year-old Mallikarjun Kharge. Does Shashi have a chance according to you?
Yes, Rahul, indeed, if Gandhis wanted, if Mr. Nasir Hussain's party leadership declares openly and publicly that, let there be a conscience vote, let every PCC delegate, use, their own political assessment and vote. And if such an appeal is issued all over India, if Mr. K.C. Venugopal doesn't, kind of lobby and mobilize support for Mr. Kharge, you will see that the Congress elections would change, like it happened in case of that.
Do you think that's
be done,
possible,
but it
Rajdeep?
requires courage of conviction.
Shashi Tharoor, the moment he came out, and this reminded me a bit of what happened in the UK in that Liz Truss versus Rishi Sunak battle, where both had promotional videos out. Shashi had a nice promotional video out, a low-angle shot. He's marching in Kerala. There are some excerpts from the India Today conclave as well. There's some music, song, and dance. Could he somehow get this ossified electoral college to see reason and see why he's better than Mallikarjun Kharge? That's that video at the back there. If we can increase the audio just for a few seconds, can I listen to that, please? Just increase the audio.
That many countries have built railways and roads without having had to be colonized in order to do so.
These promotional videos for intra-party contests in the US, in the UK, in other countries like Australia, you don't see them in India. So Shashi has his game on. There's a lot of young people cheering from him. Shashi thinks he has a chance, does he?
No, he doesn't have a chance, but I want to say two things. One, credit to Shashi Tharoor.
Oh, sure.
Salute to him because he has actually walked the talk. He's someone who was signed on to that so-called G23 letter asking for change within the Congress in terms of the way the party was functioning. I interviewed him earlier and he's very clear. He actually with his views that we can't have a centralized party high command, we need to decentralize, all fine views. So hats off to him for actually taking the plunge. It increases his brand equity beyond a doubt. But where Shashi Tharoor doesn't recognize or maybe recognizes and knows the realities on the ground, who controls the state leaderships controls the state delegates. And all these state leaderships take their instructions from the party high command. And the likes of K.C. Venugopal, the Congress General Secretary organization, who really is the person who's conducting this entire show, choreographing it in a way on behalf of the Gandhis. Now you will find, as was in 1997, when even a Sitaram Kesri defeated Sharad Pawar and Rajesh Pilot by a huge margin, or Sonia Gandhi won 99% of the votes, there will be a big victory. Shashi Tharoor's best case is that he's at least able to become a voice for those who believe that the Congress cannot go on with business as usual. And therefore, all credit to him.
Yeah, but he can say that, and in the end, Mallikarjun Kharge is the man they'll elect. So what's the point?
Look, that's the problem.
Shashi Tharoor is a great debater, so he'll make all the points. I'd love to see a Mallikarjun Kharge versus Shashi Tharoor debate. Will we get to see that?
No, but
why not? Let there be a debate. Mallikarjun Kharge versus Shashi Tharoor. We'll show it live on India.
Rahul, we've been going on about and berating the Congress for the last 20 minutes, and rightly so in many ways. Is there a debate ever? Has the BJP, for example, ever elected a leader?
No, but the BJP is not in the mess that the Congress is. It's the Congress that needs ICU treatment.
Parties chosen leader.
But it's the Congress that's in ICU. It's the Congress that needs desperate measures given the drastic situation that it faces.
So eventually the Congress will have to revive by settling its leadership question. What they've done is done a patchwork job for, as you rightly said, a patient which you said is in ICU. They've applied Band-Aid. Said, look, we are holding an election, without recognizing that people want to see more. They want to see a new Congress in every sense of the word that is able to move beyond a high command culture, decentralize power to state leaders, work with
and
the young.
Digvijay Singh could have done a lot of that.
Look, at the end of the day, frankly, to my mind, given the state of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi should be doing it. He's the one who was chosen, remember, in 2017 as their leader, walked out after the 2019 elections, accepting responsibility for the defeat. In an ideal world, Rahul Gandhi will have to be the face of the Congress, but he's unwilling to do that. And therefore, the Congress is left with
how many successful unwilling politicians have you seen in your political career? It's an oxymoron. You can't be unwilling and be successful. So whether it's as a journalist, whether it is as a CEO, you can't be unwilling to do your job and hope to be successful just because you have a surname that's Gandhi.
So that's the elephant in the room. In an ideal world, you should have had a strong, experienced organizational man, likely from the Hindi heartland, where the Congress has struggled in recent times, but who has connections with both the young and old, and therefore
like Digvijay Singh.
Whether it's Digvijay Singh, whether it's Ashok Gehlot, whoever it was, in an ideal world, that's what you needed. Someone with the hunger to do it also. At the end of the day, you are choosing someone who's a family loyalist, who's seen his best days behind him, and thereby, as I said earlier, you are looking at the Congress's future through a rear view mirror. And you can't look at the future through the prism of the past. Just to give an example, the BJP in 2012-13, after Mr. Modi won that election in 2012, decided to break with the Advani-Vajpayee era conclusively.
Send them all into the Margdarshak Mandal.
As a result, what happened? The BJP was able to redefine itself as a party for the future. You know, that is, I think, the fact is BJP, in my view, is less democratic than the Congress, but more meritocratic. The Congress, in my view, is more democratic, but far more chaotic. And therefore,
I'm sorry, I disagree very strongly.
You know, that's why
any notion of democracy that throws up Mallikarjun Kharge at the end of this long process is not democratic. That is just a bogus claim. It means very little.
You know, it is. I'm only contrasting it with what I see around me in every political party. At least here you have, as I said earlier, party workers in the party office.
But that's not true. You speak to somebody in the BJP, they'll tell you whether it is Modi or Amit Shah in private. They can say whatever they want to Modi and Shah.
Can any BJP worker at the party office question the leadership of Modi, Shah and Nadda?
I have seen personally.
In the party office?
No, asking tough questions to Amit Shah. It's happened various times. And he's had to explain his decisions, he's had to have to explain positions, and he's totally okay with it.
Do we know why Nitin Gadkari was removed as the BJP parliamentary board member? Look, it's a problem across parties. I don't want to engage in whataboutery. You're right, where the Congress's crisis is such, where it can't resort to whataboutery, what about other parties? They've got to get their own act together. They can't say, look at the BJP. At the moment, the BJP is in power and expanding. The Congress is not in power and shrinking. When you're shrinking and not in power, you need surgery. You don't need Band-Aid. Mallikarjun Kharge is Band-Aid at best, playing safe with mercury chrome, when actually you need surgery, for God's sake. That's the problem.
Rajat Sethi, the BJP ecosystem, the entire right-wing ecosystem is just loving this. They don't need to say or do anything. It seems as if there may be a problem if a Gehlot or a Digvijay come up, relatively speaking, at least more competent than Rahul Gandhi. But in the end, they throw up Mallikarjun Kharge and the BJP saying, bring it on.
So, well, Rahul, I think Congress needs to understand how organizations, especially old organizations, have to sustain through. Look at corporates. You'll see a lot of examples there when Microsoft became this old, non-agile sort of an organization. You see Bill Gates completely stepping out. They clung on to some time through Steve Ballmer and all, and they could not sustain the growth of Microsoft. Everybody had to leave, and they had to have a meritorious candidate like Satya Nadella come in and provide a completely different trajectory which nobody thought of. And it is, and Satya Nadella is not taking notes from the erstwhile figure, which was Bill Gates, taking notes from him as to how to run Microsoft. So only then this organization is sustained through. This is why if Congress does not find a formulation wherein they can completely cut off the Gandhi from the whole DNA, so to say, that Shashi Tharoor was mentioning, till that operation is not done, you will continue to struggle with this whole problem. And these farcical elections can happen every year. No, who cares at the end of the day? And I can tell you one thing. This current setup of Congress, this operation, this DNA removal of the Gandhis can only happen through some kind of a Schumpeterian creative destruction. This structure, the way it is, this organization, the pulls and the pressures and the kind of this old era politics can never be removed in its entirety, and that is the fundamental problem. This is why a person like Shashi Tharoor can never be a fit into this Congress setup.
Ranjit Thomas, do you think Shashi Tharoor has a chance? Can he? Rashid Kidwai seems to believe he has a chance if there's a conscience vote.
Shashi Tharoor is a competent person. Sure. He is having a vision, but unfortunately he is not in a position to have a proper background of the political Indian Congress culture. The local culture which we are having in the state-wise, we don't have. So therefore, it is very difficult for him to get through.
Now, what is this culture that you are so proud of that throws the ultimate loyalist Mallikarjun Kharge at the end of this long facade? I mean, if all of this was for Kharge to become president, it's a waste of a lot of air time.
I am not. In my view, what happened is that Mr. Rahul Gandhi's indecision to contest or not to contest was the main difficulty for any serious candidate to come out to contest the election. And everybody was hoping Ashok Gehlot will contest. And in the last minute development, what happened is that Mr. Ashok Gehlot preferred to become a chief minister than the Congress president. And neither here nor there, that business he didn't want. And therefore, the other Congress leaders, including Mr. Kamal Nath, Mr. Chidambaram, there are so many leaders in the Congress who are capable to lead the Congress party. But they don't want to become a mere rubber stamp, and they don't want to become a rift between the family. Whereas Mrs. Gandhi is almost decided to retire from the Congress party's politics about few years back. 7 years back, she has decided to retire. But unfortunately, thereafter, Mr. Rahul Gandhi's decision to resign from Congress presidency and all has forced her to
Rashid Kidwai, a lot of people messaging me to say what gives Rashid Kidwai hope that Shashi Tharoor has a chance. They're saying Rashid is a long time observer, but he seems to be disconnected with reality. Rajdeep too very vehemently insisting that Shashi has no chance.
Rahul, I think the Congress has a chance to prove both you and Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai wrong. Remember, the comparison with Kesari and with Sonia Gandhi versus Jitendra Prasad is not accurate, because at that time Kesari was Congress president and so was Sonia Gandhi. Here the Gandhis do not have, they are not in the fray. All they need to do is to say that apna vivek ka istemal kariye, use your, use your conscience, use your assessment, we want a naya
But if
Congress.
that's what they wanted to say, they wouldn't have chosen Mallikarjun Kharge, Rashid.
Do you know what
They would have let someone like a Digvijay fight. No, but they didn't trust him, so they didn't let him
we
fight.
can go on talking about past times, about present. Now the nominations have been filed. If Gandhis even symbolically, detach themselves and say that they are neutral, you will see that, unless the Congress delegates also want to change.
Can I tell you the reality of what happened today?
What?
Every Congress working committee member was rung up by a senior Congress leader close to the Gandhis and told, we expect you at the Congress office when Mr. Kharge is going to file his nomination. Please go through the list of those who have proposed Kharge's name. They're the who's who of the Congress.
Including the G23.
Including members of the G23. Are we really saying, therefore, that the Gandhis have not in some way tacitly backed Mr. Kharge as the unofficial official candidate? Just look at the people who are there. Look at the people who are part of Shashi Tharoor's list, and look at the people who lined up behind Mallikarjun Kharge.
Including those who wanted change, who wanted a breath of fresh air. And the biggest cop-outs are that lot.
And many of them got phone calls this morning. My point is, if the Gandhis really want to stay neutral, and I think, and here I maintain, I know you might find this not acceptable, but Rahul Gandhi actually, I think, wants. Rahul Gandhi is the one who's been emphasizing, I am told, within the Congress, process. The rest of the Gandhis and the rest of those around them still seem to believe that what if the process throws up someone who is not within our comfort zone, within our satellite. That's the worry. You see, the Congress has to recognize. Rahul Gandhi tried this even when he was in charge of the Youth Congress. Said, let's, have elections. Eventually, the Congress went back to the old system. The point is, the Congress has to decide. Do you really want, and I had a more dramatic solution that I gave in a column once. I said, if Rahul Gandhi genuinely wants to reform the Congress in this manner, he should break the Congress, form his own party called Congress R. This is what Mrs. Gandhi did. In 1969...
That's laughable.
No,
I'll
tell you what.
Who are supposed to be close to him all walk out. Jyotiraditya Scindia walked out. RPN Singh walked out.
Right.
Jitin Prasada walked out. His closest gang, those who he hangs with outside politics, also walked out on him. Who will join this Congress R?
So therefore, the choice must be made by every congressman. As Indira Gandhi did in 1969, when she genuinely took on the old guard, she formed her own party. The problem with Rahul Gandhi or those close to him, as I said earlier, they want the power without the responsibility and the accountability that comes with power. if you really want to revive the Congress and reform it, as I believe, Rahul Gandhi, those close to him insist that he does, then break the Congress and stride out on your own. Even if it means in a strange way taking out the so-called Sonia loyalists. Because you can't have it both ways. And that's what we've seen with Gehlot. Because there the MLA said, look, we will not accept Sachin Pilot thrust on me. That's what we've seen in the last 24 hours where Mallikarjun Kharge has been brought in as some kind of a safe option. You can't do it that way. Rahul Gandhi needs to recognize that and, go back to what his grandmother did in a way. You break a party if you really believe so strongly in what you think. Otherwise, you just accept that you will have power without responsibility.
And what this entire mismanagement has done is taken the attention away from that Bharat Jodo Yatra. I mean, it was in non-election states, but it wasn't going so badly from a Congress's perspective before they took an axe and hit their foot with it, which is a classical Congress thing of snatching defeat from the jaws of any possibility of achieving victory.
No, but let me just say to that, Rahul, that the Yatra is now in Karnataka. Now you've got a Congress president likely from Karnataka. It's the one state which I believe in the next 18 months the Congress has a real chance.
No, give them a chance. Let it come close to the election. They'll blow it up for themselves.
That's right.
They'll find a way of blowing it up.
You see, the challenge for the Congress is
between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, they won't be able to make up their mind, and they'll find a way of handing BJP the opportunity to succeed in Karnataka despite all the mismanagement of the Karnataka BJP.
You need three challenges for the Congress, multiple challenges: leadership, organizational, ideological. Until all these three are attended to on a consistent basis, the Congress will find it difficult to become electable in the age of Modi Shah. My sense, therefore, is that the Congress is not recognizing that the world has changed so dramatically that, your approach to all these issues has to be very different to the past. You cannot be in any way status quoist anymore as you were. Playing safe, Sonia Gandhi's been by and large status quoist. She puts a premium on loyalty above all else. And once you put a premium on loyalty above all else, then you don't necessarily pick the best persons to perform the task of messaging, of leadership and organization.
No, not necessarily best. You've arguably picked the worst. I mean, of all the people that you could have chosen, you've picked the most uninspiring choice to be your next president. This is not what young India is looking for. Now, I hope against hope that what Rashid Kidwai is saying is right, and that this ossified electoral college, when they are allowed to vote, feels that conscience and says, let's pick Shashi Tharoor, because then there still is some hope. Otherwise, if after all of this, Mallikarjun Kharge, and I'm saying none of what I've said in the past 40 minutes is with any disrespect to Mallikarjun Kharge. He's a perfectly nice human being. We've chatted oftentimes in Parliament and elsewhere. He's a good human being.
And a great life story. Lost his mother when he was very young, son of a mill worker, came from a very poor Dalit family, worked his way up, has been a 9-time MLA. You go to his constituency in Gulbarga, lots of people appreciate.
Yeah, but you're picking you're picking a chief executive in 2022 for he has to have some perpetuity value going out into the future within at least a runway of 8 to 10 years. That's the man. If this was a corporation and you were from your bench picking a CEO to guide your company into the future, the Congress has picked literally the worst choice. And I don't say this with any disrespect for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. No perpetuity value, no runway going into the future. This Congress plane with him on the pilot seat is not going to take off. It's as obvious as day. But who's listening to either Rajdeep or me? In the end, they'll do what they want and we'll end up with Mallikarjun Kharge. So let's hope Rashid is right tonight. Usually we have differences of opinion, but I'm hoping he's right that in that vote of conscience, if they do decide to let their conscience do the talking, people see reason and they pick whoever they think is actually the best man to revive the Congress. We'll slip into a break when we come back. Trees ripped apart, cars floating on roads and cities without power. Hurricane Ian devastates Florida. Details on the other side.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Ghost malls. Well, India is dealing with a strange problem known as ghost malls, which is prevalent not only in Delhi NCR but in other cities like Pune and Hyderabad. So what is this problem and why is India dealing with it? If a mall has a vacancy of more than 40%, it's defined as a ghost mall. As the COVID pandemic subsides, Indian malls are seeing an increase in the number of visitors. Some malls, however, have remained empty, with no shops and therefore no crowds. According to Knight Frank, India's latest report, Think India, Think Retail 2022, 57 malls, or 21% of all malls in India's top 8 cities, are in disrepair and has resulted in a loss of over $524 million. According to the report, India's physical stores still account for 95% of retail business. Excluding the ghost malls, the overall mall health has improved post-pandemic. Earlier, there were 255 malls in 2018, which is now increased to 271, adding over 15 million square feet. This is happening despite the rise of e-commerce. So where is the issue? And why does India have so many ghost malls? Well, there are multiple factors behind the stocks of ghost malls in the country. It includes lack of due diligence, mall shortcomings such as size and ownership patterns, design issues, faulty layout with dark alleys, lack of customer workflow management, low occupancy, and lack of anchor tenants. So what is the solution for this? It's crucial that such malls, despite being unfit for the purpose for which they were built, be reopened, as a large amount of capital is trapped in these assets. Here are some solutions the report suggested. To lease out empty spaces. Local businesses that cannot afford high rents in prime office business parks or popular business districts can rent out empty spaces for long-term commercial use. Warehousing. Warehousing can also be considered in such malls as large floor plates with vacant spaces are available. Short-term leasing for temporary occupancy such as community events, birthday parties, cultural shows during festival periods and corporate events. Rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs. Converting these locations into community spaces and rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs with amenities such as multiplex theatres, soft play areas, bowling alleys, indoor cricket grounds, video game arcades, VR gaming and cocktail lounges can be a viable solution. Demolition and sale of land. Lastly, demolition of the existing structure and sale of land to minimize losses or construction of a traditional residential complex or commercial space structure will have a higher probability of occupancy once completed.
Cyber pirates have a whole range of tools like viruses at hand to create computing havoc. Viruses attack a computer system by attaching themselves to program files, multiplying and spreading. Most are transferred by email. Worms are equally malicious but work independently. Instead of piggybacking host files, they find their way through security holes to invade networks. Viruses and worms are capable of destroying and altering computer files, meaning hackers can cause serious damage. Trojans, for instance, is a type of program which appears legitimate, but once opened, they allow hackers to gain access to a computer system. Cyber pirates use this access to block a server. They command remote computers to simultaneously send request messages to the target system until it becomes overloaded and crashes. Spy software, meanwhile, is used to discreetly collect as much information as possible from data stored on a computer. Among spying techniques are seemingly official fake emails or hijacked internet files. Most attacks, however, are designed to commit fraud. Hackers recover personal data, passwords, and user credit card details and then use them to their advantage. So, be aware and be safe.
no double life, no dual employment. That's an official email that has gone from the Infosys to its employees. This clearly warning that moonlighting will not be permitted and any violation can actually lead to services being terminated. What is this buzzword moonlighting? No, it does not mean light on the moon. It actually means a lot of people taking up a secondary job while they have a regular job, perhaps to have an additional income. A job that is taken up without the employer's knowledge. A job that is done beyond the office hours, usually on the weekend or in the night hours. Now, the businesses are trashing the idea of moonlighting because they fear, one, there could be a conflict of interest. There could also be a loss of productivity for the employee in the regular job. And significantly, this could also lead to a data breach. Now, taking up a secondary job is not exactly illegal, but in India, many companies, specifically the IT firms, do add a single employment clause for their employees. This to ensure also, as they call it, would not lead to cheating. But the question is moonlighting or taking up a secondary job ethical for an employee? Wipro chairperson Rishad Premji had called the practice as cheating. On the other hand, Tech Mahindra CEO CP Gurnami said this is necessary to keep changing with the times, and he said, "I welcome disruption in the ways we work." And NITES, a non-profit group, protested Infosys' email saying the IT employees are working more than 9 hours a day without any overtime benefit. Employees have contracts to work with Infosys for 9 hours only. What the employees do outside working hours is their prerogative, as was said. Recently, food ordering and delivery platform Swiggy announced it will allow its employees to take up gigs or projects outside of their regular employment at the company. So then we spoke to some of the business world renowned personalities. Here's what they have to say about what does moonlighting really mean for the companies. Listen in.
If you have a full-time job somewhere and you're properly employed, meaning you have social security, you have all the things that are there for long-term employment, then it doesn't seem right to me to be working elsewhere. There are issues of conflict of interest. There are other kinds of things related to fatigue. There are other kinds of things related to what information are you carrying back and forth unintentionally.
Really not sure about this notion that you're going to be able to double dip, where you'll have the security, the ecosystem, the colleagues of a large employer and a fixed income, and you'll be able to do this on the side. I mean, I think all of us have got used to working with colleagues who take flexible time and work with multiple employers. But the notion that everybody is a free agent probably doesn't recognize the reality of how organizational momentum, organizational memory, organizational culture.
So what do you think? Should employees be permitted to have secondary job? Should they be allowed to indulge in moonlighting, or is it cheating? Do write in the comments below.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces, China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces, China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy, China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force, China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves, China 5,10,000. Taiwan, 16,57,000. Tanks, China, 5,400. Taiwan, 650. Submarines, China, 59. Taiwan, 4. Naval ships, China, 86. Taiwan, 26. Artillery, China, 9,834 plus. Taiwan, 2,093. Aircraft, China, 3,227 plus. Taiwan, 504 plus.